Don't get me wrong, I love living in an apartment with a lot of natural light, but it's got its issues. Specifically for lighting. We're still in the reclaim fort. No, we're doing a new fort today, so I will explain what's happening in T-minus 10 seconds. But first, Twitch chat. Now's a good time to say hi, YouTube, if you like. YouTube chat, don't forget to leave a... Share the love. So. I mean, the idea here is you do that in the Twitch chat, Arthur. I realize you're trying to be cheeky, but like, you do that in the Twitch chat so you can say hi to the YouTube VODs as well. We're killing 2 YouTubes with 1 Twitch stone, if you know what I'm saying. So you say hi to the live stream, but you're also saying hi to the people watching the VODs after the fact, which can be found over at youtube.com/@blindextras. And I shouldn't swear in the first 2 minutes of a VOD because that might cause YouTube to get a whiny with me. But what I will say is it truly proves that TikTok has had an unfairly massive influence over everything because, shall we say that, well, TikTok is the reason that we have ats in URLs, and I hate it. At least I blame them for it because it's the first time I saw it. Anyways, today we are starting a new fort because I had to end the fort yesterday. The main reason was I had a dragon, which was great, but I also had a queen and a king, which means that we had a bunch of nobles visiting. I don't mind the nobles that are actually fort citizens, but it's the visiting ones that bother me, specifically because whenever one of them dies, a new one immediately appears, which causes a lot of headache. If they were just part of my fortress, it would be fine, because then I could tell them to stay inside during a burrow, and they wouldn't try and leave the map and come and go constantly. But because they come and go constantly, every single time they die, they create a ghost. And so if you're trying to do any kind of maniacal siege contraptions or something, they get stuck in your minecarts, they cause all kinds of annoying issues. And I wouldn't mind if they came and visited temporarily and then left, kind of in a predictable fashion. Or like if they showed up with the traders in the fall and then would stay through winter and then leave in the spring or something, that would be fine. It's the fact that a new one reappears the second the old one dies. And the dragon decided that none of them were part of my faction. So every single time one of them would walk past the dragon would turn them into a torch. And so I was stuck with this predicament of, I can continue having this fortress if I eat the dragon, but then my defensive structures are just going to get destroyed before the enemy could attack it, because I was trying to use impulse ramps and minecarts to defend that fortress. The enemy would just completely walk through them because the impulse ramps kind of have like a limited number of ammunition. When they use up all the minecarts, they cease being useful, really. And because there was just barons coming and going constantly, there was no real easy method of keeping the barons safe, using my defenses, and also having the dragon. And by the time I decided this, about 40 something of them had died, and I just didn't want to do it. So I kind of just said, fuck it, and quit. Now, I still have that world, and I like the world a lot. I also like the faction, and also most of my military survived. And I had a bunch of really, really good legendary spear dwarves. So, we're gonna play another fort in that faction. But I needed to think of something fun to do, something new, something that I haven't done before. And I thought of something. And in order to do that thing, we're gonna open up a new game of the Cyclopean Domain. Yelling at the developers until they fix it, and that's what I did. Dragging them some. I reached out to Tarn last night after the stream was over, sent him some information and said, please, for the love of God, fix this. Because it is a game-breaking mechanic, genuinely. Like, if you have constant sieges, cavern invaders, or any kind of threats on the map, it's not a matter of like, can you utilize it? That is the only thing that happens. It is going to extinguish your own faction at a relatively rapid pace. It is directly game-breaking. There is no positive to it, really, unless your goal is to exterminate your own faction. So I've complained about this bug before, but in the past when I've complained about it, it's been during, well, we're working on adventure mode, so we'll get to it. So, can dragons actually be killed? Extremely easily. Dragons are glass cannons. They're the only creatures in the game that can destroy any drawbridge, regardless of the material, even adamantine. They can destroy any structure with their fire, but like you hit them with 2 bolts in the head and they're dead. Like, they're very much glass cannons. They're like the forgotten beast that shows up, kills your entire military and 45-year dwarves, and then dies because somebody fell on it. Or dies because a tooth fell on its head. Like, they're that kind of thing. So, no, that is a horrible bug. And I really, 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 really hope that they get to it and fix it quickly at this point, because it's been in the game for a very long time. So I was, at the end of the stream yesterday, after I finished, I went and made some dinner, and then I came back and I sat down with a plate of food and started munching on it. And started panning around the map, and I spotted something. This. Specifically this. This is Sweat Scar, the Mysterious Palace. Has a light aquifer, shallow clay, deep soil, iron, and a flux stone layer. It's on Untamed Wilds. It's scorching hot. It's a tropical shrubland. And it's got obviously trees and moderate vegetation. Now, you can't settle on those. They're not settleable. However, there's also this one, which is even worse. Cracked Suede, right next to a human tower. That would be exciting. The one I have my sights on, well, there's Cracked Suede. Was there another one there that I just spotted? I think it's just this one. And then the other one down there. But anyway, there isn't a lot of these on most maps. These are an adventure mode site that are full of pretty strong enemies, usually goblins and some mix of weird creatures and animals. And they're an adventure mode feature. So you can't settle on them, but they're very, 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 very similar. Snail, I'll give you a dwarf, but I think your dwarf is still alive. But I'll give you one anyway. I'll just I'll put the SD at the end of your name for once. But anyway, these were added as part of the adventure mode update. They're designed as like a sort of quest line for adventurers. You're supposed to go clear them in adventure mode, and they're supposed to provide some variety and kind of more gamey challenge, I guess. Similar to the way the vaults are, except the vaults are hidden. The vaults are pretty hard to find. These are just obvious. There's also these guys, the mysterious layers, and then there's also the mysterious dungeons. The mysterious dungeons are the middle tier, and the mysterious layers are the smallest. So the mysterious layers are like 2 rooms and have like 4 guys in them. The mysterious dungeons have like 12 guys in them, usually maybe 20, and they're like 4 or 5 rooms. Whereas the mysterious palaces are pretty big. They're like the size of a small necromancer tower. I like this spot because it's in tropical shrubland and it's Untamed Wilds. I did a test embark last night, and we'll do one right now. But in order to do this, we have to use this command, IndiaPack, if I spell embark right. Embark anywhere. So let's do a test embark, and I'll show you what this looks like. They just say, embark anywhere, warnings have been bypassed, good luck. And, So let's just pause the game for a second. I don't even know what faction we're part of. This is a mysterious palace. Obviously, it's kind of a brick. But it's this little space. There's stuff in it. There's goblins in it. But these are cultist goblins, which means they're basically undead. They're essentially intelligent undead without powers. They don't get tired. They don't sleep. They don't eat. It's full of these. These are healing potions. Yeah, this one has mudmen in it, and also a fierce cavern alligator, and a fierce cavern blind cave bear. We got a cavern magma man, a magma man. What else do we has? There's a human here that I spotted yesterday, which is probably still here. Ah, there you are. This person, the Deep Lord, who has an elemental bow. This elemental bow is difficult to look at, which means it causes permanent blindness. I wanna settle on this. It's either this one or the other one. We'll also go look at the other one, because I spotted the other one, but I haven't taken a look at it. This one has iron and flux, so this one is the heaviest contender. The interesting thing here, though, is, like, this is the top. So down, 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 down. And there's a stair right there, which goes into here, which then lets you out into here. So all of these are actually pretty well separated from the rest of the fort, right? Like, there's these. These guys can't get out. Like, they're stuck down here. If I go up, this right here, this door is locked by default. So none of them can get out. Well, I mean, it blinds the enemy, not the person who's carrying it. They're not going to blind themselves with it. They're blinding the other people. Well, there's also unusual wax, if you want to guess what the liquids are. So, you know. That's option A. For place that we could settle. And if I unpause the game for a moment, and then pause the game for a moment, and scroll down through the critters, we have giraffe people. Oh shit, it's the suited giraffe. What's up, giraffe? It might be unlocked. Oh, I will definitely make sure it's locked. Don't worry. We're also going to get underground really fucking quick, regardless of where we settle. So that's the first one. That's option A. The other possible Embark location. Oh, the other thing is it may not necessarily be unlocked, but they might topple it, is the other thing that might happen. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of those creatures are capable of breaking a door. And sometimes they straight up have creatures in them that, like, I think the Mudmen might be capable of breaking a door. Put a wall on it or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to go underground and hide, is actually what I'm going to do. And then the other possible Embark location we have... no, I'm not seeing it. Shit, where is it? No, that one's just a dungeon. Oh, I thought that one was a palace. No, it's this one that's the palace. This one. So this one is on very deep soil, shallow clay, silver and copper and flux stone. So this one doesn't have iron, which is fine. I can do fine with silver and copper. But obviously I can't embark on it, so embark anywhere. This is option B. I think that's... Yeah, scarves exist. They're a human item, I think, though. I think it's shawls. I could be wrong. Dwarves can't make them, so you'd have to mod them in to be makeable, but we're going to pause the game again. This is option B. Option B. Similar. Former Belows. The Under Adepts. Do they have a lord as well? Saw a human for a second there. Where'd you go? There you go. Deep Lord. This one has a spear, which is actually cooler, I think. But also, similarly to the other one. Actually, I like the layout of this one more. What the fuck? Oh shit, it's an amethyst man. Amethyst, I found you. I don't know if Celestine's here, but... An amethyst kin thing. And also a saltwater crocodile. By the way, none of these are mods. This is all vanilla content. We got Fierce Cavern... Tame? Hold on a second. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. I didn't even clock that initially. I doubt they're actually friendly. So yeah, chat, what do you guys like more? Option A or option B? Oh, it's very glitchy. That would require some testing to make sure they're actually friendly. Actually, here, I can check if they're really friendly. Let's grab you. And plunk you down there. Do you kill them? Nope, they are in fact actually friendly. So that's awesome. So option A or option B, chat? I'm sure the animals are friendly in both, but YouTube folks, I'll give you guys a poll so you guys can vote. Yes. I don't want a Q&A. I want a poll. Also, option B is like spitting distance from a necromancer tower. Just should probably mention that. There's literally a necromancer tower like right there. I think they'll both be chaotic. But let's also just unpause for a second and just see what else shows up, if anything. Ah. I was going to say the other one has giant rhinos, but this one just has rhinos. Nilan, thank you very much for the prime. So yeah. YouTube says 65% option B. Twitch is a little mixed, but it's definitely B. All right. Folks, we are, that's our spot. We got it. As a reminder to everybody, this is a completely crowdfunded channel, so I don't do any sponsored time and accept paychecks from big companies unless, like, somebody reaches out for a private gig or something off stream, but I don't do sponsored on stream content. So, just as a reminder, because I'm completely crowdfunded, I am slightly annoying about sub counts sometimes. So if you're here on Twitch and you happen to have a Prime sub, check if it's up, just like Nilan just did, because those do add up and they do keep me funded. And they allow me to keep this as a mostly ad-free-ish experience. Cathode RayTube, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. And on the YouTube side of things, I am going to chuck up a Super Chats goal here. But don't worry about it too much. It just, YouTube likes it if you have a goal. I literally started that the second after Test Successful chucked $20 into the... into the YouTube Super Chats. So thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for the $20, dude. Let's get started with this fresh Embark, shall we? Starting a new game in existing world. And diving in. Oh, and also, because we're going to be playing as the same faction as the last fort, ideally, with a wee bit of luck here. A wee bit of luck. Very wee little bit of luck. A Nintendo Wii level of luck, if you will. the dragon that I trained will show up as a friend. After 5 months of being unemployed, whoops. You start a new job on Monday. You'll subscribe when your first paycheck comes in. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, don't worry about it. Take care of yourself first. 5 months without a job means you need to take care of yourself more than me, but I'll hold you to it on the second paycheck. It's okay. I'll count it towards the goal test successful. Snail will be. I mean, maybe I could just name him. We could have Snail and Sail, and then they'll just be sitting around going da 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 dun 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 dun. Choose origin civilization. The Tower of Clobbering, because I like that name so much. And the Tower of Clobbering, admittedly, is kind of far away, but not too far away. Somehow the Queen did survive the nonsense of yesterday. This right here is where we are going to settle. Exclamation point last for it, Cathode. You're not dead though. I'll tell you that. Your dwarf did in fact survive. Now this world is pretty thin. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to embiggen this a little bit. Chat, 5x5 or 6x6? What do you think? You know, people have been asking me that independently since I started playing as this faction, and all I can say is, if you think it is, then it is. I guess if you're 555, then I'm 666. So do we do kind of in the middle or far up in the corner? Ooh, I mean, river ain't that reachable even. There's an aquifer, we don't need a river. River is useful, but I mean, I don't really want to do in the corner. It's too far away. I have to do like 7x7 to put in the corner. I could do 7x7 though. I mean, it's all the same biome. I'm just gonna do a real quick test embark here. I want to see what this looks like. Let's see if it lurks. I don't want my wagon to be on top of it, which would probably happen if I centered it. Oh shit, it's a waterfall. Oh, sold then. I actually don't mind that. It's a little bit of a right angle, but I also kind of like this being this weird little oh shit. They unlocked it, which of course they're gonna do. And these guys are very much not friendly, and they will just kill me. So we're just gonna we're gonna quit. But that is the exact embark we're gonna do. Tony Pop, thanks for the $5. I got some caffeine. It's what I did. It's my coffee. But I did go out and get a fancy cappuccino yesterday morning before stream, so we'll call it that. Thanks for paying for yesterday's cappuccino. I mean, I know the song Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, yeah? I don't know the weird dungeons part. I didn't know there was a BDSM interlude in that song. Nilsy1, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you. All right. I also have water. Stay hydrated. So once again, you know, the Occult Cloister is also a pretty good name, but I want the migrants from the Tower of Clobbering. So as a reminder, for the Tower of Clobbering, this was Mind Arch. But we also played the now defunct Clobber Tomb and Kingdom Dawn down here in on the haunted ocean. Up here, there is a serene / joyous wilds ocean as well. So there's more things I want to do on this world in the future. Like, I think playing around here would be really interesting. And doing a really big embark to see what kind of weird creatures would come out of the ocean might be fun for a future fort, but we did ocean forts pretty recently. Ah. Yeah, I guess you could do like that, but yeah, it would literally. You know, now I wonder, would it start me directly on top of it? It probably would. I like the waterfall though, so we'll go like right there, which is where we were. Actually, hold on a second. Just restarting my my behind the scenes recording. I really should use Embark Anywhere more. It is kind of a cool feature. Your knees need some TLC. No? Not off the top of my head. Although maybe it's because the Turnstile song TLC is overwriting it in my head. I mean, if you install DF Hack, just remember, you can go in and disable every single feature, and then just hit tilde, and then type in disable overlay, and it's like it's not even there. And then every now and again, you can use the perks without having the gameplay itself for you, which is kind of nice. I do like having DF Hack. I think it's great software. I just don't like a lot of what it does. I don't know how old the song is, nor do I know who the artist is. So the joke completely missed by about as far as it could. Which dwarf do you want, Snail? I've got a dumb idea for a name. I don't know if it's a dumb idea. Doomed Spike! Maybe just Doom Spike. Because, like, we're on this... Actually, hold on. Oh, man. I was thinking it would be great if I could call it, like, Museum something. I am 30, so if it's 30, it's the same age as me. I mean, if it's one of these things where it's widely... So I have this problem where if you just show me lyrics for a song that I haven't heard in forever, I won't even clock that they're lyrics. I need to hear the song. So, like, this has happened before where people have referenced songs that I know in my chat, and I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about, because I need to hear the melody alongside of the lyrics. NJ, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Today is going to be one of these days. Where the lighting is just going to get worse before it gets better. I mean, I know the song Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls. Like, I do know that song. I've never once heard the name of the artist. I also don't like that song, really, so... Unrelated, but... I have a question. Why are we still talking about this? Why am I getting educated about a song I don't care about? I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to name this fortress. Much more important. Armor Spike! How about Armor Strike? Is strike a word? Okay, how about this? Face strike. Hold on. Punch face, completely unrelated to Face Punch Studios. Salicon, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. Kind of forgot that today was your sub renewed day. Well, welcome back. What have you got against pikes, dolphin? I feel like a dolphin next you're going to tell me that we have to strike the sturgeons too. Man, all of the carp are old and in retirement homes after all of their murder sprees, and you're going to tell me that we have to, like, boot them out and make them live in tents and take away their socialized housing. This is big dolphin agenda. I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. Punch face does go pretty hard. The DF hack command I used, Niles, is Embark Anywhere, which allows me to do what it says on the tin. Embark anywhere. Including on top of places I'm not supposed to be able to embark normally. If taser was a word, I'd consider it. I don't think carp is a word. Hold on. Carp is not a word. I don't know why I put down punch face. Is head a word? Because I feel like... Hold on, let's go with that. Head face. Head punch. Using Embark Anywhere, you can embark on an ocean. Do let me know how well that goes. I think you can embark on an ocean. I know that you can embark entirely on beaches using Embark Anywhere. Head face is your favorite tough metal bun. Head punch of face. Yeah. I'm gonna try it. Have fun. I know that the most common use for Embark Anywhere is to embark just on top of a mountain. Because the game doesn't let you do that. So, like, sometimes you'll see, like, these wild volcanoes in the middle of a mountain range. Although, someone can correct me if I'm wrong here. That it might impact whether or not you get traders. I don't know if that's changed. I know at one point it did, but... Maybe you can name it head cannon. Cannon is not a word. I like head punch. Chat, head punch or punch head? Groin is not a word, I can tell you right now without even looking up because of the number of times people have asked me to do that. I could name it kickball, though. Boom is not a word. Oh, kick isn't a word. I could call it punch ball. Although that just sounds like somebody's saying punch bowl. Remember how I like to say that I don't name my fortresses silly things? Oops. We named a fortress Subtle Scribe once because that was the closest we could get to subscribe. I mean, head punch sounds like something from the Tower of Clobbering. No, nothing related to boat murdered is copyrighted. Thankfully, that came from an era of the internet where people were still sane and realized that just giving things to communities built communities and made communities better. And see if you can name it Facepalm. Face. You can, in fact, name a fortress Facepalm. So if Head Punch is the group name, how about I name it the Face of... the Face of Impaling. Face of Palms. No, I would say that a head punch is probably you punching somebody else's head, right? A face palm is you palming your own face. You don't palm somebody else's face, really. I mean, I guess you kind of can for like a little sibling or something. But like... I mean, if anything, I wouldn't put it past dwarves to like palm a gnome's face or a kobold's face. I know what we should name this. The Head Cave of Clobbering. That's the name of our group. That's it. That's it. That's the winner. You know, everybody talks about high fives, but nobody talks about low fives. We were talking about carp earlier. Oops. Oh, I know what I should do. Shape, maybe? The mountain is burning. What should the mountain be doing? Maybe the dwarf is praying to the mountain. It's an image of a carp, a dwarf, and a mountain. The dwarf is raising the carp. The carp is screaming. No, not the carp shouldn't be laughing. The dwarf should be laughing. This is all wrong. I must fix... The carp is not laughing. Carp is screaming. The dwarf is laughing. Much better. I fixed it. Chris, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And maybe goblins. Oh, no, not individual goblin. I want goblins. Goblins. So if I go down here and I set this down to 0. Goblins. Giant... Oh. Oh, let's just say rhinoceros. Sure, I ended up with giant anyway. The giant rhinoceros is massacring the goblins. This is like off in the background. The mountain is admiring the giant rhinoceros. The dwarf is cooking the carp. So there's a lot to unpack here. This is an image of a carp, a dwarf, a mountain, and goblins, the rhinoceros, and giant rhinoceroses. The dwarf is raising the carp is screaming. The mountain is burning. The dwarf is praying to the mountain. The dwarf is laughing. The giant rhinoceroses are massacring the goblins. The mountain is admiring the giant rhinoceroses, and the dwarf is cooking the carp. We're at B, not A. B. Less minerals and Necromancer Tower. But Necromancer Tower is like right next door. Have you ever had carp in real life? I don't think so. Actually, I've eaten sturgeon. I've eaten quite a lot of fish, actually. I've eaten sea anemone. That was weird. Maybe the weirdest thing I've ever... Actually, if someone were to ask me what's the weirdest thing you've ever eaten, sea anemone by a long shot. Weird texture on that. I'm very confused by that question, NJ. Is this some kind of crazy DF Mad Lib? So I'm designing... So for anybody who's confused as to what this is the symbol of my faction, or of my local government. So when you start a fortress, if you prepare carefully, you have the option to design an image for your faction, or the game will just give you a random one. And the image gives you these objects and items, and you can design it and then name it. Once it's named, which I'm obviously going to call the ferocious devourer of monsters. Yes. Let's call it Cave Face, the ferocious devourer of monsters. Cave Face, the ferocious devourer of monsters. And Cave Face is obviously the great mystical imagined folklore tale from this group of dwarves that they made up last night of a dwarf who devoured everything that it saw. Clearly. It's obviously what that is. And the Cave Face, the ferocious devourer of monsters, is an image of the most popular rendition of this tale is a image of a carp, a mountain, a dwarf, and a giant rhinoceros. And the dwarf is raising the carp. The carp is screaming. The mountain is burning. The dwarf is praying to the mountain. The dwarf is laughing. Oh, the reason the dwarf is praying to the mountain, by the way, is because one of the two most popular gods in this fortress, in this faction, is the god of mountains. Or three most popular gods, is the god of mountains. So it would be totally normal for that. You should also be praying to some jewels and also something that's dead. So, let's say an object, gem, cut gem. A large gem. Maybe admiring instead of praying, because you're already praying. So it's obviously an image of a carp, a dwarf, a mountain, goblins, giant rhinoceroses, and a large gem. The dwarf is raising the carp is screaming, the mountain is burning, the dwarf is praying to the mountain, the dwarf is laughing, the giant rhinoceroses are massacring the goblins, and the mountain is admiring the giant rhinoceroses, the dwarf is cooking the carp, and the dwarf is admiring the large gem. Is Reaper an option? I don't think Reaper is an option. I could just find a skeleton. Skeleton isn't an option. Bone isn't an option. I can't remember the name of that god. I remember Burr, because Burr is just Burr, which is the god of mountains. Actually, hold on. Scimitar. There's no sickle. There's no scythe. Guys, I already knew that, but I was checking for sickle because that was the closest thing I could think. That would look like it. What if I do... No, skull ain't an option. I was gonna say, why is there a Bear Grylls AI? I feel like that would just be bad survival advice, Emperor Iron. Is even a word? Ooh. Coffin's a word. Coffin is screaming. How's that? It is an image of a dwarf, a mountain, goblins, a rhinoceros, a large gem, and... It's an image of a dwarf, of a carp, a dwarf, a mountain, goblins, giant rhinoceroses, a large gem, and a coffin. The dwarf is raising the carp. The carp is screaming. The mountain is burning. The dwarf is praying to the mountain. The dwarf is laughing. The giant rhinoceros... are massacring the goblins. The mountain is admiring the giant rhinoceroses. The dwarf is cooking the carp. The dwarf is admiring the large gem. The dwarf is prostrating itself before the coffin. The dwarf is engraving the coffin. Is the dwarf dead? To me, I always thought that a tapir looked like somebody like mashed an elephant and an anteater together, but budget elephant works. Capital T, obviously, Mercury. I don't know what you're talking about, but... Well, I mean, he could be undead. Because I'm trying to represent every single god of this faction that's popular. So the 3 religions that I've had to make temples for every fort so far is the god of death, the god of gems, and the god of mountains. So, we've got a mountain in there, we've got a gem in there, and we've got a thing representing, 2 things representing death in there. The god of death is the most popular one. How does the carp fit in? I don't know, carp funny. That's representing Dwarf Fortress, or the Dwarven Fortress, naturally. Same with the mountain. And the mountain burning, well, I've had a lot of success in my forts so far in this world. I literally, I think this is maybe the least successful world I've had with keeping forts alive. I mean, the first fort died unexpectedly. The second fort died expectedly, shall we say. And then the third fort, I kind of rage quit. So... I mean, it's clearly saying... you know the song Big Enough? That's just like Australian dance country? That was a huge meme. That's what the carp is doing. I would play it, but I don't want a copyright strike. So, it's just going... in the background. That's all it's doing. The carp is just doing that song, and it's that song playing in the background of all of this nonsense going on screen. That's what this image is. Now that we have that mental image, I think we say ship it. So this is, once again, Cave Face, the ferocious devourer of monsters. Cave Face is the dwarf, and it's devouring the monsters. Now that we're done with that nonsense, Alexa, can we copyright strike Blind IRL? Yeah. All right. Snail, you wanted a dwarf, didn't you? I could, you know, I could put it, do you want, oh, fuck it, I'll throw a Shining Sun in there. Isn't it Blazing Sun? Under shape? The Blazing Sun is striking a triumphant pose and traveling. Because it's, you know, moving across the sky. Sun's travel. You feel like this sport's going to be killed in seconds and this is all going to go to waste? I appreciate your optimism. Speaking of this all going to waste, Snail, did you have any preference of which dwarf you wanted? You'll have your opportunity, I'm sure, Mercury. I have faith in you. If Snail isn't here currently, I will just name this dwarf Snail. Am I thinking it's XD? It's SD, not XD. Any dwarf will do. Alrighty, well, we'll read your description when we get in game. Because right now, we're obviously not in game yet, and I don't know what god you worship until we get in game. So I'm going to do something. You're going to notice a trend real quick here, chat. And forts when I'm scared about my potential ability to not die, I do this. And just to change things up a wee bit. Your delay is fucked. Time to refresh stream or press play pause. There's 3 ways we name dwarves in this chat, Smiling James. The first one is if somebody nominates you, which is they pay me more money than most people and have a tier 2 or higher subscription. And then they can use the command !Dwarf, D-O-R-F, and nominate you to get a dwarf. That's way 1. Way number 2, a dwarf can get named if they do something dramatic or cool, and we all kind of agree on a nickname for it simultaneously. Or 3, you redeem it. Those are the 3 ways you can get a dwarf. I limit it very heavily, and the reason I do that is because back when I used to do the alternative, where anybody who just tuned in could just have a dwarf, every dwarf would be named all the time, and a lot of people just kind of tune in, get the 90 seconds of interaction, and then never talk in chat again, which is great. Until, like, you know, you run a fort for 2 weeks, and the coolest person in the fort, nobody knows them as a member of chat. You want the people who have named dwarves to be kind of active in chat at the very least, or at least around a little bit. Creed, which one do you want? Picky. It's up to you. Second in the list, okay. Also, I feel sorry for Adil. This is a very beard-heavy Embark. I mean, he is gracious, quick to love, and not creative. Well, I mean, that checks out with Creed's music style. Quick to despair as well. I don't know about that, but... What's up, Dan's Labyrinth? kind of don't want to go too nuts with Embark animals. But now we need some very important secondary skills. Let's go with like wood burner, butcher, planter. For snail, what about some gem setting and cutting? Maybe blacksmithing. Maybe you have some dodging skill, which means you're gonna live longer, right? Let's give you milking and gelding. That's where you got the dodging skill, obviously. Let's go with something else very useful, like making soap and animal training. Maybe wax working. And you down here, let's go to other skills. What if we had somebody who was okay at reading and speaking? And then go over to combat again. Let's give you some points in siege engineer and siege operations, which we won't use, which is fine. And then you here, let's go. I don't know, a little bit more variety here. Let's go with carpentry and masonry and weaponsmithing maybe. And then you can have some points in wood cutting and maybe wood crafting. Maybe not wood crafting. Maybe stone crafting. Yeah. And then for items, as you can tell, I definitely do not care about those skills. I'm going to bring 6 picks. It's a pretty good streak, dude. Good job. I don't need these wheelbarrows. And ladder. I'm gonna bring logs, actually. What? Okay. Can I really not just, like, click this? I guess I need to add them here. I'm very confused by this. What? Fine then, I won't use the search function. Well, I appreciate the lurky. Anybody know why that not work? Speaking of lurky. It's like everything else seems to work. Weird. Steel pick's expensive. But yes, they do mine faster. It's more of a skill thing, though. That's the more important part. Lurking is mostly what you do in streams. You know, honestly, if I know your username, you don't lurk that much. If I go, holy shit, I haven't seen you in months, then you lurk a lot. So I disagree. I don't think you lurk that much, actually. I think you maybe think of yourself as a lurker, but I think most people think of themselves as a lurker, yet if I know your username, you're not a lurker. I'm very confused by why. Okay, well, managed to get willow logs in. All right, well, we'll bring willow logs. Let's bring 30 logs. I'm also going to bring some... ore. Chat, what metal ore should I bring? This map only has copper and silver. So I'm presuming tetrahedrite. Because it would be really weird to just have pure copper and pure silver. But what ore should I bring? Tin? Like kesserite? If it were lead, I'd bring galena. Because pure lead... Can I even embark with pure lead? Yeah, it would be galena. What is sulfurite the ore of? No, I just look at my chat. I think a lot of streamers don't. Exclamation point, last fort. That's zinc. What color is zinc? I haven't made zinc in a very long time, so I just haven't found it. Grayish? Tealish? Okay. Because I really like the color of, like, sulfurite's rocks. I feel like I'd want to just use it as sulfurite. Although I also really like the name and also color of pudding stone. Same with petrified wood. I know everybody likes to make boner jokes when I talk about petrified wood, but petrified wood looks so cool. Like, genuinely, it's just a really neat material. Use malachite for furniture. I'll be honest. I'm burned on malachite because of Risk of Rain 1 and 2. Malachite is my least favorite enemy modifier. I mean, limonite is actually useful. I was mostly just curious what you guys wanted me to bring. I want something to make like kind of a centerpiece for the fort. So I'm thinking I'm actually going to bring sulfurite. And I'm likely just going to make them into statues because I like that color. See, now this is working. That's weird. 39, 40. And let's say don't worry about the rock nuts or the dimple cups. We can get those later if I need them. Got 244 points left. Let me also bring some bismuth. This is another thing I literally never find. It's got some good colors. What's funny is I'm bringing all these boulders, and we're probably just going to get swarmed, and then I'm not going to be able to get the stuff out of the wagon easily. But it's fine. And then the last thing I'm going to bring... I already have 6 picks. I mean, I could actually remove a battle axe. I could just fill it up with food. Shields? Nah. We're not going to be fighting. If we're fighting, we're already dead. Microcline's a nice material, yeah. I don't find it so often in the worlds I tend to play, because I tend to play with pretty thin worlds with not a lot of Z levels. Because that tends to lead to less lag in the long term. Because honestly, 90 Z levels is plenty. I don't think I can bring hatch covers. Yeah, you can't bring, like, constructed stuff anymore. You know what we could bring? Chat, cloaks or tunics? Advanced world gen. Man. Man. Or you can increase the, what's the word? You can increase the amount of rainfall in advanced world gen, which will make the map thinner. Let's just do... Let's get rid of one of those axes. Bring 7 pigtail cloaks. Spend the last 2 on beer. Actually, let's get rid of half this beer. Now, before you panic, I'm just bringing variety. We've got beer. Let's bring wine. Let's bring 10 wine. 10 ale. And some rum. No capes, no. Then you'll die like Dynaguy. Alright, so who said that now the game's we're gonna die in 90 seconds and it's all gonna be a waste? Place your bets, chat. What do you think? Are we dead? Yes or no? Anyway, now it's time for the most important part of any stream. It's time to strike the earth. Raise your picks, chat. Not in 90 seconds. Word. Yeah, no, that's true. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after your journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek is finally ended. And with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. Your party of 7 has just arrived here to make an outpost for the glory of all Udim Avid. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is almost winter now. It's late autumn after all. But it is spring. It's not game. It is spring now. It is autumn now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the hyenas get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Snarrow Dub. Headpunch. Strike the earth. Weidenhart and Rayleek, thank you very much for the 27th month and 4 months, respectively. Appreciate you greatly. Trying to make obsidian short swords, but they kept getting listed as wooden short swords. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've made obsidian short swords in years. They basically are wooden short swords because they use wooden handles. I don't know if they're listed as obsidian. They might just be listed as wood. That wouldn't surprise me because they do use wood. I don't like using them. I would rather lock the door. Or if I'm going to use wooden weapons, I'm going to use wooden bolts, if anything. Are they any good? No. No. They are like one step above training weapons. They are terrible. You have arrived you have arrived and it is now time to Earth Strike. Okay, so game gonna lag briefly. But once again, we've settled on this. So I need to find the door, make sure it's locked, but they may still open it. So here is door. So it looks like it's locked, but it's not actually. Now, the problem is that bear might be able to knock the door down. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to quick save. And then we're going to go read some dwarves. So if anybody has any additional things that you think I should try and do in this fort, I'm open to ideas. I would say that is perfect, Tiny Hippo. As a reminder, your dwarf is still alive, so you may migrate here. Snail, Copper Earth, does not personally respond. Generally respond to emotional appeals, but he's calm and he Often feels envious of others. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and and he has a greedy streak. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to do things. He tries to do things correctly each time, and often feels lustful. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of raising a family, and personally sees the pursuit of mastery of skills off-putting, and values self-control, and thinks friendship is important. He likes chromite and sterling silver, clear zircon, and the round lime wood, as well as rings, giant green tree frogs, and for their distinct mating call, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume giant mountain goat and hard wheat beer. Hates toads. Obviously, you have no friends. Vesh, that was the name of the god of death. You're a member of the Order of Dust, which worships the god of death. And to me, this is probably some sort of pilgrimage that you're making. I mean, you're basically here at the god of death. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to difficulty, and I'm going to go down to cavern creatures, and I'm just going to disable them for this fort. Because we're going to have enough problems with the surface. I don't need also things from the caves. There they are. So Cavern Dweller maximum, just get rid of them. They're pretty good training though once you actually have a military setup, but. So I need to get underground, like stat. So let's get underground, like stat. The other thing that we need to do is I need to stare at this to make sure that this isn't opening. But first, we have to read Creed, the other dwarf. West Oil. There's the gem cutter and miner and blacksmith. As in, he took a blacksmith class once. He didn't like it very much, so he's only a novice. Or maybe he liked it a lot, and he'd like to study more. He feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. He lacks confidence in his abilities, which is why he's only a novice and needs to take more classes. And he personally tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he likes to brawl. He is a friendly individual and enjoys the company of others, but occasionally overindulges, is slow to trust others, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated and scratches his ear when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. New fort already? Exclamation point last fort, if you're curious as to why. Although we did play the last fort for like, what was it, like 5 or 6 streams or something? It's not too abnormal for me to start a new fort after that amount of time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and does not care about friendship. And doesn't care about nature one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. Creed liked schist and pig iron and wood opal, as well as apple wood, green glass, giant kakapo tooth, blind cave bear bone, giant cave toad parchment, thrones and goats for their eating habits, kangaroo men for their punches. I mean, we are Headpunch, so. Or for their pouches, not their punches. I can read. And the sight of the meandering lyrics, or mumble rap, as the kids call it, and when possible prefers to consume giant black bear, cavefish, and hard wheat beer. Hemp seed oil and oranges. I like oranges. Oranges is good. And absolutely hates jumping spiders. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Also worships the god of death. And we're going to tell somebody to chop down a tree as well. And then I'm going to unpause the game. And while the game is unpaused, right before the ads start, I'm going to start this. I don't trust these dudes to not just open the door. Oh, the other thing is this thing is... Oh, cool. Blue jade jug. That's neat. These are full of peculiar liquids. So that's exciting. Because I can theoretically get all of these jugs into very specific locations and hoard them. And if I'm able to hoard them... Ooh, shit. Fierce Cavern Jaguars. Cool. If I'm able to successfully hoard them, I should be able to put them in a room, and if somebody gets seriously injured, as in, like, loses limbs or something, I've been told if you lock them in a room until they start starving to death, they will consume the mysterious liquids, which does, in fact, heal them. So we should be able to regrow limbs of, like, valued soldiers and such. Also, another thing that we noticed whilst I was messing around before we did the Embark is you might notice, yeah, there's a bunch of evil people here, right? Which is kind of scary. Also, it looks like we've got river fish, river otters, hippos, trisel peregrines, pangolins, barn owls, weasel, baby kestrel, a stingray, good times, also carp, fitting. That we don't know. We do not know that. I wouldn't mind trying to do the science. I just have absolutely zero clue how to get it out of the how to get the liquids out of the container. But I wouldn't be against trying it. I don't know how to get it out. It's your first day back at work? Ugh, I'm so sorry, Lanix. How can I help this situation? Who needs medical dwarves? This fort, most likely. Under adept? Huh. But if I go here, and I go to other, I can type in Lord. Now there's a deep Lord here, who's hostile. This person's going to be hard to kill. But the benefit of the Deep Lord is the Deep Lord has an elemental stone spear. Also has some strange jam. Orange marmalade, we call it. Which also heals you. Also, Warosp's Eye leather backpack. Cool. Not to mention the extremely fancy gloves. There's also just, like, a ton of gear and stuff on the ground. And also, don't even get me started on the number of random weapons in these weapon traps. Most of them we can't use because there's a lot of blowguns, but... there's quite a lot of decent stuff here. I kind of don't want to defeat this place just using cage traps, but I could. I feel like that's a bit too easy. So I feel like we should build up squads and, like, slowly go through it one room at a time, because I feel like that would be a lot more fun. Although, for these last two rooms, I very well might just, like, fortify these walls, or deconstruct the walls and then fortify them. Because I think that might be more fun. But, you know. Although, I will say this that's interesting. Okay, never mind. These are meltable. I was going to say, these aren't meltable, but maybe that's because they're in the trap? Slayed mechanisms? Oh. Vertical graphite bars and slayed mechanisms. Whew. Well, I mean, the fact that it's slayed makes them mechanisms makes them kind of useless. If they were bars, that would be much cooler. Slayed is Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of bedrock. It is the lowest down material. It is unmineable in Fortress mode. But it is acquirable through some very esoteric means. It is the densest material in the game by a lot. And due to that, it's quite silly. Like the Chernobyl ones? Sure, yes. Large tin pot. Large coal pot. And sometimes... An obsidian jug with odd goo in it. Got an ash glazed door. Oh, that's like the old days. An andesite door. What else do we have? Bismuth door. Cool. Rutile would hatch. If I actually go here, I should be able to go to... Oh, shush you. I should be able to go to the bottom here and go to weapons. See if there's any funky material weapons in here. There's obviously the elemental stone spear, which we spotted earlier. Copper picks. Nothing crazy. I've seen like gem spears and stuff before in these things. I mean, Hailbrids aren't that crazy. Blue Jade Jug, oh, that's gonna be expensive. But the other thing is these are all hostile, right? Like, these creatures are all hostile, and they will in fact kill us. But their livestock aren't. So theoretically, presuming they're actually not hostile, when we've cleared this, I could breed an army of fierce cavern grizzly bears and fierce cavern jaguars. I don't know what being fierce and cavernous does to them, although this one apparently is currently more violent and is less love prone, for reasons unknown. It has no kills. It is 11 years old. I'm just gonna do something real quick. Okay, so the bears aren't gay. That's good. just wanted to double check, you know. In here, do we have a breeding pair? We do in fact have a breeding pair. There are 2 amethyst men, yes. Does anybody know how long amethyst people live? Sort of. The command to explain the run is !goal. You had no kills at 11 years old? Are you a bear? Like an actual bear? Because IHQMD, if you are an actual bear that had no kills at 11 years old, how are you typing? Those claws don't seem very typey. Typable? Typable. Typable. You know, fun fact, in Dwarf Fortress, when livestock have babies, they get married briefly before having said baby, and then immediately get divorced. If you use DF Hack or other tools to look at the game in real time while it's running, they do in fact get married right before having the baby, and then get divorced. The Amethyst people are immortal. Duly noted. That's hilarious, right? That's what I've thought. So cattle are not Catholic. I don't know. I feel like I've met some Catholic cows. Uh-oh. Well, I went down too deep. That's unfortunate. Excuse me, I've kind of got the hiccups at this exact moment. So we should be okay. It looks like me manually locking the door is good enough. However, we do have to still be careful. Because, you know, those are big hippos. Those aren't tiny hippo like in chat. Those are big hippos. You know what? Let's actually just like straight up increase the size of this a little bit. That'll do. So ideally, I think this fort would be pretty cool if we could, you know, breed hippos, breed rhinos, and build an army of bears. That seems like fun. Okay, so I'm just gonna, once they're done digging out this side, I'm just gonna set this as a meeting zone. Over there. Make it a zoo. Exactly! Exactly, that sounds great. Also a zoo that goes to war occasionally. And then let's go over here. I'm just making everything stockpile. I'm not going to discriminate. Because this is a everything needs to get divvied up and put away stockpile. Let's check that door. Door's still lock-a-McGee. That's good. I'm going to open up this door and open up this door in case Bear wants to go make friends with other bears. So apparently amethyst people are immortal, as YouTube chat has informed me. And just as a reminder, this is all completely vanilla content. I'm not using any mods. People like to ask in situations like this when there's weird stuff. But this is all vanilla content. Also over here, we do have a little waterfall in the corner, so I will have to build a bridge over that at some point. So no more of them? Well, they are magical creatures. Just got to be cautious with them. I mean, if they decide to be cool and join us, then you know, we'll have to do our best to keep them safe and put them in a place of honor. So the reason things path through waterfalls, so see this? It's 1 deep. They consider that a pathway that is pathable because it's 1 deep. That's why waterfalls are dangerous. There's 2 options here. First thing is you can do this, which I usually do right away. And then you can do this, which I also usually do right away. Then, if you build a big bridge over it somewhere, you go to here and you go, bah, 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 super priority over top of it. That's how you do it. So you say, don't walk here, you dupe. Instead, walk here. And then they won't fling themselves off to their deaths. Because it's anything less than 3 deep water is considered pathable, which is why waterfalls are so dangerous. I think that dwarves are just a bunch of adrenaline junkie yahoos and like to just go, hey, look, ma, no hands, and then splat. Because that's just a funny mental image. I wonder if these people are building up relationships and friendships, or if their ability to friend is just completely disabled. Could someone like, check the wiki. Is that the angel speak? Fleoboyet? Because these are all Goblin AF, I guess. Because those definitely look like the... Because every world has a uniquely generated language for that world. Also, how many crocodiles are there? Only 1? Oh, that sucks. Man, I wish there was more than 1 crocodile. So I kinda... Okay, let's do this. Let's go to here, objects. No, not... Well, yeah, no, not objects. Labor, stone use. Self-right, I'm going to use for whatever, and I'm going to make a hatch cover out of it. I'm going to go to work orders, and I can't do that right now because I don't technically have a manager, but it's okay. I make the rules, and the manager doesn't, so my Shore asked here, the expedition leader is about to become the manager, and this is going to be their office. I realize it's the worst office ever, but you'll have to deal with it for right now, Dwarf. Now, I can do management, because manager works with just a office zone and nothing else. Actually, I don't even think they need an office until you have 20 dwarves, because there's so little to manage. So we're going to say work orders, and then say, make me a table and chair. Make tables and chairs. After the hatch cover. Table. Throne. We're going to do that out of self-right. And then you... You're going to make an additional crutch. And an additional splint. And then beds. And this first task, we're going to tell them to do it sooner than later. And as you can see, all the jobs queued up. So Snail here is making us our hatch cover. It's the divine languages? That's fascinating to see. Could someone please give me a piece of advice? I'd like to have separate orders for different alcohols, and you tried to make 4 and 4 stockpiles for each type, and then linked. So the only way to do that would be to do the orders specifically through the workshop and use linked stockpiles, but you're going to get a lot of job cancellations, and it's going to be quite annoying to manage. And then if you try to queue up any overarching jobs to everything, it'll cancel the job. It'll cancel the job everywhere that... Because it'll send it out to all your workshops, and it'll cancel the job everywhere that isn't linked to that stockpile, or doesn't have that material around. Basically, you can do it, but it would be kind of tedious. Or just simply tell them to not brew any other... Usually what I would do, if you just want specific types of alcohol, is I would limit my farming output and only brew specific types of materials. If you want to be super focused and specific on what kinds of things you can do. Okay, so this still may not be safe, but we'll see. You know, should I be ballsy? Because me being ballsy is me saying, they're not paying attention. I can start stealing their conglomerate blocks. Excuse me, I'm just going to run around the base of your mountain and just chisel some bricks out. You're not going to mind? Yeah, we good? Okay, cool, thanks. Because I could chisel out this corner. That's fine, right? I mean, like, that might remove the roof, so this spot might be dangerous. Nothing below it, nothing above it. Let's be ballsy. Although they may finish hauling first. Yeah, they'll finish hauling first, but it's just a lot of self-right. They're going pretty quick, turns out. There we go, construct building. That's one. I'll be honest, though, right now, I'm more concerned about the fact that we're in Untamed Wilds and there was giant rhinos here the first time I settled. At least I think it was Untamed Wilds. I need to go back and look at the VOD. Someone could check, but I know the first one was, and I think this one was as well. I know it's also right next to a Necromancer Tower, so I'm the most concerned about the Necromancer Tower that is literally right there. Oh shit, we settled far enough away from it that, like... Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. So, this is the... What? Okay. Hypothetically, What happens if I tell a squad to raid the mysterious dungeon that is on my map? Do they leave the map and I just get free shit? I mean, obviously I've broken the game to be able to do this in the first place, but like... You suspect the game crashes. You know, that's probably not wrong, actually. We'll have to try that at some point. Anyway, this is the thing that's actually concerning to me, is this. The fuchsia urge. I'm not going to do it right now, because I don't have a squad to raid it with. But I'll happily do that, like, once we have the fort set up a little bit. I did figure out a while ago that if you tell them to give you tribute, the game crashes. Although I think Putnam fixed that bug, but that's a cool spot, actually. You know, I'm just realizing, I've been playing in this world for a while. I haven't looked at this, like, southeast section at all. There's just straight up another faction down here that I've never really looked at. It's the Razor of Principle. Lancer Skunk? Okay. Also, apparently, my faction, the Tower of Clobbering, has a bunch of stuff down here. Man, we are far-reaching. We got people over here. We got nobody up here. We got us all the way the hell over here. And nobody up here, but there's a lot going on right here in this area. It's kind of a lot. I really like this little... I really like it when there's just like a little valley that's like kind of untouched by everything else. That would probably be a fun place to settle as well. That's a really steep mountain. Anyway, there's almost always a tower in them too, which is fun. But yeah, we'll have to do that. We'll have to try raiding this tower. Because I'll bet you what would happen is it would leave and they would come back. Like, it would probably just like invent an event for it. Perfect place for a Walmart parking lot? Yes, naturally. I mean, I was thinking giant pit mine, but Walmart parking lot also works. I think so, Hog Jockey. I presume so. I don't know if it limits your rating. I haven't done it in ages. I remember there used to be a lot of weird crashes. I think version 44 was the last time I really used that tool, and I only used it a couple of times. I don't have that much experience with Embark anywhere. I would assume that you would, although, like, I'll tell you this. A lot of, like, limitations on migrants is kind of just, like, a non-issue now. Like, I've settled on islands and gotten normal migrant waves in the current versions. Like, I wonder if they've, like, pulled some strings to make it so that you're more likely to get migrants, period. Because I don't see people not getting migrants anywhere near as much anymore. Yeah, islands get migrants. Says the guy who migrated to an island recently. Let's hack down another tree, although I do have to be cautious. It's also fall. Let's see if anything else has moved onto the map. Gazelles. Cool. And a monitor lizard. Wonder if it's a 1080p monitor lizard or a 4K monitor lizard. I mean, if you're on an ocean, you'll get no visitors. I'm pretty sure that issue or bug is still a going concern. Let's just make... Okay, so I've got two options. I can make wood blocks and dig through the aquifer. Or we can chisel away at the side of this thing and steal its blocks and then dig through the aquifer. Why migrants can't? Well, because technically the faction shouldn't be able to embark there, but the game has no restrictions to stop you. So it's less of a why migrants can't and more of a those dwarves are already there somehow and are just like, we're part of this faction now. Is kind of how, like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't physically send dwarves to a place when you embark. It just kind of goes, oh, these dwarves were here all the time. What do you mean they weren't here before? We just existed these dwarves into existence for gameplay purposes. Haze and Havoc. Can you has dwarf? Pick one. It's a CRT monitor lizard? Oh my god, we should call the Smash community. They'll be ecstatic. No, they certainly can't. But the actual way that the dwarves get to islands is through the caverns. Like, there's caves everywhere, right? But, yeah, I don't know. And dwarves in Legends know their way around the caves way better than dwarves in Fortress mode. I'll call you Haze this time, if that's okay. Because you've had, what? That or it would be Havoc the Third. There's been so many Havocs. Although they're all dead, so it'll just make it easier to look you up in Legends. Unless you'd prefer I give you some other doohickey on the end of your name. Havoc. Havoc 3. Okay. Have okay day 3. He lives a fast-paced life, and he doesn't feel envious of others. He's quite polite and currently more rude, and occasionally overindulges. He's slow to trust others and brave in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He shakes his fingers up and down when he's excited, and he licks his lips when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and only grumbles and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest of ideals. Likes sylvite and brass, as well as ruby and cacao wood and cougar eel leather, doors, giant gray parrots for their social nature, and the words of the tenebrous wisps, and when possible prefers to consume giant fox, squid, and river spirits, and absolutely hates toads. Why does everybody hate toads? You're an animal trainer, adequate soap maker, and novice wax worker. You feel great due to inebriation. You want to drink a drink with a cup or a mug, which I don't blame you. And you're a member of the Order of Dust, like everybody. Of course, you're kindred spirits with the starting 7. Welcome to the fort. You know, I was thinking about this. I'm really bad at keeping track of who the starting 7 dwarves are. Should I give the starting 7 dwarves a custom role? What do you think? And if so, what do I name them? Well, it's like jumping spiders and toads they've all hated so far. The best, Shaku. The best. But they're younger than a lot of dwarves, though. They're not that old. Happy, bashful Doc. But where's Snow White, though? Colonizers? Oof. Founders is a term I've used in the past. We could go with founders. Deep within the swamp, you hear a guttural bellow chirping in the distance. You are stricken with mortal fear. Toads. Huh. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Oh, no, actually, we just moved into early winter. We should be good. Can they mine this? Doesn't show up as anything. Chat, we found the source of my old background. I guess I can't mine it. I am not Snow White. I'm pale and pasty, but I ain't that pale and pasty. Come on, man. Founders of the Dwarven startup Miner? Do they dig for minerals? Yeah, but it's not black. Snow White's got black hair. Quit it with this slander. So there's unminable void. It's very much like it may load later, like if I save and reload type deal. I've definitely had voids happen with ice collapsing into things. Let's try saving and reloading, because I kind of want it to be there. So also we're in an ad break right now anyway, so it's a good time. Clearly antimatter blocks? Oh, I guess this is how I create a particle accelerator and build a black hole, right? And also build the warp drive so that I can go to meet the Vulcans. So if you play on Linux and have multiple monitors, it really, really, really fucks with Dwarf Fortress. There's a weird eccentric driver issue with my main monitor, which is a FreeSync monitor, and OBS, that if my main monitor uses HDMI, or if my main monitor doesn't use HDMI, OBS crashes. I don't know why. So I have to use, what's it called? DisplayPort for my two secondary monitors, and then that makes it so that Dwarf Fortress thinks that my right monitor is my primary monitor because the primary plug on my graphics card is a DisplayPort plug, and or port, I guess, and the HDMI is not. So that's why it's to the right, because it's trying to use my right monitor as the main monitor, even though it's actually in the middle monitor, which is why it screws up the load screens in the main screen. It doesn't do that if I'm using Windows compatibility mode, but I don't know, it just feels wrong to do that, so I don't generally. I've managed to make it work on my old monitor set and be fine by swapping cables around, but when I bought a new center monitor, I had no alternatives, so. But I have a, it's just an NVIDIA 3070, not the TI version. Oh well. Weird void rock. The rock is unavoidable. Can't deconstruct it. Winter has arrived on the calendar. Let's see what happens if I do this now. Whatever. It's no biggie. Looks funky. You're playing in ASCII? Yeah, you wouldn't have a problem on your setup playing in ASCII because you don't see the backgrounds in ASCII. Are you playing the classic versions, or are you playing the premium version? Does reveal work? I'm not gonna DF hack it if it doesn't appear. Like, there's nothing to reveal. Well, okay. I hate using this command, but I'll use it. Oh, would you look at that? What about unreveal? That's funny. I'm not gonna play with reveal all on, but that is funny. I wonder, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to play with reveal all on. So. Don't worry, I've embarked somewhere I'm not supposed to. It's so there's going to be weird issues. This is normal and kind of to be expected. Anyways, after much discussion and deliberation, I'm just going to go with founder because it's easier to remember. Oh no! Well, maybe not, oh no. Adil, Paint Dwellers, the one lady in the fortress, has gotten together with Bim. I guess none of the named dwarves were good enough. Sorry, guys. Now, I don't know what to do with the expedition leader. I did spell that right? XPE. There we go. I'll be honest, that's not something that would ring in my memory at all. I did once have a fort that was 6 ladies and 1 male dwarf, and we decided to make it an Amazon fortress after that because all the ladies wanted to master a skill and the guy didn't care about fighting and just wanted to practice art. Which was interesting. So we made an Amazon fortress and the ladies took over. That was fun. Everybody busy. There we go. I just want to get through the aquifer. Oh, shit. Well, to those of you who like sand, apparently we have sand on this map. Great. Just do the mining, please. It's coarse and it gets everywhere? Is that why? Oh, this side doesn't have an aquifer. Am I, like, literally on the edge of an aquifer? Or is this going to be a really deep aquifer? This may end up being a really deep aquifer. Although that is good to know. I could just put a well right there. Not only do we have sand, we have red sand and white sand. We have multicolored sand. Also, I've never tried this. You can, in fact, collect sand from a staircase. That's useful information. Now it looks like a flag. You know, the actual easier way to do this would just be to build over the entire thing, but... Generating your own divine generator by now. Generating your own divine name generator right now by hand. What do you mean you're generating your own divine name generator by hand? Are you, like, writing down a bunch of possible options and, like, figuring out what your divine name would be? Kind of looked like the Poland flag, yeah. It's a flag of Sandonia. Uh-huh. I mean, I would have had to dig up one more line of blocks for it to quite be the Polish flag. Oh, shit. I'm excited. If this is actually what we're going to be getting, this is going to be a really cool looking fort. We've got adventuring. We've got jet. Got more adventuring. Seems like we're getting through all of the construction. Why not? Of course we should do a glass industry. Since there's sand, you might as well. I'm also going to build a new front door. This is going to be kind of the awkward side door of the fort. I think the front door is actually going to end up being over here somewhere. I don't think I'm going to be able to dig into here anywhere. What other animals are on the map? Carps, hippos, and gazelles. I think probably what I'll do is build a little box around this and not worry about it too much. Although I do need to go up to here and pasture all my animals up top so that they don't starve to death. Oh, man, that's... Wait. They're pastured somewhere. I'm just wondering if there's visible zones. Because sometimes these things have visible zones. But no, they don't. Still storing items in stockpiles. Get a squad to wander in and repasture them? I mean, I think probably the plan is... So, we've got these first few rooms, right? I could just try and cage trap the first few. And just be clever with locking doors. Because they are just gonna fight me. Like, there are normal goblins in here, right? But for every normal goblin, there's a good few of these, like, purple guys. These guys. And these guys are gonna be tough to fight. So I need to build up squads and a bit of a military before we go in there. Unless I just use, you know... Let's pop one further down and see what's down there. Are creepy crawlies vermin? They're evil biome vermin, aren't they? I don't know why the music's so intense right now, but here we are. This is gonna be an underground pit mine. I'm just gonna dig it down a layer, dig it down a layer, dig it down a layer. And I will use this to get resources. And maybe also dig out these upper layers. Kinda don't like those corners, they look a little sharp. And let's see what we find. That's a satisfying circle. What do you think, chat? Well, I'm certainly not going to give it away now, so might as well take it away. Not symmetric. Your eyes? It's okay. Your eyes will survive. I mean, it's kind of hard to make, what? 6 symmetric? So... it's very much an oblong, yeah. It's an egg. Kind of looks like Caillou's face. You just kind of do a little hair thing up here. Look at all. I mean, it's going to be even less symmetrical now because we're still in the aquifer. So, don't worry. Your symmetry is even more ruined than it was previously. I think you are just going to make tables and thrones out of self-right until I run out. Except I'm going to go here. I'm going to remove stone from this stockpile now. Sorry, stone, but you no longer have your own stockpile. I'm also going to go up to these adventuring clusters and auto-mine them. Because I'm going to encrust those tables. You just... Meanwhile, YouTube chat. I just found a concerning number of reindeer skeletons in a tree. I have a question to everybody. How many reindeer skeletons need to be in a tree before you get concerned? Like, what number of reindeer skeletons in a tree is concerning? I mean, I was thinking that exact same thing, Hog Jockey. Santa, no! Santa was hitting the eggnog too hard before he left, I think. The important question isn't how did they, like, where'd they come from? The important question is how did they get there? Like, what scared them up the tree in the first place? I mean, obviously they starved to death in the tree, but... Santa missed the chimney. It's the sequel to or maybe the prequel to Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. That's what happens. That's what happens when you forget to change Rudolph's nose so that you have your headlights. I just figure it's like a, a screw-on clown nose, Okay, so now I'm going to be annoyingly specific. I'm going to make a jeweler's shop out of conglomerate, sure. I'm going to make a stockpile around the jeweler's shop. And this is going to be for tables and thrones. I said I wanted a fancy centerpiece to this fortress, which I'm starting off with. We do have a decent amount of food, so I got time to kill. Speaking of time to kill, because we started in late fall, it might be a while before we get like a large number of dwarves. So I'm not too worried about progressing this fort a little bit slowly. And then I'm going to go up to here and remove tables and thrones. Although I do need to go back in there and then allow make sure the right materials are allowed. Yes, there. And then we're just going to cut gems and encrust these. I'm also just going to dig these out as well. You woke up. What happened while you was gone? Chat, what happened while they was gone? I don't know when you left, so. Yeah, I think my response if I found a dead reindeer, a reindeer skeleton in a tree would be either to call wildlife control, the police, or check the calendar and make sure it wasn't Halloween, because maybe they're made of plastic. Also, another thing I should do, just to make this easier, let's cut that down. Give me a little bit more leeway in case baddies show up. Never mind. I thought I had more than that, but I don't. Did I not erase you? I did not. Oh, we'll just start making jet blocks. That's fine. You know, I don't believe I've ever seen that happen before. We're cutting gems, and you made an adventuring earring. Like, I know that that can happen. I know we have no reindeer in Canada. Oh, actually, that's not totally true. There are domestic reindeer in Canada. Some people farm reindeer here. But yeah, we have no wild reindeer in Canada. Yeah, I'm aware of this. Like, basically what happens is when they make a large gem, there is a chance they also make a, so there's a percent chance you get a large gem, but there's also a percent chance you get gem jewelry. And I know they do that. I just don't think I've ever actually witnessed it, like, happen in real time. So that's kind of cool to see. I just kind of want to mine out these adventurines, but we're going to have to build this back in because otherwise it's going to slowly start flooding. Also, when did I say that Canada had reindeer? I guess that's just random factoid being plopped into the chats. That's fine. I don't recall saying that we had them. Blocks. Pause game. Pause game. Out of jet. Get to it. I'm also going to put rough gems into this stockpile. There is also naturally occurring conglomerate here. So also, Stone, out of curiosity, what is the name of your Godspeak name? Someone come haul that gem, please. Thanks. I know very little about Korean. Just as a language. I can tell if somebody's speaking Korean, but that's about the extent of knowledge I have of Korean. One is a strange. So to see a reindeer skeleton in a tree, one is a strange occurrence, and the other one is deliberate. Well, I'll tell you this. This is a similar occurrence, which could be attributed to some weird, grimdark, horrifying nightmare, but could also just be incredibly mundane, which I actually think is the reality, most likely, guaranteed. And the very mundane, also potentially horrifying, grim reality is yesterday. In the morning when I went and got coffee before I turned the stream on, because I actually walked to the coffee shop yesterday morning because I wanted to go for a walk in the morning because it was nice out. I counted not one, not two, but 12 umbrellas in random places. There was 2 in one tree, in fact. There was one on top of a car, open and broken. There was one in the middle of the road, and there was one in a bunch in a shrub, a rather large shrub. Is this like a curse from an evil elder god that is punishing us for our littering? Possibly. Is it more likely the fact that it was extremely windy the day before? Yes. But I choose to prefer to imagine that it's an evil elder god that, is punishing us for something. I also, maybe found a free umbrella because it wasn't broken. And I was like, oh, cool. So I now have 2 umbrellas. That's just umbrellas thriving in their natural habitat. Well, I thought it was like the umbrella kite convention where they're all cosplaying as kites. It's the other possibility. Okay, so I do have 5 beds. Which I'm actually going to be kind of not mean to my dwarves for once at the start here. Oh no, I shouldn't do that. Should be a wee bit more specific. Actually, I got a better way to do this. So do you remember that technique for coffins I've been using that people seem to like? What if I use it for bedrooms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Because this is totally better than, forcing these poor dwarves to just sleep in a dormitory. It gives them some semblance or imaginary concept of privacy. Maybe not very effective, but... This is a Dwarf Fortress capsule hotel, is what this is. That is what this is. I'm building a Dwarf Fortress capsule hotel. Or like a winter camp, like going snow camping. The problem is this dwarf is stuck. Which is going to take a little bit for them to sort, but they'll sort it. They just need to, build the top. So someone just... Of course, this is the last one they're going to build, too. We're just going to leave Bim down here. They obviously don't like Bim. Because Bim, got together with Adil, right? Like, the rest of them are just kind of like, man, the only eligible lady around. And Bim just went and took her. Like, come on. And she's just, humiliated at the lack of chairs. So she's, preoccupied. And he's just, down here kind of upset. I frankly, they still left him. There they go. They're coming to finally fix it. They do every single other trench I dug with the exception of this one. There you go. He's been let out now. I don't know why I'm so amused by this, but I really am. I'm truly very amused by that. Bim! Where's the chairs? Yeah. Yep, no, pretty much. Gotta have priorities, glorious evening. Hello, Eroda. If the dragon crashes this fort, it will still be tame. Or trained, rather. That would be cool, though. Because then I could just be like, go fight the monsters in the weird funny hole. Problem. Murder plots are starting? Well, power struggles, maybe. Is this a Vim joke, Saturn? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I think in the case of B-Lug, that was a legitimate typo, but may have also not been? I don't know. Also, YouTube chat, we're almost at 200 likes. Actually, did I say 200 likes? We're almost at 200 views. Which means about 100 of you approximately haven't liked the stream yet. Should hit that like button. It's only at 93. We can get it up to 100. Let's do it. The thing is, though, B-Lug is probably actively typing in Vim, knowing B-Lug. So it probably was a typo, but probably a legitimate one. Yes, I am. See, told you. So it was a force of habit. More so than a typo. Funny Hole would have been a good fortress name. Headpunch isn't a good fortress name? Tisk. And here I thought Headpunch would be sufficient. All right, so we've got a meeting zone now. Let's place one over here. And this is going to be set up as our tavern. The Earth and Harvests. It's not going to allow visitors. That's actually a good name for a tavern, too. We just over here making blocks. Although I should go up to here and say, hey, please just stop putting blocks in this stockpile. It doesn't make sense anymore. Actually, just don't put bars or blocks in that stockpile, please. And it starts there and goes to there. Okay, so let's go here. That's not the tool I wanted. Perfect. No, we were talking about Bim. So Bim, who I'm going to give a nickname here. Bim is Loverboy. We embarked, and the Embark had 7 dwarves, as it does, and only one of them was a lady. And 3 dwarves have been claimed and named by viewers. And Bim here, well, decided that he was going to go ask Adil, the one eligible bachelorette, out. And so now we've got this funny little, I don't know, inside joke, sort of, I guess, about how they're all ignoring Bim. Because when we were building our bedrooms, Bim went down and constructed the lower stair after constructing the floor, but hadn't constructed the upper stair yet. And the last thing the other dwarves did was construct the upper stair to let him out. So as far as I'm concerned, they left him in a hole for a week. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, Adil, was just up at the top here and or on top of the fortress, up in the stockpile, complaining about the lack of drinks or cups. So as far as I'm concerned, it's funny interaction. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it much more than that. Crust furniture with cut gems. Shall we begin? But yeah, I found this amusing. That's basically where the whole tale ends. Nope. Nope, this is not an anecdote about somebody that I knew called Bim. This is a dwarf who I just met. Named Bim. Who's now Loverboy. It'll be even funnier if he starts getting into arguments with others. Although he does worship the less popular god. God of Jewels. It's also over here encrusting all our tables. Well, I've never met somebody named Bim before, so if that's a name that humans have, it's not one I've encountered in the wild. But I don't know, people name themselves random strings of numbers these days, so who knows? You know a Bim? Is that short? Is it short for something, or is it literally their whole name? These are awful bedrooms, but we're trucking with it for right now. Can also go up to here. Get rid of this. That office can also move down to here. Here's my manager. Also going to make them into my bookkeeper. Havoc's over there socializing. We're up to adequate gem cutting and gem setting. And let's get some chairs in. And some tables. I really hope this looks as good as it does in my mind's eye, because that is in fact still a thing. Napalm would like to be a dwarf, chat. Does Napalm get a dwarf? Yes or no? It doesn't get used a lot, but it is most certainly a thing. Is Napalm the lover? The other half of this funny story of love? Is that who Napalm gets? I mean, yes, the bully in Back to the Future's name was Biff, but Biff is also not a real person. Same with Bim. So I don't know if that's necessarily a, you know. You wish you lived in a hole in the ground? Well, get digging. You know, most things that are Linux text editors or Linux-related things are also cross-platform. It tends to happen that way. I really like that color. Pink and blue. I think that looks really nice. I think it looks really nice. Quite happy with it. May's got a nickname now already. All right, well, you're getting Adil, which is the next best thing. Now you can dump Bim, which is even better. Let's call you Napalm. She is comfortable around others that are different from herself. She is prone to strong feelings of lust and is a pessimist. She is slow to anger and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She can handle stress, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She is moved by art and natural beauty, And she is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She tends to consider what others think of her and often feels envious of others and has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values loyalty. Oh, well, now you're not going to dump him. And, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, which is why you didn't let Bim out of the hole, I presume. She likes native platinum, sterling silver, and sapphire, avocado wood, and white giant saltwater crocodile bone. Brown nuclear spider silk, statues, and yaks for their shaggy hair. The sound of the tulip is sparkling and when possible prefers to consume prickleberry wine, cow's milk, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Her somewhat narrow cobalt eyes have very large irises, and her lips are thick. Her extremely narrow, splayed-out ears have nearly fused lobes. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her ears are somewhat tall. Her hair is amber, and her skin bee brown. Why use dump bin when we can use dump bim? Yes. I'll pretend that I comprehended that sentence. And, you know a lot of music and poetry. Wreck and the Ash, okay, is a musical composition authored by Cole. It is an example of the laces of silk, the laces of silk, and the work has no particular subject, and the composition is atrocious. Well, that's good. And he sang Alliance is a musical composition authored by Votak. It concerns the lances of... It's an example of the laces of silk. The work has no particular subject, and overall, it is great. Well, at least that one's good. Vulgarities and nobody mourns there. It's a poem authored by Snemos Naglosoplaxen. It is an example of the dear waviness. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is has a very serious tone. Overall, the poetry is masterful. Wait, we see fears? The Frog in Glee. Battle. There's a poem just called Battle by Iki Yararamepi. It is an example of the blossom of cacti. And the work has no particular subject. The writing conveys a moral lesson regarding the nuances of martial prowess. The writing could only have been produced by a merciful spirit. Overall, the poetry is not awful, but not very good either. I think, I gave this dwarf some speaking skills, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Which is why they know all this. Or isn't We Sang Fear? Because that was a choreography, I think? Yeah, We Sang Fears. It's a choreography authored by Dastot. It concerns it is an example of the quintessence of lathering. It has no particular subject, and it is masterful. Well, at least it's very good choreography. Arthur E. King, what Dwarfith do you vanteth? Well, pick from the list. We're running out. Actually, can you even pick? Yeah, you can. You can have Dedok, the wood-cutting stone dwarf, a stone worker, or the expedition leader. Hello, Celesty. Guess what we have in this fort? Not the leader. Dedok it be, then. We have amethyst people on this map. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment, is greatly moved by our natural beauty and is troubled by this. Since he dislikes the natural world, is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, intends to avoid crowns and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. And he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but doesn't really care much for bad weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally dislikes cooperation and respects power and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. He does not care about family one way or another and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes gypsum plaster and iron, as well as sapphire, durian wood, and giant chinchilla bone. The color indigo, scepters, and llamas for their wool, and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible, prefers to consume giant nautilus and dwarven rum. And dwarven wheat flour, and can't stand leeches. He has a broad body made, and his slightly wide-set heliotrope eyes have large irises. Worships Burr, and is a member of the sect of Amethyst. Welcome to the fortress. As far as the Amethyst people, they're technically tame, which is fascinating to me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to force them to do things, but fuck me, I'm gonna try. Like, if I can make the Amethyst people wear clothes. Actually, I wonder if doing this would make Amethyst people playable in adventure mode. I wonder. I mean, sitting in a bucket of ice would be a butt cold. YouTube chat thinks that BIM sounds like a file extension. I don't disagree with that. BIM hangs out with GIF, that's for sure. Yeah, well, I can tell you for a fact they're not unfriendly to me. The tame animals. So they are friendly. So these fierce cavern bears, as well as the fierce leopards, cavern leopards, are all tame. The other option for places that we could settle had mudmen and magma men, but this one just has the two amethyst peoples. Do I have any tame bunnies? Thankfully not. They're just as bad as cavies. All right. We got beds. Got a tavern. The dwarves are all reciting poetry. Just gonna make a real quick... Actually, I'm gonna get rid of one of these because I don't actually need two of them. I'm also gonna go up here and get rid of this. And we'll keep you. And I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna make a craft store shop. I am immediately regretting opening that door because it was like kind of dark outside. So I was like, oh, I can open up the blinds a bit. Nope, sun came out. So you can only catch unique bunnies by sneaking up on them? This is not a Dwarf Fortress thing, so I'm confused. I don't know. I almost hit a bunny on my bicycle once because it just stood in the middle of the pathway and saw me coming and stopped moving. So... I don't know. I don't even think you need to sneak up on them. I think you just need to walk up to them and act confident. And they'll just be like, "That!" And then you just eat them. They don't seem like the brightest creatures. That was my best bunny rabbit impression, by the way. Did I do a good job? That would be why I don't recognize the very unique piece of humor that you were prescribing upon me. Thankfully, as an enjoyer of unique senses of humor, I respect it, though. So what, like 1996? How did I see what would be there when I settled? I skipped the prepare carefully setting, and then just do this and quit without saving. Because the game doesn't save when you start the fort. It saves one season in. Unless, I think you can still enable that in the settings, though, where it just saves immediately. But I never enable that, so I can use it as like a site preview. It takes a couple minutes to get back in and out, but YouTube asked. It was working hard against the bunny impressions. I mean, yeah, I have my friend goes hunting during hunting season every year, and he had a similar thing happen, except he accidentally stepped on a bunny and crushed it. He was sneaking through the forest, as you do, and then suddenly just heard a really loud screeching sound and was like, what the fuck? Said it was I asked him what the scariest thing that happened while he was out, and he was like, I stepped on a bunny rabbit. I'm like, how? Which, also, having heard dying rabbits in the wild before while camping, you know, they do sound like a dying banshee. Sometimes you step on a bunny. I mean, as long as you ask the bunny first, I guess. Oh. Look at that contemplative soul. Okay, so I need to make... Okay, so I've seen a lot of animals. They tend to show up over here and then walk down here. I'm gonna make like 5 cage traps. And rock mechanisms, we'll do 10, that's fine. We're gonna just set up a line of them, like right here. Because they keep walking this way, so we might as well. And I wouldn't mind, you know, catching some giant tortoises. Because that would make some pretty good hearty soup, I think. I hope you guys are okay with a little bit of a slow start on this fort. Screwed up and made some sulfurite blocks. Oh well. But this fort's just going to have a slow start regardless of what I do. Because we started, I don't know how many of you play forts in the same world every time, but we started in the fall, which means we're not going to get migrants until, like, summer, at minimum. So it's going to be a while before we get the first traders and a while before we start getting real migrants. Set weird restrictions for yourself, NJ. I mean... I try and just do something a little bit different. I mean, chat always... It's actually kind of funny to me because I can definitely see trends that chat is interested in and things chat wants to do. Like when... And this is the reason I didn't select the Embark site on stream today. I had kind of an idea of what I wanted to do before I started. And that was because last night I was going to select the Embark site on stream. But I just so that the first 3 hours wasn't like figuring out where we're going to settle. But I decided to not do that. And the reason I didn't do that was it became pretty clear that chat either wanted a volcano or an ocean or a big mountain. And I'm just like, well, there's a lot more options than that. Sometimes chat's like weirdly obsessed with waterfalls for like months on end, which honestly, I get it. I understand the feeling. So because it's pretty clear that chat has a thing that they want to see, I kind of went, well, I want to do something more interesting. So I went and tried to figure something that was different. Also, chat wants everybody to be a Gelder, and cheese is the only product that's produced or consumed ever, right? And I don't think that's a bad thing that chat gets stuck on trends, but if you find yourself being caught on a trend, just try to do something completely different. If your concern is that you build the same way every time, Try and build somewhere where you wouldn't normally build in a way you wouldn't normally build. If you are only producing one thing and selling it, basically, like, challenge is a bad word to use because it's not accurate. Theme forts. So focus on a particular industry that you haven't done in a while. You know, like, try and mess with a system that you don't understand super well. Try and interact with a faction differently than you normally would. Maybe you're always at war with elves. Okay, try and build a fort about never pissing off the elves. Maybe you're always at war with the goblins. Okay, well, maybe settle as a faction that's at war with dwarves and humans. Because it is quite a bit different, right? I mean, try and build a zoo is the, like, one of the classic ones, generally. I'm kind of tempted right now to just harvest stuff from the surface instead of worrying too much about farming for the time being. To be a super garden. What's a super garden? Is that a garden that only grows superfoods like kale? Would be Armok's Ark. Arkmok. You know, I like growing surface plants because they're kind of fun to grow. Like, they're a fun thing to be specific about. Let's also start making rock pot. And just say, let's do 25 rock pots. Noto Casa, thank you very much for the tier 1 for 21 months. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I only get to do this job because people keep the channel funded, so thanks for participating. And helping me pay my bills. I appreciate you. You know, I would honestly be willing to argue that obtaining 2 of every animal is impossible. Because there are hundreds. Many of them are not trainable at all. Like, not even remotely. You would have to mod your game to make porcelain thrones, because porcelain furniture isn't a default thing. You can make porcelain statues of thrones. These are going to be some expensive-ass tables. Or at least maybe go for every animal that is capable, that you're capable of getting. Something I like doing is settling on an ocean and then trying to build a fortress in the ocean, but do that in an ocean that doesn't freeze. So go find a very warm ocean and try and complete that, because that's always kind of a fun puzzle to figure out, especially the first time. Cougars are untrainable? I'm pretty convinced I've had pet cougars in Dwarf before. What? Maybe, like, not war trainable. But I'm pretty sure they're trainable. You know, speaking of that joke, there's a sign at a place I've been hiking before that says, "Warning, cougars in area, especially dangerous to single men traveling alone." And every time I see it, I chuckle to myself. Mermaids are animals, or what's the word? Intelligent creatures, so they are exactly the same as any other intelligent wilderness creature that you find. So they're the same as, like, I don't know, any animal man variant that wanders around on the surface. Really? Where? Orc with a bow. Castrel North, thank you very much for the raid. That was your strum today. Mermaids are, I will say what I said previously, man-eating tapir. Mermaids are exactly the same as every other intelligent animal creature. Intelligent animal creatures do not have any kind of society. They just simply exist and wander around at random. Sometimes they join societies, but they do not found any of their own. They are identical to every other intelligent wilderness creature. Technically, gremlins are more intelligent. And gnomes are less intelligent. Because gnomes can't learn to speak, YouTube chat. Gremlins can do a lot more. By default. Excuse me. Yeah, they can appear, well, mermaids wouldn't be able to appear in your tavern unless somehow you managed to make a tavern underwater. Because mermaids would die of... I guess, like, there's a theoretical world-gen possibility that if somebody kills a mermaid and resurrects them as intelligent undead, then they could show up as part of, like, thieves or something. But I don't think I've certainly never seen that. Although, I think my head might explode if I did. That would be wild. I'm giving you ideas? Well, good luck. Have fun. Or give them vampire's blood underwater. Once again, good luck. You do know that, like, I had a Gremlin Baron not too long ago, and also a Gremlin Captain of the Guard not too long ago. Winky face. So if you're playing along with that, then yeah, we've done that. If you're telling me that, then yeah, we know. Also, Gremlin for Mayor is a meme that was started in this chat! True story. In like 2018 or something. I'm sure everybody's out gathering plants or something else. Just gonna get rid of the rock blocks job. Keep that going. Keep that going. Keep that going. You'd vote for Owlbear? I mean, there's worse things you could vote for. What are we mining right now? Ah. Is it weird that when people say Owlbear, I just think of the game developer Owlbear Studios? They're the people who made Wreckfest. Now I wonder, what the fuck have they done since? Has Owlbear done anything since Wreckfest? I mean, they also... Oh, they're part of THQ, so they're probably dead and gone. Yeah. I mean, they also made some other racing games before that, but that was 2018 that game came out. I always confuse Wreckfest now with Recreation 2, which is a different driving game. Wreckfest 2 is coming? Or are they working on one? Oh, there you go. That's cool. Wreckfest was fun. I actually quite enjoyed that game. I streamed a bit of it. I bought it for like $2 when it was called Next Car Game and the studio was dead and the game was dead. And I drove around in that physics sandbox. I was like, well, this is cool. Anyways. Yeah, you should probably feed your kid. That's probably important, Kestrel. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. Plump helmets spawn all over the chairs, but hey. I love that you're updating stockpile records without actually having a table or a chair built yet. That's just funny to me. I'm also going to set the most of the gather plants jobs to a much lower priority. Got everything defaulting to 1 too often. Need to do that less. I'm also going to pause both of these. Need to get these plants gathered. Carrying alfalfa. Lettuce leaf. You know, I think it's interesting. They can carry multiple plants at a time, but only multiple plants at a time. It does make me agree more that they should be able to carry multiple body parts at a time into a coffin. Especially like teeth or clothing. Because they're able to do it with plants, but like nothing else. Glacier forts glacier forts with no farm? So you just be collecting food from the caverns then? Pascal on YouTube chat? Doesn't seem too bad. Wait, what happened, Vid? How do you catch a gremlin? I can't remember. I don't think I've made a tutorial on it. Basically, you have to knock them into a cage trap. The easiest way to catch a gremlin is to build a little wall around a little square opening like this, and then the center wall, you put a support, and then you build a ramp next to the support outside of the wall, and the ramp, you put a floor on top of the support. And then in the ones around it, you place cage traps and then a lever on the outside and then a door right there and then the wall on the outside. And then when they pull the lever, it drops the one piece of floor, one tile straight down and makes a bunch of dust go everywhere and usually makes the gremlin land in a trap. That's how you catch a gremlin. Because all they do is pull lever. They must pull lever. As far as I can tell, they still complete their mood. Yes, they still complete their mood if they've already claimed the item. However, if you forbid the workshop, they go insane immediately. You have to forbid the item before they claim it, if you want them to not use something. Once they've claimed it and it's in the workshop, it's too late. I'm just going to delete this so that you can go do other things, because this needs to be finished, and you're clearly taking too long to finish that task. Oh, and they didn't use it. Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, if it's already in the workshop, they will use it. Or at least I was always under the impression that they would. But I've never tried doing it after they start the construction, now that you mention it. I don't know. Yeah, it's not something I've ever tried. Yeah, and I'm very happy I found a jet in another place. This is the second fortress now in this world that I've had jet, and I'm pretty happy about this, actually. That seems like a pretty good way in and out. I'll just suspend this one for right now, so that they don't lock themselves inside by mistake. I also think this would look nice right here. This could be a little tower eventually. Let's just do 4 match covers. Jet is a character from a Sonic game. I mean, I would say that that's false. They've never made a good Sonic game, but they've absolutely made Sonic games that people like. That doesn't make it, you know, a good game. I like plenty of bad games. It's okay to like bad games. Like, Sonic is the game that you give to a child who doesn't know what good video games are, so that they can think that they're doing something cool. I mean, my favorite Sonic game is Sonic Spinball, so, you know, I'm not really one to talk. No, none of those are good. Sonic 2, it's not great. There's better platformers from the era. Sonic is iconic. I don't think Sonic has ever been a particularly good video game franchise. Even the games that people like, that people say are good, if you compare them to other platformers, they're kind of like the original Endless Runners to a point. Like, yeah, there's different routes and things you can do, but, like, they're not great games. Would no migration be boring? So, I don't understand why people think it's interesting. I'll tell you this. It can be interesting, no migration forts. Like, trying to manage couples and all that, and the interpersonal relationships between dwarves. That can be interesting. I will never do it. If you want to try, I know people enjoy it, but I will never do it. And there's a very simple reason why I will never do it. Chat gets bored of a fort usually. Well, not everybody, but people start to get visibly bored of a fortress that I'm playing after about 12 streams. Like, it's pretty rare for me to stream a fort more than 10 times. Because the numbers get worse. People stop tuning in. No migration forts are even slower than that by an order of magnitude. Last longer than that. And so thus, that slope is even quicker. And because of their design, they are inherently very long term. While they can be interesting mechanically, personally, I find them quite boring to play. I've done forts with no migration before. In fact, I did one for about 400 years. I will never stream one again because I think it's bad content. It's that simple. Because, like, what ends up happening with no migration forts is the whole fort's automated, and it's a matter of checking individual dwarves' moods and micromanaging moods, which I don't think is good content. I don't. I really don't think it's great content. I think it's very uninteresting to watch. To give you an idea, one of my most popular videos that I've made is the 10 years of COG video where I just followed COG around. That video, those streams before I made that video were actually performed pretty terribly towards the end. And there was a few people in chat who were like, that was a neat experiment, but got kind of boring for streaming. I think that fort was way more interesting than a no migration fort, personally, gameplay-wise. So I don't know. I mean, it's the sort of thing that, like, I think works really well if you have kids and just set your frame rate really low and check it and play it like an idle game. I think then no migration forts work. But I'm going to be honest and just say I think they're kind of boring to play. Oh, trust me. Like, there's good things about... Back to Sonic games. There's good things about Sonic games. I just don't think Sonic games are good. There's kind of... It's kind of this... If this, then that thing. Like, there's good music in Sonic games, for sure. No, I totally agree with that. 100%. There's great music in Sonic games. But the gameplay of Sonic games, I don't think is very good. I know people like Sonic games, but they're like, Sonic games are the pod racing sequence of video games. Is it entertaining? Certainly. Does it make the film good? I mean, there was no saving it. That's it. I mean, I wouldn't even make it into a YouTube video, Sir Fox. Because I kind of already did that with 10 years of COG. Like, when it comes to no migration forts, you're kind of removing what is interesting about Dwarf Fortress to me, anyway. What's interesting to Dwarf Fortress about Dwarf Fortress to me is the variety and taking risks. That's what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. Dwarf Fortress gets boring when you stop taking risks and play safely. And because of the way no migration forts work, you have to play safely. Like, you basically have to. You're kind of stuck. Like, if a dwarf dies, that is incredibly detrimental to the possible future of your fort. If you think that's interesting and exciting, then go nuts. I would rather, like, throw 25 dwarves at 200 goblins and see who wins. I like playing a little bit fast and loose with my forts because that's way more entertaining to me. That's quite literally more fun. Locking the front door and ignoring every siege, because you kind of have to do that, because if a dwarf starts getting haggard, then that's going to fuck your fort up long term. And most of my forts last maybe 20 years, maybe 30 on the longer end, because that's usually when chat literally stops tuning in. Like, my view count goes from like 250 down to like 140 as I've been playing a fort for that long. Like, that's about how long you're talking to get a couple together, get them to have some kids, and get a new generation up and running. That's one generation, really. So you're talking really large numbers of hours. The last fort that I would kind of consider a no migration fort that I did was Long Death. We made it through 6 generations. It took me almost 2,000 hours in game time. And it took me about 2.5 years, real time, to get that far. I never want to do that again. There is nothing appealing about that to me anymore. By the end of it, the streams were, and I know I do this a lot anyway, literally just this, me talking for hours on end and nothing happening for the entirety of it. In-game. Nothing happened. Literally nothing. Like, we would trade. That was the most exciting thing that would happen in that fort by the end of it. I have no interest in doing that again. So, you know, if that's something that interests you, then go nuts. Try it. Let me know how it goes. And if you have any cool stories or interactions, I'd love to hear about them. For me, it's not something I'm interested in doing. I don't even know if that was the question, if it's something I would be interested in doing, but... So this is going to be for catching animals. What do we have right now? Wild boar, hippos. Hope we get another line of tortoises. I'm also going to go right here. And just build a little drawbridge across here. And then set this as the high priority way across. War hippos aren't a thing. They're quite a good, like, livestock, though. They require a lot of grazing space. however. Right now, I'd probably just butcher them if I got one in a cage. They also murder your dwarves. They're pretty dangerous. Well, I'll tell you this, man-eating tapir. Go train a hippo to do anything but eat you. Hippos are like any other large animal in Dwarf. If you lock them in a room with the enemy, they'll fight, probably. But you can't assign them as a war creature. I think like people presume that animals won't fight with anything unless you have them assigned as a war creature. It just means you can't send them off map to go attack things. But within your fort, like if you have a bunch of tame hippos at the bottom of a hole and you drop an enemy goblin in there, those hippos will kill that goblin. They will kill that goblin. You just can't assign them as war animals to your soldiers. There was, oh yeah, no, I mean, I always do that. The literal second I start a new fortress, I forbid a bunch of tiles around the waterfalls so that they don't path through there unless they absolutely have to. Also, I mean, the hippos are, you know, the hippos are also there, but unrelated. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I do not want to catch the cavies. I repeat, do not want the cavies, not the cavies. No, 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 no. Leave, you useless little dweebs. Gosh. Terrible creatures. I also need to make some more brews. Hippo only knows stomp. Yeah, exactly. And munch. Stomp and munch. Munch, stomp. Basically, per hippo, or per pair of hippos, you would need about an 8x8 to a 10x10 region. They're like elephants. The problem with hippos and elephants is because they're large creatures, they also destroy the grass that they're standing on. Most grazers, like smaller grazers, like cavies, or bunny rabbits, or donkeys, medium to small animals, horses, don't destroy the grass as much as big creatures, similar to dwarves. Like they have to stand on it a lot, whereas like an elephant will destroy the grass as they eat it. So I had a field of elephants. I had like 20 or so baby elephants and a couple adult elephants, and I basically needed a whole layer of a 4x4 map to stop them from starving to death slowly. It's not Featherwood. This isn't a good biome. Stomp and Munch. We sell the hippo burger. It's got we've got an animatronic hippo mascot, and there's Tekken in the back, and 2 pinball machines. All right. Although you don't worry about those hippos. So because I settled on a mysterious dungeon, it's full of very, very unfriendly things. But you want to know the benefit of this? Is you're not supposed to be able to do this. We had to use DF hack to do this. However, there's a bunch of animals in there that have Wanley. So I have tame fierce grizzly bears, and tame fierce cavern leopards, and tame fierce cavern cougars. Whatever that means. Also, 2 amethyst people, and a singular saltwater crocodile. A scorching tropical forest, I think. You just need to be in a tropical area that's really hot to get hippos. This area also gets rhinos and giant tortoises periodically. Then go bed, Bastet. You should stop telling me that. You make me feel sleepy. Or you make me think that I'm doing a bad job of streaming because I'm making you sleepy. Why must you make me feel this way? The fiercest cavern cougar. The Fierce Cavern Cougars sounds like a punk rock band. What are they talking about? Reciting poetry. The Plains and Vandals is a example of the hug of lips. Sounds like a dirty joke, game. Do tell all about these hugging lips. Anyway, the writing is stunningly self-indulgent. Overall, the poetry is not awful, but not very good either. I guess they're talking about smut. Oops, I bumped a button and it closed. The hug of lips is a poetic narrative concerning family, originating in the Low Nightmare. The rules of the form are applied to poets to produce individual poems, which can be recited. Very self-indulgent. The hug of lips, yeah. Yeah. That or it's about eating. BRB, gotta go hug my lunch. Let's brew some drink. So, chat, you gotta tell me periodically to check my traps. Actually, no, I shouldn't put that there. I should instead just go here. Make a stockpile for mugs. Goblets it is. Oh, also quality level. And go up to here and say, quit it. Quit putting those up here. We don't need those. Let's also not put drink. Then down here. Can make stockpile for a drink. What can you do with a caged minotaur? Put it in a zoo. Punch it to death. Use it as target practice. Keep it in the cage and forget you have it, and then 6 hours later you go, oh shit, where did I get? Oh right, yeah, we got a minotaur, didn't we? Yeah. Build it a maze. Lock it inside. Put naked enemies into it and laugh maniacally. That's what I would do. If only a domestic amethyst man could do work. I have a feeling all I'll be able to do is put them in a livestock pen, right? So there's only one left. Do I have any mods in chat right now? Also, Dung Runner, I saw your name a little while ago during the interview question submission. I've got to ask, where did that name come from? Why are you a poop runner? Actually, this is Bone Dolphin 2, because the other one died. To a dragon, nonetheless. You're still playing with the divine. Do you know how to disable the Dwarf Redemptions, or should I? He is given to rough and tumble brawling, and even to the point of starting fights for no reason. Fine. How did you end up in charge? Okay. Even to the point of starting fights for no reason. He feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He could be considered rude, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has a sense of duty, and he still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. He has a greedy streak, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and Likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Funny poo-poo. Got it. Okay. He's like Blade Runner. Sure. All right, I'll do it on my own then. Because people are in ads anyway at the moment. Do. Good timing, actually. Because I'm not sure when the... I mean, we're in late spring. We may get a migrant wave this summer, we might not. Donation goal ends in 3 minutes. Yeah, I'll restart it when it ends. Also, it's not really a donation goal because you're not donating. Donating implies it's tax deductible. It's a tip. A tip goal. And as I said, it's mostly just there to, here, I'll just restart it now. It's mostly just there to tell YouTube that I'm trying to make you money. Please tell people to watch stream because I'm trying to make YouTube money. That's all. Or a tree hugger and a brawler. Yeah, he has a sense of duty, and though he still views loyalty in a dim light. Maybe a BIM light. And he, at least in the abstract, he has a greedy streak and he prefers to present himself modestly. I really wonder how this dwarf ended up in charge. Often greets others with a hug and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views loyalty unfavorably. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. He likes cinnabar, iron, and live in opal, as well as cockatiel leather in the color cardinal. Bucklers, goblets, and giant orcas for their great jumps. Wow. The words of the amethyst of iron and the sound of the laces of silk. When possible, prefers to consume giant oriole and foxtail millet beer. His very long beard is neatly combed. He obviously has no kills. He's a member of the Order of Dust, and obviously the head cave of Clobbering, which is my group. No, I've just heard rumblings and rumors that streams on YouTube perform better if you actively have a goal or a Q&A running. And because I'm not actually going to do a Q&A because my entire streams are basically a Q&A because who doesn't answer questions while streaming? What the fuck? I just set a super chat goal all the time so that YouTube goes, oh, this channel is trying to interact, so we must promote. That's all. But thanks for watching, YouTubes. Appreciate you guys. You know, almost 200 of you. Actually, slightly over 200 of you. Don't forget to hit the like button. And to the 237 here on Twitch. Appreciate you guys. Should give yourselves a round of beer as a pat on the back. Meanwhile, Havoc over here is reciting poetry now. It's a great time. Everybody's loving it. We've got Snail over here brewing some brewskis. And Adil is still in love with Loverboy. It's adorable. And I'm going to go over here and reassign this office to my expedition leader now, Bone Dolphin. I unassigned it because it seemed like he was trying to. He wants to fight. Oh, that's good. Because it seemed like he wanted to, was trying to count everything in the inventory and taking too long, and they were going to cancel the chair, so I just deleted it temporarily. It's the first time my stream is autoplayed for you? You know, a stream did that to me the other day, and I was quite annoyed and then turned off YouTube autoplay. So I'm glad you're not annoyed with it. And if you are, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. YouTube did it, not me. Do not blame me for YouTube's poor recommendations if it's not a good recommendation. If it's a good recommendation, then yay, welcome. Happy to have you. No, fair enough. I mean, plenty of people subscribe to people that they hate, specifically so that they can remind them every time that they upload a video that they hate them. I've met those people before. They're lovely. We thank them for the interaction and move on with the day and hope that they're okay and actually have things that they enjoy in life. Generally, they don't. It's quite sad. All right. Boop. And in the case of the stream that I got recommended, it was one I didn't even follow. It was some random VTuber that was squealing, so I was quite upset. I was like, what the fuck? Why am I hearing... Like, I was just sitting in this room and the TV was on because I was vacuuming, and I turned off the vacuum cleaner and I just heard, like, loud squealing, and I was like, what the shit? And I walked into the other room, I was like, that's rude. So, I disabled that feature. Instead of a haunted area having, like, blood rain, but what if the aquifer leaked goblin blood? Oh, that'd be neat. Could you imagine finding a blood aquifer? Or, like, it leaked contaminated water? That might actually be awful. Like, because then theoretically, you could have, like, an aquifer that could give a syndrome, which would be horrid. Absolutely horrid. But, you know, like, Tarn has talked in the, like, myths and magic stuff about, like, being able to be in a world that's that's, like, the back of a giant tortoise floating in space, you know, perfectly normal fantasy lore things. And if that was the case, then if you mined deep enough, eventually, instead of finding stone, you just start finding organs. So I guess it'd be similar to that. It'd be like hitting a blood vessel in the giant tortoise. Yeah, Torn likes to reference Discworld when talking about myths and magic stuff. That or people keep asking him for Discworld stuff. I'm not sure. It's one of the two. Did anybody here play that city builder where you're, like the Wandering Village when you're on the back of a giant dinosaur? Somebody in my chat got really offended at the fact that I was drilling into the back of the giant dinosaur and drinking its blood for food. I was able to make sausages out of its blood. What are you talking about? There was somebody in the YouTube comments after I uploaded that video going, "You're being mean." I'm like, it's part of the game though. I've never read Discworld, and please don't ask me to read Discworld. I don't have time to read the books I want to read, let alone the ones I kind of want to read, which is Discworld. I've also never played Xenoblade, any of them, so I'm kind of amazed I haven't hit a cavern there yet. But also, this is a pretty thick aquifer, so. I'm sure it's a great book series. I've heard good things. Oh shit, Dolomite. Ah, so not a lot of space in the Dolomite before I just hit the aquifer, it seems like. You know, I think that it might be a bit of a life hack to just bring some nice clothing right off the bat for your dwarves. I never really thought about doing that before, but in this fort, I started with 7 cloaks. Because they all get that initial very happy thought of getting to acquire an item. Like, I wonder how, like, not bad of an idea that is. It's probably not terrible. Anyway, now that I know where this is, we can keep mining down. It's just more dolomite. kind of trying to make like a semi-believable-ish cave entrance. And states that it's not a valid argument, basically. I mean, it's a bit on the nose with the allegory, but okay. Wait, debating on whether or not the gods exist? Because I will maintain that's a bit of an on the nose way of saying things, but maybe even more so if you got struck with lightning on the nose, but Terry Pratchett was a very, very vocal atheist. You know, it's kind of funny, like growing up, I basically never heard anything about Terry Pratchett whatsoever. As an adult, it feels like every single human being on the internet is an extraordinary mega fan and extremely well versed in everything related to Terry Pratchett, and I find it kind of interesting. Sometimes wonder why that is. Because the gods throw bricks at their houses. Remember how I said a second ago that seems like a bit of an on-the-nose allegory? I take that back. It's a through the window or on the roof allegory. Maybe a damaged wall allegory. My apologies. I'm sure they are, but I think it's interesting. That's what I was looking for. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Apparently also a deep pit. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I love me some wide open caverns. So where's the pit? Over here, I guess? We got rock salts, dolomite, obviously the plump helmets. Cool. So there's a black mamba on the map. Hey, buddy, why don't you go to my cage trap wall? Because it's far away? Okay, fine. Although I am actually going to go like right here. Plunk down a cage trap. And make some more wood in cages. And some more rock mechanisms. I'm just going to state this right now. Just because you have a dirty mind doesn't mean there's anything wrong with my sentence. It means that you have a dirty mind, plain and simple. So that's a you problem. Let's also check this. What, oh my? The best thing George Takei ever took part in was that one episode of Star Trek where he decides he's a reincarnated fencer. It's a good episode. No, they need to eat grass, actually, the cavies. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember the name of a single Star Trek episode, but it's in the original series, obviously, because it has George Takei, but I really like this like underground beach that we have here, though. Like, we've got our own little pool. We got native platinum. And not only that, this is a drainable pool. I'm 100% going to drain this down into this lower cavern layer. Innuendo D's nuts, chat. That's all I have to say. But seriously. That's awesome. Arthur's gonna go exploring the caves. Poking around at the speed of sound. Got so much more rock salt. I'd say go mine that out, but it may take them forever. So instead, I will just simply say go harvest that. Sometimes. I don't do anything 100% of the time. Tapir. I beg your pardon? Is this big enough that I've actually, like, breached multiple caverns? This might very well be big enough that we've breached multiple caverns, according to the game. Also, there's a spider silk web with a dead olm in it. Not giant, just normal cave spider silk. I need you to go fell that other tree, Arthur. Dark gnomes should only appear on evil mountains. So I think that's like correlation, not causation. That's more of like an in spite of your problem, not the cause of said problem. I think this is going to become a cavern fort, actually. So much room for activities. So the thing that I'm looking for... Oh my god. Where is the sucker on the surface? You're up here. And they're moving around a lot in there. So it's right here is directly beneath it. I wonder what the feasibility of being able to cave this whole thing in would be. But then we'd lose the animals in it, so. Look at that, though. This is like peak. This is numero uno. This is number one. This is like high-end, good cavern settling right here. I kind of specifically generate my worlds with... so there's a setting in Advanced World Gen called Cavern Openness. Krug Smash has talked about it quite a bit. Cavern openness is the average openness percentage of caverns. This is a pretty open cavern. So how do I do this? By setting my cavern openness pretty damn high. There you go. Carve that fortification first, please. It really does. I mean, there's something to be said about the super cramped, claustrophobic, tiny spaces. But personally, I much prefer the big, wide open spaces. I think they look a lot nicer. When you get around to playing again, they're harder to visualize. I'll say this. I mean, this is what this looks like in ASCII, right? I think that there's something cool about the super dense, like tight, small, cramped, claustrophobic spaces of the caverns. Because like this is more of the default setting, right? But cavern openness, I like a little bit of both, I guess. I don't make my caverns 100% open, so like there isn't a 100% chance every cavern will be like this. So I like it to be like exciting when I find them. If like Craig Smash did a fort a while ago. I can't remember which one it was. It was like pre-Steam launch, where he had cavern openness set to maximum, and it was basically just every single fort was just this big, wide, open expanse of nothing underneath them. And I think that has some appeal to it. I like maybe like 40% open caverns. I don't like to maximize them. No, it doesn't really change much for the Forgotten Beasts. It does actually make fighting the Forgotten Beasts easier, I think. Like, I don't really know what the logic was behind making the default setting to be super cramped caverns, but... Although I do actually have cavern critters disabled right now, so because this is going to be new home base, I'm going to just do this. Let's just hack some trees down here. And move our jet constructions over here. And build a little jet wall in here. Maybe this should be the entrance? This looks like an entrance to me. What do you think, chat? Actually, open question here. North, east, or south? What do you think makes the best entrance to this? Oh, they'll grow back, don't worry. South is more aesthetic with like the raised up cavern. That's also pretty cool. I mean, probably what's gonna end up happening, that could be the front door. And we could go down to here as well and seal all this off. But this over here needs to get drained. I also need to check this. Nothing's caught in the cages. But you, yeah, nothing's caught in the cages. There's a lot of different settings that determine how deep the caverns are. Like erosion and rainwater determines how deep caverns are. If the biggest pro tip for Advanced World Gen is I'm not very good with Advanced World Gen. If you go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki and you go to the page that is for Advanced World Gen specifically, and you just start skimming around through it, check there. And the reason I say that is it actually has some pretty great descriptors for what individual things do and what individual parameters do that I probably will do not a great job describing in the grand scheme of things. So I would recommend, if you want to learn about Advanced World Gen, go to the Advanced World Gen page of the wiki, and then whenever you have a question, just Control F for what you want and the parameter that you're looking for, and it'll tell you exactly what it does. It's one of the clearest, easiest to parse portions of the wiki, in my opinion. Like, I can tell you the basic things that I do, because I don't do anything fancy. But that page may actually be more helpful to you. They do grow back their cup. It just takes a while. They've absolutely done that for me. What? Narc, thank you very much for the 12 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And also, we got some migrants, which means I can re-enable the thing I disabled. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, no. Well, that's not a good sign. Well, off to a good start, I guess. It doesn't feel anything after seeing Adam's dead body. I wonder where you came from. Did they drag you or did you crawl here? And you're just immediately going to go attend a meeting. You want to go yell at somebody in charge. Well, what happened to him? Last fort didn't end super happy, shall we say. Is it bad? I kind of just want to expel him. Did I really just get, like, an injured dude and his wife? That's kind of like grim tidings, isn't it? They didn't even bring any livestock. It was just a hurt guy and his wife. All right, any volunteers? Who wants to be the doctor? Let's make Lady Doctor, because she was she's the Gelder. That is a story. No, definitely. I mean, probably these dwarves don't know what happened to Mind Arch towards the end. They probably heard news that it became the capital, and then they probably set out on their journey to get here, and these guys probably came straight here after Mind Arch, if I were to bet. I mean, he's friends with Sirius Salsa's passing acquaintance. He's met Quendelf before, and Danny. And obviously, you know, she's going to go attend a meeting, but she's probably going to go attend a meeting to, like, tell them what happened, right? Well, no, I'm making the guy's wife the doctor, because that would make some sense. That would be why she carried him all the way here. The art is in the materials and those to shape them. How about your husband's, like, life? And we're just, like, all the way down here, just, like, kind of trying to, you know, build our weird mind thing. Meeting area, hospital, sure. I will plunk a table into there. I will plunk a chest into there. I will, if I have a bed. Nope, don't have a bed. That's what they get. I mean, I could make another dwarf a doctor if you'd feel better about that. Frightened after being haunted by the dead. Excellent. Man, they've had a time, haven't they? Well, Snail is recovering the wounded, so that's good. Man, and the expedition leader is sleeping. So the reason the meeting hasn't been conducted is because the expedition leader is sleeping. So simply put, the last fort ended with about, I don't know, 100 dwarves dead in about 90 minutes and dozens of ghosts. And unrecoverable bodies. It was a time. You're really tired? Well, then get through your nappy boo and do the meeting ding thing. I can't even words today, apparently. Well, he's a rusty butcher, so hopefully he won't cut this dwarf in half, you know? Since we're here. Okay, so let's see. Will you all do doctoring jobs without? No, probably not. So let's just do this piecemeal here. I can appoint the Amethyst Men as doctors. I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, wifey, you go tend to your hubby, please. Although you probably need to be a diagnoser, actually. Okay, what tent treatment do you need? You require a crutch. And you need cleaning. Well, we have buckets. So now I can move you up to generic doctor, probably. Remind me how many stomach... You know, what's funny about that sentence is, one, that's probably the response they would give you. The second thing that I find funny about that statement is, you think they can talk? Like, truly. They probably just go. They're just like sentient crystals. Have we checked the traps recently? No, and game's paused because we're in an ad break, so now's not a bad time. Nope, nothing. Is there anything on the map at least? Yeah, so where is they? Well, the world boars. World Boar 3 is up here. What else do we have? What condition do they have? Slightly softer humming. I have a feeling that the hippos are not abiding by my traffic order. Just blinks custard colors at you. Well, wouldn't Dr. Crystal Pepsi be clear? At least, like, it would be very clear to tell what he's thinking. You know what I'm saying? And we got some aquatic gazelles over here in a puddle. Maybe it's a watering hole? The second I started making that sound effect, the ad started and it was like you were giving the ads the sound effect. That's very funny. I'm glad it worked. Arrives at the meeting, slams the expedition. I mean, these dwarves are basically like weird archaeologists, scientists that are curious about this strange, mysterious, like, slate tower in the fort, you know? Like, they're like, what is this weird structure? They're, like, exploring this, and then just, like, a mutilated, injured dwarf and his wife show up, and they're just like, we're going to get attacked. Everybody is going to die. Havoc has the right idea in YouTube chat about what this fort is like right now. I mean, although, actually, never mind. I no longer feel bad for this dwarf. His toe is broken. So, war could be coming, or he stubbed his toe. One of the two. No, I've had a stubbed toe and it's like debilitating pain. I sprained all of the toes on my right foot except for my baby toe once, and I couldn't walk for a week. So like, I get it. I mean, I could kind of hobble around on one foot or crawl, but like, we're just like making up all of this funny lore about this dwarf getting brutally injured and bringing us tidings of something nightmarish, and his injury is he hurt his toe. But no, in reality, he does have a massive jagged scar on his right foot. So anyway, it's just funny. That's all. It's just funny. So you're diagnosing now. What do you need now? Crutch required. Bone doctor, I think, is what that do. This dwarf is going to have a ridiculous history. In World Gen. Became a doctor. Stop being a doctor. Became a doctor. Stop being a doctor. Although, actually, no. Maybe you just need normal doctor now. You know what I should do? I'm not going to do this because it would be really silly. I should just give the Amethyst Men Doctor and Bone Doctor, and then just let everybody else do orderlies and run this through orderlies, but... There you go. To be fair, there was one time where you stubbed your toe so badly, the left pinky toe so badly, the tip toe literally popped off and blood ever. Oh yeah, no, like, toe injuries are no joke. I mean, they're funny, but they're no joke, you know what I mean? Okay, so I need a crutch. I do have wooden crutches, though. So they just need to decide to bring the crutch. I don't think you need surgery, but I'll make you into a surgeon temporarily and see what you do. Because right now, there's just a lot of various construction jobs that need to be done. I also need to make a temple so that this dwarf can pray to Burr. He seems like a pretty chill god, if you ask me. You stubbed your toe real bad as a kid, and it was bleeding, but you were holding together, and your mom was patching you up, and then your dad walks in and asks you, how's the bloody stump? And, and the hole in the wall where your head went is how we learned I passed out at seeing your own blood. Well, there you go. There you go. I've never I've never ended up passing out after seeing my own blood. I do pass out if I hit my knee hard enough, though. So there is a task to bring these in here. The problem is there's just too many other jobs. They need this stockpile to be full. But we're getting there. I could just, like, actually disable this as a wood stockpile because we don't need the wood here. I can also deconstruct that. But let's make 3 more beds first. That's going, Coco, and yourself. Start a new fort today. It's been pretty chill so far. We just got our first migrants, and we were making fun of the fact that one of them was injured, and then realized, or making all sorts of cool lore about the fact that one of them got injured before getting here, and then realized that he was injured because he had a sore toe.
Hey, how is the new home?
Which is really funny.
I finished moving all my belongings to my new rental.
1 second. Demon Stir, thank you very much for the raid. Mods, could I get a shout out for Demon Stir, please? Thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream was good. Hope the dwarfs were fun and everything was entertaining. Coding with Caleb, how's the new home? The new place is great. I said this the other day, and it's really weird to say out loud because I can't remember the last time I felt this way, but I think I'm happy. That's weird. I like it. I could get used to this. Glad to hear, Demon Stir.
Woo!
Meanwhile, in YouTube chat, I just lost my fort to where gophers. I'm gonna go make a world of bigger caverns now. Enjoy. Store item in location. That's probably what we need for that hospital. This is gonna end up being a cavern fort, I think. No town like Cavern Town. Cavern Town. It is a nice feeling. Like I said, I could get used to this. So I just need to keep an eye on the dwarves and see if somebody brings you a splint. Because you need another round of diagnosis and you need a crutch. Dwarves are bringing you water. You've had water. And we probably just need you to finish drinking. You know, I realize I could speed this up by just saying bring less stuff, but they're almost done anyway, so it's fine. These are rock pots, is what these are, and they're made out of jet. Rock pots are basically just a barrel, but made of rock and made at a craft store shop. Diagnosis required and crutch required. So let's make you into a diagnoser again. Because I don't feel like just assigning 4 doctors. Sometimes it's fun to make it super personal like this. Needs cleaning. Back to doctor. Someone else is probably cleaning them. Yep. Creed is. I'm also going to make them a bedroom because they are a married couple. So it's kind of fitting, really. What are you eating? Elephant head amaranth leaf. All right. Diagnosis required, crutch required, needs cleaning. Great. Taking too long. How's your doctoring skills coming along here? Dabbling. Got it. There you go. Gonna diagnose him again. Watch him die of an infection. Okay, it's just a crutch required. So I'm gonna see if Bone Doctor's right for that. And there he goes. Now has crutch. His toes smashed apart. He's been evaluated a whole bunch of times by his wife. And now he has a crutch and I presume a splint. Nope. He does have a honeybee wax ring, which he brought from the previous fort. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, no, you can make rock pots, you can make glass pots, and you can make metal pots. I'm pretty sure you can make like copper pots and stuff. You can also make metal and glass barrels. And I'm just going to get rid of this hospital. And unassign you as the chief medical dwarf. I'll go through the process again if I need to, but... I'm pretty sure that's the case, Shaku, that different were creatures are different size, which is why were elephants and were mammoths are so scary, because they're ginormous. Quality of their work, I think. Man-eating tapir. So I've got an idea of how I should build this fort. Or how I should design this fort. If I'm making a cavern fort, which is basically what I'm doing now, like that's set in stone. We're making a cavern fort. Since I'm making a cavern fort, I should just have like 4 or 5 different entry tunnels into the cavern. And then those 4 or 5 different entry tunnels are just going to be open at all times. So if you want to invade this fort, you walk into here, and then you have to enter via one of the tunnels, and then walk to where we are. What do you think? I mean, if you have liver failure, you're just a deader then, right? Or is that an aliver failure? And also, hello, King of Pudding. It's very sunny outside. Stream's been pretty good so far, although there isn't going to be a stream tomorrow for anybody who's maybe missed the memo on that. The reason there won't be a stream tomorrow is because I will be... Oh, shit, rough. There's just, like, native platinum, like, kind of everywhere in here, too. Well, that's cool. Because I won't be streaming tomorrow because I have an appointment right when I would normally be live. And I don't want to miss it. I won't be able to dig up into the mysterious place because while I haven't looked at it, I guarantee you the bottom of it is constructed walls, and you can't dig up into constructed walls because that's how those generate. Uh-oh. Riding fighter spearman. Riding? Huh. Well, I'm going to have to splat it from above. Target practice? I mean, that dwarf's going to run away in fear now. More like terror practice. I'm going to build 3 wall pieces right here. We'll just make them out of tower cap. Let's do 2 wall pieces right there. And 3 wall pieces right there. And let them get to it. And then right here, actually, I think I'll put a ramp. Let's see if they can actually get to the tower cap or if they just run away in fear when they see it. This isn't a Forgotten Beast. This is an echo of Divine Forgotten Retribution. A skunk in humanoid form. It is composed of grime and filth. Someone else may have just caught fire. It is composed of grime and filth, and it cheers without pause. Oh, that's annoying. So it's a sneaky cheerleader. Without pause. It was made by the dwarven god Autumn Sweatclashed. The prophecy of dominion, and is part with death, disease, and fortresses. War and writing. It is fitting for a skunk, yes. The dwarves just keep seeing, going, ah, and running away. Oh, that one got suspended. Let's unsuspend. Let's unsuspend. I wonder if you guys are brave enough to just build a wall piece right there. Also, if I pause, there's nothing in here, and nobody died, which is good. We're going to take those out, too. Cage it? Are they cage trappable? I don't know if they are cage trappable. Although now that I think about it, I don't know if I've ever tried. Yeah, but Unchowder plays with an ungodly number of mods, so I don't necessarily trust what Unchowder does. At least when it comes to this discussion. I could try. I mean, I'm not against the idea. And let's do this. Spooky. Don't go there, Dwarf. Right, Clue? Well, you only have 2 options. Do you want lady or dude who had the broken toe and now has a crutch? You'll take the broken toe guy? Okay. Dawned Cudgel is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. After experiencing trauma in 364, he is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, and he is with everything kept in its proper place. He is a pessimist, and he is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. And I just lost my spot because the background keeps changing. Where was I? He is quick to anger, and he generally is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He is passive in discussions, and he does not often feel lustful. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He has an active imagination. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He can handle stress, and he has little interest in joking around. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and is slow to trust others. He bites his nails when he gets bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally thinks that there's something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, respects the law and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values peace over war, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes granite. I'm opening my door. Got sun on me and it's warm. I would like some fresh air. Animals, this and this. There we go. Things look better, and now I have fresh air. Perfect. He likes... Let me know if you guys hear cars, by the way. Because there's a road, like, right there. Where was I? Likes granite, electrum, and goshenite, as well as python bone. Alligator snapping turtle shell and linen fabric, the color dark blue, backpacks and cavies for their three toes, gross, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible, prefers to consume giant impala, sailfin molly, and dwarven cheese, mango wine, and absolutely hates purring maggots. By the way, to be clear, I do in fact like guinea pigs in real life. It's this one particular format of video game guinea pig I don't like. It's also lunchtime for me, I think, soon. Me hungry. Wait till the next ad break, though, probably. When is the next ad break? 8 minutes. Sweet, that'll do. All right. He is married to our bone doctor and is currently using a willow crutch. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict due to seeing a angry critter and is currently up here hanging out. And we're going to see if we can dig into it and cage trap it by digging underneath it. I mean, you didn't even eat snakes. So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to dig up, over, and down. I would say most languages are multiple languages in a trench coat. Can you use the metal body guys as the metal that they are? No. They're a body, and a body is a body. You can't, like, mine a body. The only body that leaves some remnants that's usable are bronze colossi. And that's because bronze colossuses become statues when they die. But that's unique to bronze colossuses. Well, we have DF in other languages, maybe. If the problem with Dwarf Fortress using other languages is a lot of its proc gen uses... this is Tarn's answer, not mine. Is a lot of the Dwarf Fortress Legends generation and proc gen is written in the English language. This means that it is actually, well, not impossible, but exceptionally difficult, time-consuming, and labor-intensive to actually properly, fully translate Dwarf Fortress into another language. That being said, there are partial translations on the workshop, and you could go get those. Tarn stated in, not the most recent interview, but the one before it, if I remember correctly, the reason they're hesitant to do an official partial translation is because look at any video game with a partial translation where large ports of the in-game text are not translated, you get a lot of negative reviews. And that's really bad. So you probably won't get Dwarf Fortress officially in other languages, for the same reason you won't get Caves of Cud in another language, most likely. However, there is that one insane Chinese modder who is currently rewriting half the game to make it work in Chinese. Good luck. That's nuts. For Caves of Cud, not Dwarf Fort. But, like, it's very difficult when you look at how Legends works. So will you get Dwarf Fortress in another language? Probably not officially ever, if I were to bet. Also, I don't really care about number of rock doors. What am I doing? Let's use dolomite for doors. Dolomite make nice doors. Bronze Colossus, my adventure killed a masterful statue of 2 chickens. What's funny is, like, if you want to be a nerd about it, the thing that it drops is the image that the Colossus was. So the creature that the image that the Bronze Colossus drops is what the Bronze Colossus looked like. So that was a giant walking statue of 2 chickens, which is very funny. that is hysterical. Like A+. Yeah, I know nothing about that. A duck in YouTube chat says that the Dwarf Fortress language, I presume they mean Dwarfish, already works grammatically surprisingly similarly to Mandarin, which I wouldn't know anything about that. But yeah, I'm literally just copy pasting Tarn's response to that, and I do genuinely see it as very unlikely that we'll ever see a official translation for Dwarf Fort. But if you just go to the Steam Workshop, there are already mods. So I would just go to the Steam Workshop. Could probably kill my entire fort, is how dangerous the dude in the rocks is. You know, talk to Stone about Dwarf Fortress's language. I failed English, and Stone is pretty good at the Dwarven language. Just naturally. Thankfully, this one doesn't have any special powers. It's just part with death, disease, fortresses, and writing. I'm actually going to pause this briefly until that door is constructed. So now we need to hope that whoever mines through this runs away. Let's also plop a door right there. I mean, the language getting fleshed out more is a Zach Adams thing. So, fun fact, the Dwarf Fortress language, and by Dwarf Fortress language, I mean the languages that the elves, the dwarves, and the humans speak, is just an exposed text file in the game. You can go add more words to it. Like, the Dwarven syntax is very easy to mod. I'm actually kind of surprised there aren't more I think it's just people don't look. It really, like, goes to show just, like, how small the Dwarf Fortress community is, because, like, these are things that are, unless that's changed, because I haven't looked in a long time, these are things that are very easy to mod. Like, there was a mod for older versions of the game that added a bunch of curse words. Excuse me, sir? Would you like to murder me? No? Well, that's unfortunate. What if I, put more walls up? Would that make you more interested in killing me? Yeah, but it can climb and jump. These are rough walls. I know it can climb it. It just doesn't want to. But thanks, yes, I'm aware that it can't climb that. I just didn't want to dig its stairs because I figured that would be dangerous. are actually big language packs. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like, and all it does is it translates the names and words of all the items. There's one that also translates all of the different languages into just straight English, which I think is kind of a waste. It's called plain English, which is like, what? Why would anybody want that? Are you really playing Dwarf Fortress if you aren't slowly learning Elvish? Okay, we're in an ad break. I'm gonna go grab my lunch. I will be right back. Nothing is happening. Game is paused. Round of beers. Entertain yourselves. I'll be back in a second. Please don't misbehave. Misbehaving bad.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies? Bring out your dead!
Over here, he has a sword.
Bark, 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 bark.
It's a unit system. I know this.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
You fucking donkey!
Nuclear vessels.
Gee, Earl Grey hot.
No, 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 no! No! No!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
This is my favorite roguelike on the server.
All right, you good? Everybody surviving? All right, let's see what happens. I have a sandwich now. So if this dwarf turns into a bloody mess, there are 2 cage traps here. So I'm presuming you guys are correct, and these are cage trappable. Oh, nope, it didn't work. Okay, don't actually do that right now. Instead, do this. It's okay. This dwarf's just locked in here. You're fine. You'll be fine. Calm down. You know, the way you're referring to that video, I find kind of gross. Kirklands. It'd be cool to find veins of generated metal in the circus. I mean, there's lots of things that'll be cool to find in the circus. It's bad. Is what it should just say. Bad, run, we in trouble. There's zombies, basically. And, necromancer experiments. It's really bad to get this in early autumn, because we're going to miss trading, too. And oddly enough, it looks like they're requesting a parlay, which I didn't know they could do. What happens if I accept it? One sec. They may also just run. No, well, they have sieged. And they've asked for a parlay, most likely. At least I think they've asked for a parlay, unless I have some other demand, which would be bizarre. I think it's pretty unlikely they just run away. So what happens if you accept the parlay? They demand one of the most valuable items in the fort. And then you have to give it to them. Or they attack you. And sometimes they attack you anyway. Forms, twisted from their nature. Legion of the Night. What hope remains? Is what the text says. So this... Wow. The renowned Cosmos. So we have Posek the Death Ghoul, who has a dwarf tooth crown. Well, that's concerning. We also have demons. And so-called demon of Jade Pants crossbowmen. A small one-eyed humanoid. It has wings of stretched skin. Its eye glows aqua. Its midnight blue skin is wrinkled. This creature was first created by the human necromancer Hathra, Jade Pants Fuchsia Urge, after horrible experiments on the human Bel Glowhums, a Dorglens in the year 311. She is strong. Let's unpause the game. Okay, so the intelligent undead immediately left. They are certainly invaders. Okay, so they do in fact want to kill us. Uh-oh. Well, we gotta finish this first. Run away. Come on. You should be able to climb down. You know what's funny? If I channel this, it's gonna collapse it. Let's try opening the door. I'm not gonna do that, no. I mean, what I could do is I could... This would be pulling some real strings. I'm not worried about fighting them, I'll just ignore them. I could unlock this door. That would be pretty funny. Which would go kill them, but I need comprehensive guide on cave-ins. You remove all flooring and thing cave-in. If you put support underneath it, you can connect support to lever. When lever pulled underneath support go collapse. That is all that there is to explain. It would be an under 2-minute video, and I don't really make videos like that anymore. Why did I listen to you guys, chat? Like, this is always stuff I regret. I guess my statement on comprehensive guide on cave-ins is I don't know why you need one, because they're pretty straightforward. Why are you just standing there? You don't need to stand there. Go home. Sorry, dude, it was a silly idea. It's fine. I shall complete the silly idea and not blame chat for complying with the silly idea because it's my fault for complying. I'm just gonna dig through this. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so let's see. Are the siegers just standing there? Yeah, okay, so they are in fact waiting for a parlay, which I'm kind of surprised that they are actually. I'm not going to comply. Maybe Skunk is chill. 1,000% incorrect. It is 1,000% not chill. I guarantee you, 100%, it wants to kill me. Can you shoot me a message? Why? Is it something I need to read right now? But sure, you don't need to ask. You can just do it. Why must you put it in the stockpile first? Well then, sure. And you don't need to ask. Just feel free to DM me. The DMs are open. Says you're a stranger? Well, then you're a stranger, and clearly you can't send me one. Why are you asking? Quit being such a stranger. I don't have DMs disabled on Discord, so it's a setting you've tripped, not a setting I've tripped. Unless you're trying to DM me on Twitch, in which case I will never see that. Why are you trying to DM me on Twitch? Twitch should remove their DMing option. Well, what the fuck? Why are you doing that? DM me on Discord like a normal human person. Humans don't DM on Twitch. That you're a bot if you're doing that. So did you just out yourself as a bot? Explains why you're so apologetic towards big AI. Are you? I don't know. Sorry if I'm offending you. Who is, why? So you're telling me I can't build this because I'm being interrupted by this guy. But yes, I will forever always have and will never unblock Twitch DMs. You want to know why I have Twitch DMs blocked? Because when Twitch added Twitch Prime back in 2016, there was, not everybody had it, right? Like, this was before every human being on Earth and your mother had Amazon Prime. I'm genuinely kind of perplexed as to why they're not doing that. I'm gonna deconstruct and, well, I'll just make a new cage. Anyway, when Twitch created or got Amazon Prime, I was at TwitchCon. So I was one of the first people to see it, so I activated it. And by the time I got home, I had about 1,100 DMs from randos I'd never seen before, asking if they could have my Hearthstone card back, because it was just a code that you could redeem. And this was back when people cared about this shit. And I would go pop into any stream, and I would get like 150 DMs in a minute, because I used to watch a lot of pretty big streams back then, from just bots and randoms asking for my card back because you could sell it on eBay for about $2. I shit you not. That's why my DMs are deactivated and will never be reactivated. That's the internet for you. And now I don't have them reactivated because I'm a Twitch partner and you get random DMs from scammers trying to steal your Twitch account constantly. So yes, you're a stranger. Quit being such a stranger, stranger danger. What card back? Fuck if I know. I don't care. I never redeemed it. Why the fuck would I do that? I may have given it to somebody. I can't remember. Go look it up. I'm sure it's on some fandom wiki somewhere. But sorry, I didn't even clock that, like, someone would try to DM me on Twitch. So I guess in response to, can you send me a DM on Twitch? Fuck no. Send me an email like a grown-up. Why are they not filling the thumb? I must just have too many cages. Oh, right, duh. This is something I would have figured out on my own, but it would have taken way too long. Thanks, chat. No, it's a mysterious palace embark, not a vault embark. So the new adventure mode stuffs. You're slow and old, apparently. It's okay. I'm old. And slow, apparently, because of what I just did or forgot to do. Where the hell are you going? What? Oh shit, I caught a gazelle. 3 gazelles. For good gear? Yeah, no, there's a spear of blinding, I think, in it. There's the thing I actually care about, though, is this. No, not the cheese. I do care about this, though. The peculiar juice. Unusual wax. Curious jam. All that stuff. Because if I use garbage zones to put them all in a room together, I can pretty likely get somebody to drink it or eat it if they're extremely injured and lost a limb, or after they've been doctored and if they lost a limb or something. And also, all of the animals in the mysterious dungeon is tame, using Embark Anywhere, turns out. Single-use magic snacks at that. So this is going to end up being a interesting cavern fort. Oh yeah, also we're right next to a necromancer tower, so the people trying to siege me are necromancers. I'm also going to do a quick save because I'm trusting Chad here, and so I'm using that as an excuse to save scum if this is in fact trap avoid. Just saying. I apparently do. I don't know if they can do anything. I can assign them as nobles too. So it seems to be like a gremlin situation, Vakrak. But they're still inside of the tower, which I've walled shut, so I don't know just yet. No, they literally just... The only thing that any of them can do is regrow your limbs. They have no other effects right now. Because in Tarn's words from Future of the Fortress, it was a feature that he mocked up in about 2 weeks. Just to add something to the game because he was bored. of doing UI and needed a break. So yeah, it's very much a prototype of a future feature, but they will do other things. And he also says that the reason he made them only heal is he didn't want to be mean. Whilst also adding a feature that could potentially break the game because unfinished feature. Okay, they are in fact not trap avoid. Well, today I learned. Okay. So I could release this thing on them. That could be fine. Why did it turn into a pedestal icon? Because procedurally generated creatures, excuse me, don't keep their icons when they go into cages, because the game doesn't have a sprite for every single possible cage variant, and it doesn't stack sprites. So it's the same reason statues have a cloth over them when they're created, because the game doesn't know what the statue looks like. So the game puts a cloth over them. That's why. It's because the game doesn't know what sprite to use in that spot. If the game knew, then the game could do that, but because the game doesn't do that, No, I mean, the plan is to make them proc gen in the future, right? For the potions. That is the plan. We're just not there yet. Grudgy smells. Well, I would think more of a religious icon, but I'm gonna send him out to go fight the enemy that's right there, because why not? I'm sure he can route a siege for us, and if he dies, oh well. The big white blob in the cage isn't a big white blob. The big white blob in a cage is the moon. It indicates that it's a night creature. Because nighttime. Did you know that there's also a big white blob in the sky? The moon is one of my favorite, like, fiddly things of Dwarf Fortress history, because the moon has been represented by, like, a ASCII symbol for as long as I've played this game, and somehow literally nobody ever noticed. But it's been there for so long. Okay, how did I just cave something in? I don't even... You good there, lover? Ooh. Okay, you got some bruising. Please no splat. Okay, it's just bruises. You'll be okay. I don't even know how I caved that in, but I did. All right, well, good for me. We done it. We did it. But yeah, no, the moon's always been there. And so and I noticed it a long time ago. I realized that it was the moon, and it would fill to like a half circle and then a full circle, and then a quarter circle, half circle, full circle. And I remember pointing it out to somebody in the chat who'd played the game for like a decade and was like, I had no idea that was a moon. And it just amuses the hell out of me because, like, the guy named Blind IRL noticed that there was a moon in the game before apparently 80% of the Dwarf Fortress community. After, like, a decade of the game being out. More than that, even. 15 years. All right. So now we get to figure out what the hell we're going to do with this critter. I think the answer is pretty obvious. Let's get to it. Can't be that heavy, right? Yeah, no, you're walking pretty quick. Unless it's you. Nope, you're carrying Dolomite. That menu always confuses me for some reason. All right, let's move those upstairs. I also need a butcher shop. And a tanner shop, I think. So that I can train and eat them gazelles. Makes me some gazelle armor. Link lever to this. And now I just need to make sure that everybody is in here. Here. Or all the way down here. Oops, did I just erase it? Oh, I see. Shows you where hell is. All right. Done. Everybody, get inside. You've already got your jet mechanisms attached. You're all good to go. Lock door. Lock door. Should be fine. Got an overhang. Let's pull the lever. Let's see what happened. Watch it leave. Or attack me. Wonder if I even got the dwarves inside. Certainly didn't check that either. Well, you're not no job. You're not no job. So, here we go. Although, where did it go on the world map? Oh, there it is. Watch it also be friendly with the surface baddies. You didn't know, though, that you ever saw a cage icon that wasn't the moon? Really? Oh, it's going for the carp. Honestly, I don't blame it. It's also gonna go for the hippos. Oh no! Oh no, not the hippos! Sorry, hippos. Okay, did overcome by terror. Nauseous, tired. It went and kicked a hippo. And then stabbed it with a pale spear. That poor hippo. It cannot breathe. That's a dead hippo. Those hippos are watching its friend die in front of them. It kicked it and stabbed it. And then fell off of a waterfall. What is its god? A dwarven god. It was it is part by the dwarven god. It was created by the dwarven god Autumn, Sweat Clash, the Prophecy of Dominion, which I don't think anybody worships. I can check. No, nobody worships that god here. So it's not my god. It didn't kick it over the waterfall, but it tried, and it didn't have much effect. And now it killed a monkey. Now it's going for another. Now it's going for another monkey. I'm gonna check my food real quick because we're in an ad break, and I need some lunch. So we're gonna eat some stray gazelles, and I'm gonna wait until the ads are done. Yeah, it's a stank humanoid angel. Yes. Why would I full heal the hippo? Hippo gonna die as hippo should. Why in the world would I full heal a hippo? Yeah, I want that spear. I'll say that much. I mean, yeah, clearly it's not a blob in the thing. It's a hippo. Clearly. Also, the injured toe dwarf, is the injured toe dwarf's okay? Is your toe okay? Well, I mean, he's still got the ability to stand lost, which I think is funny. His toe is still smashed open and broken, so he's walking around with a crutch. Which I shouldn't be laughing at because toe injuries are no joke. We've been over this, but I'm laughing at it because it's funny. So I have a question, Shane Clark. Shane Clark in YouTube chat just says, it's the year 505 and enter a 700-year-old monster, ... All right. How old is Earth? And how old is our calendar? I think I just answered your question. If I didn't, then let me know. Battery fit, got it. Trillion? Yeah, right. It took 9 months for your foot to heal when you broke it IRL. Ow. Should call the foot repair guy next time. I could just deny the... Oh, man. Oh, shit, did you... Scared a monkey into my cage trap. Excellent. I got more monkeys. I got monkeys now, which is excellent. We're also making a gazelle skin into gazelle leather. We also now know a few facts about gazelle training. I'm going to... deny this parlay. Is what I'm going to do. As I kind of chuckle at the fact that this guy's just like murdering all the monkeys around. The dwarven traders won't show up because there is a siege icon. If there wasn't a siege icon, the dwarven traders would show up. So they'll show up during ambushes, but they won't show up during sieges. Because they see that there's a siege happening and then they run away. I don't know what deep time means. Hog jockey. Oh, also, this may be a problem that I should check. Can these creatures fly over my wall? Nobody's upstairs right now. Nothing's there. I'm just going to lock this. Just in case. Dwarf Fortress has its own versions of languages for every language. So humans have their own writing style and pattern. Dwarves have their own writing style and pattern, and elves have their own, and humans have their own writing style and pattern, and goblins have their own writing style and pattern. Procedurally generated races like angels and demons have their own unique procedurally generated language, and what's it called? Kobolds speak gibberish. they don't have a comprehensible language by even other kobolds, which is why they tend to kill each other in adventure mode, because they don't know who each other are. So, yeah. Are you voting Gremlin or Goblin? Goblins have their own languages, yes. And you know that you've played too much Dwarf Fortress when you look at somebody's name and you go, you're either historically from a elvish faction or you're lying about your origins because you have an elvish name. Goblin. So. No, not really. Because all that does is it adds more. It doesn't add anything that's really new. Because race mods like that, well, one, there's already lizardmen and ratmen in the game. So if I'm adding factions for them, they're just usually clones or goblin or elf derivatives. I don't like playing as them because they tend to be just less interesting dwarves. Dwarves have specific mechanics, and the entire game is built around playing dwarves. So a lot of hard-coded things in the game are designed around you playing dwarves. Playing as other factions doesn't change that. It just changes the sprite, really. That might change at some point. And if that happens, then I will be interested in playing as other races. But up until that point, I have zero interest in playing as other races. You like rats? Okay, cool. More power to you. Enjoy your rats. I don't. Really. I mean, I don't hate them. I just don't care for them, really. Did I drain the lake yet? Nope, I need to do that. I'm just kind of queuing this up and watching. I'm doing stuff that's like safe right now, so I don't miss what this guy does if it actually fights with things. Because right now they seem to just kind of be at a stalemate. You walked away for a snack? Well, welcome back from your snack. I hope you had a good snack. No, you have not. My chat just moves at a rate that I don't always see every single question every single time. 21 Nate. Why would you be shadow banned? You also can't be shadow banned on Twitch. I'm sorry for not answering every single question that pops up in my chat or chats, because I read 2 chat rooms every single time. Why don't you ask somebody else in the chat if I miss it the first time? That's probably the better thing to do, instead of presuming that you're banned. I have a question. Why would you presume that you're banned? Do you go around saying heinous shit in people's chats? Because to me, that reads like a self-report. That makes me immediately suspicious of you and wonder if I should ban you. Should I? What's the question? Anyway, hi. What's up, mate? Sorry about that. I'm not perfect. That's for sure. Nobody is. That's a very uninterested baddie here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unlock this. Let's see what happens. And also this. That would help. So you're not particularly interested in attacking me. Ah, they're using human tactics. Great. So for those of you who don't know what human tactics are, humans in Dwarf Fortress siege. They don't invade. So they stand at a very safe distance for forever, never approach, and then leave eventually. So that's what that thing's doing. As for the critter here, we may have to be creative to catch it in a cage again. I shouldn't have released it the way I did, but oh well. I figured they'd use goblin tactics and attack me, but we'll keep an eye on the combat logs, and if combat starts up, then we'll fight with them. Yeah, maybe he's taking a breather. Actually, sorry. Angel person, are you madam or lady or none them? Sir. Okay, boy. Writing fighter. Spearman. You know what's funny? Guy in my YouTube chat pops in and says, and their name is Mr. Trollham. Right. And they say, this game got me into RimWorld. RimWorld is the best version of the style. I'm glad you enjoy your video game. I don't know how that benefits anybody. Aside from making me read your username. Oh, it's certainly possible. That was an intelligent undead human. I don't know what type of creature they were created by. I'll be honest with you, I haven't fought with intelligent undead too many times. Yeah, they were created by a human necromancer in the year 311, which means amber is the color of their energy, but... Sir Sludge. Yes. By his true name. Sludge. A berry wine pot. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Dwarf Fortress has gay and gay dwarves and dwarves that are not interested in anybody. But there isn't any specific symbols or anything associated with dwarves that are not like with dwarf sexuality. There's no way to tell in game. They'll just never end up in a couple. Basically, the game doesn't like focus on it in any way. But yeah, they exist. Something I think is funny is when Tarn added homosexual dwarves, it was because dwarves were outbreeding the other factions. It was a population control tactic for the game balance, which I genuinely find hilarious. There's no S on that command, but oh, yeah, it seems to have worked. I was smart enough to compensate for that. That's good. Look at me being smart sometimes. Oh, I've ran out of blocks. Also, Shane, don't, like, you know, try too hard. Their name is Mr. Trollham. They're there to try and piss people off. They're literally just there to, like, get a rise out of chat. Besides, they did say this game got them into RimWorld, so that's great. Which means they've played both. You know, I once had a king and his husband show up. That was pretty memorable. I once had a dwarf who was married in one fort and then showed up, like, and then his wife died in that fort, and I recall that. And then he showed up in the next fort with a husband who looked identical to him. Like they had the exact same sprite face, which was very funny. That was particularly memorable. Little things like that. Makes the game fun. Why bother bringing those people up? It's just because some people don't like variety in their video games doesn't mean we have to give them attention, right? And also, are they really angry or are they just poorly informed? Are you trying to at me by using a hashtag? This isn't Twitter. Quit stay. This isn't Twitter. Come on. Remember what platform you're on. I'm sorry. X, the everything app. My bad. The place where you get buried treasure on the pirate's map. Or remember that you don't like social media anymore and log off for the day, which is usually what I do. Although I haven't logged on. I should probably log on to Twitter and delete my Twitter. It's just been a link to my other 2 social medias for a while, but I should probably go in there and delete it. I mean, it's a typo. At is right next to... 2 is next to 3. Shift 2 is an at symbol. Shift 3 is pound sign. It makes sense. It's all good. We all make oopsies sometimes, and today you did, and you know what? I'm not going to hate you for it. I will, however, lightly make fun of you for it, because I think it's funny. Why did dwarves outbreed other races in the first place? Because dwarves are strong. Dwarves, it basically made dwarves the most populous race in the world, and they would always take over and win. Now necromancers always win, because necromancers didn't exist at the time. But basically, outbreed is just a way of stating that the dwarves would outpopulate every other faction by an order of magnitude, basically. Well, I mean, necromancers can't have babies. Necromancers seek living creatures and make them unliving creatures and then make the living creatures their servants. Or the unliving creatures their servants. So it doesn't matter what they love. Necromancers can love whatever necromancers want to love. It doesn't matter. Why would there be an argument against them being gay? Do you think I would be that guy? I'm mildly offended. Like, I'm straight, but what you do with your pants and your partners in your spare time doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. Just don't fucking hit on me. That's all I say, because Twitch ain't a dating site. Hi, Dad. How are you doing? How's our writing demon? Probably still petrified and terrified and hiding in the corner, if I were to bet. Yep. I'm not too surprised. And the Necromancer they're just having a long-distance staring contest. It's great, Super Magic Box. I mean, it's kind of annoying, actually, that he's not killing them. So, because that means I'm going to have to go do something with it, and I kind of don't really have the population, so we're going to have to pull some shenanigans, probably. You heard about my latest novel? He's just trying to write the next successful, I don't know, New York Times best-selling tome of whatever thing and stuff. So this is gonna be the entrance. Actually, I think I like that more as the entrance. So I'm gonna block off this. We're gonna keep this as the entrance. What about the Felix of Nets? No? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game about retiring your fort and starting a new one. Right? Like, that is the gameplay loop. You play a fort until you're tired of playing said fort, and then you play a different fort. That is what you do in Dwarf Fortress. That is the gameplay loop of Dwarf Fortress. That is the entire intended outcome and goal of the game. So why would you feel bad for playing the game? Okay. What's wrong with a big rectangle? Round off the corners, make a circle. I'm like the anti-rectangle person. So, if you're watching my fort and being like, man, he didn't build rectangles. It's okay, I never build rectangles. Yeah, if you retire it and you play a new game in the same world as the same faction, your dwarves have a chance to rejoin you. Like, they'll reappear. Like, they're not gone, necessarily. Retire your fort and then visit it in adventure mode and see how bland it is. Exactly. Like, that's the optimal outcome here. I'm trying to decide, like, actually moving things from one area to another is kind of slow and time consuming, so I'm just sitting here going like, well, what do I do? I'm getting a little bit of construction analysis paralysis here, and this never happens to me. Especially considering, like, we may be here for a while waiting for that angel critter to fight with the baddies, and they blocked all of the migrant waves we're going to get for the next little bit, so that's going to take a while. Yeah, that or just horribly murder your fortress. That's the other option, right? Wait, hold on a second. Well, that just blew my fucking mind. Did you guys know that if you place a farm field and wait for a dwarf to start the job, all of the plants on it magically die and become whatever's underneath it? I didn't. Learn something every day, I guess. I mean, I totally could do that. I'm just trying to decide what to put where. That's the main thing. I kind of want to get the stuff in here first, like all of my food and drink and whatnot, and get food running down here because that's kind of the more important side of it. But yeah, we'll probably end up doing little huts like that, make little shanty towns. Also, YouTube chat, if you need help, let me know. You guys are handling this beautifully. All right. Let's also build you there. Build you in there. Whippin' Hams, why are you such a mean person for no reason? What did they do to you? That seems a little intense. They called your people lowly scum. So what mod did you install to make them do that? Because they literally don't do that, so that's not a thing. I mean, they'll send diplomats if you have a baron and tell you to stop chopping down too many trees, or if you have a high-level mayor with a high value, but they'll never call you lowly scum. Oh, well, that's because you went against their religious ethics. So you're the criminal here. Besides, if you're in a forest, that's their land. So you're a colonizer criminal. So then you murdered them? With a group that you're at peace with. Mom is from England? Okay, fair enough. Live your life, I suppose. It just seems like an odd skip to make, you know? Sweet pods is the other thing I'm looking for. Now, I don't know what that has to do with it, but I really like trading with elves. Elves are the most interesting trade partners you can have. It just takes a little bit of, you know, sanity. But yeah, you did. You settled close enough to trade with them and they're already at peace with your faction. You might as well have invited them. I will say, jokes aside, I don't really like fantasy racism in my chat. So, it is a bit of a dog whistle. Having adversaries in a video game is fine, but like, you know, be logical with your sanity. No, they've got nothing against seeing the dead trees outside, because they're absolutely willing to give you like limitations to chop down, and it's far more than you need in most cases, unless you're playing in Untamed Wilds. Elves are really easy to work within. Of course they do. If they care if you chop down mushroom trees, because it's right there in the name, tree. The fun thing about mushroom trees, and this is my headcanon for why they hate it, is I'm convinced that mushroom trees in Dwarf Fortress work the way real mushrooms do in real life, which is work with me here. Trees can send nutrients through mycelium networks, which is what connects mushroom networks together. So trees can send nutrients to each other and communicate with each other via mushrooms. So in my opinion, chopping down the mushroom trees is cutting the elves' phone lines and their internet connection. That's my headcanon. Because obviously the elves use the trees to communicate. The elves won't buy any animal products, any weapons. They won't buy anything made with a product that used a tree at some point. So they won't buy any metal that used charcoal. And they won't buy any animal products, leather, hair, or wood. So basically trade gems. Sell them gems or like cave spider silk cloth. Those are the two, or plant cloth items are the two things, or kind of the three things, I guess, that I sell them. They used to. You used to be able to just sell them metal. But you can't anymore. Rock items work too. Yeah, rock crafts, as long as they're not encrusted with bones or wood. Living animals, sure, but good luck finding a cage that they'll accept, and you have to sell them cage. You know, I'm always amazed when people are willing to go through the effort to sell animals, because you need a cage. You need to put them in the cage and then sell the cage, and fuck that. So no, you can, but you'd need a grown cage. Or a cage that is made ethically, which, good luck. Only if they don't use animal products. Hog jockey. That is a living creature. 219 Nate. And you want to know why I didn't answer your questions before? That's probably why. But yeah, no, they do in fact have a literal fiber connection. But the reason I like trading with elves is elves settle in forests, and they tend to settle in untamed wilds areas, and they automatically tame all animals in the region. So if they happen to be living somewhere that has giant elephants, they'll bring you giant elephants. If they happen to be living somewhere with giant rhinos, they'll bring you giant rhinos. If they happen to have giant whatevers or bears, they'll just show up with tame variants of those animals. So you get to skip the having to raise the first generation of whatever animal it is to make the creature, which I love. I think that's super fun. Let's leave that. Deconstruct this. Carpenters, craft dwarfs, gem cutters, mechanics. Keep you. Only one? That won't last too long. The one tiger. Or you're making all this pretty jewelry from shells and I had leftover and then tried to sell them to elves. Yeah. I hate the amount of shells you get from fishing. It drives me nuts. If not tree products, because obvious... well, I don't know. I don't actually know the answer. You'd have to ask Tarn. But the way I see it is trees are intelligent and So if dwarves are totally fine with butchering and eating livestock, right? They won't butcher and eat an intelligent creature. So if you can butcher and eat a horse, but not a human, then elves accepting plants is different than elves accepting wood. That's kind of the equivalent, I guess. Yeah. No, not in my experience, Arcloid. They'll buy grown items back from you. Like if you buy items from them and sell them back to them, they'll buy them. Also, game's paused because there's ads in the Twitch chat. We need dwarven trash bins? We do. They're called refuse zones. Just connect one to a minecart and dump it into lava or something. Why do you not use work orders to keep some stockpile? What? Oh, like in my jobs? Because there's only 9 dwarves in this fort? I do that in forts that actually have population, but because there's less than 10 dwarves in this fort, they're all like completely slammed with jobs. I don't want automated jobs kicking in because I want to know what they're doing at all times. If I had, you know, more than 50, if you go watch the VOD from yesterday, I had like 2 pages worth of automated work orders. So why don't I do that? Because everything is situational in all cases. If you don't do things situationally, okay, that's fine. I do. You can. It's called retiring the fortress. Don't abandon it. Do this. Well, I don't have the option because I'm being invaded, but use the retire option. You can reclaim it as is. All of the items will still be there. The layout will still be the same. The dwarves will all stay alive and won't die. Why do you need to abandon it? Retiring isn't abandoning. And also, if you want to retire it without abandoning it, or without losing the save file of it being active, retire it and then split the timeline. There's an option to change the timeline when you retire it, and it doubles the save file. So it makes a second save file. And then you can continue it. Of course, time will continue going on one, but not the other, but that's okay. So if you still want to have access to that fort, you can still go back to it in multiple ways. Either by reclaiming it or unretiring it. Yeah, I don't like everybody being completely slammed with jobs all the time, which is why there's a few things about DF Hack that I'm always baffled that people are like, I need that feature! And one of those features is being able to copy paste all of your work orders into the next fort. There's no situation I ever want to do that. Like, I slowly build up my list as the population grows. I mean, I'm only playing vanilla. I mean, I use DF Hack, but that's not really actually changing the game if you disable everything, which I've done. DF Hack's just handy to have. Nobody should use Dwarf Therapist. Yeah, if you don't know what DF Hack is doing, you shouldn't be using DF Hack. If you're on like your first or second fort, you shouldn't use it. DF Hack is kind of like, you know, when you've played Skyrim enough that you learn the console commands to skip quests that you don't want to do a second time. I never played Skyrim that much, but I know that you can do that. That's kind of what DF Hack is. It's like learning the console commands in a Bethesda game. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, exactly. It's like debugging Fallout. Exactly. I'm pretty disappointed with this angel, I'm not gonna lie. It's really throwing off my groove here. Speaking of DF hack, I'm kind of tempted to use DF hack to teleport him into the middle of them. King of Pudding, do I even have a dwarf available? I may have to refund that. I do. I got one. Would you like this dwarf? That's the only dwarf that is the option. Otherwise, I can't help. Pudding. Pudding never feels discouraged and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, namely spoons. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is stubborn, and she is conflicted by this part of herself. She could be considered rude, and she could be considered rude, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she always snaps her fingers when she's greeting somebody. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally believes that deeply that chaos and disorder are the truest forms of life and would disrupt harmony whenever it is found. Believes that friendship is the key to ideal life and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. You criminal mastermind, you. And she disregards tradition. She dreams of raising a family. She personally likes she must love toddlers. She likes gypsum and rose gold and gray chalistony, as well as loon bone. Loon bone. Okay. And rain helm, as well as words. I just completely lost my spot because the background's moving. Loonbone, giant pond turtle shell, cabochons, warhammers, and helms, reindeer for their large herds, bark scorpions for their pinchers, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling and the sight of the meandering lyrics when possible prefers to consume goat, clownfish, and white millet beer, and hates bats. She dreams of raising a family and personally believes deeply that, all right, I already read that. She's married to Raiklo, the sore-toed one, and she has some friends in the fort who founded the fort. She came from the Dead Pillars, and I'm sure she loves it here. And she wants to practice some martial art. Welcome to the fort. Also, Raiklu, thanks for gifting a sub to the King of Pudding, who can now burr for real now. Congrats. Welcome to the fort. I mean, the fort and the club of subs. Also, thank you very much, Raiklu. I'm going to disable dwarf redemptions until they're enableable again because I don't know. Also, something in Twitch's behind the scenes is broken right now because it's not telling me how much I've earned today. Well, I was going to talk about my daily minimum, but I can't actually do that because I don't know how much I've made today, so. If I were to only go via my, well, at least Tree Fitty, because that's about what I get from a Prime sub, and I've had a few of those. But anyway, thank you very much for helping me, pay bills over here. Appreciate you, mate. I know Twitch is doing some dashboard maintenance right now, so who knows? Could be anything, really. I have made 22 YouTube bucks, so that's pretty cool. Well, I mean, I could say that I've made $0, but that would be lying. And I realize that this is getting more and more, unfortunately, commonly accepted, lying. But I'm not a fan. It's in the beta branch right now. So you could go to the experimental branch and install the experimental branch and mess with the Lua stuff now. It's already out, technically. It's just in the experimental branch. Bert, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. And Clockwork Dragon, thank you very much for checking out a gift. That is almost a hype train, which would be the first hype train of the stream. That I do know. Grunzy, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I think we're doing okay today, but I don't actually know because I haven't looked.
Grozny cheered. X100.
Survived the dragon attack just because it just suddenly died on the surface? That's funny. I wonder why. Something probably happened to it, but combat logs tell all, they say. Ilmiran, thanks for the $10 for the giant face and wit code. Thank you very much for the gift as well. Appreciate you, mate. And that levels up the hype train. Actually, just gonna go down here and I'm gonna make a carpenter shop. And I'm gonna queue up wooden wheelbarrows. I'll make 10. Cut 800 tower cap. Oh, geez. It's gonna take a while to get through that. What is this Lua stuff? Lua is a programming language. And it's the update is a rewrite of parts of Dwarf Fortress's game files into that language, so with the end goal of making it more moddable. You will be number 2 on Bitboard. This is true. You are in fact number 2 on Bitboard. Thank you very much for Penny. And Sir Foxrot, thank you very much for checking out a gift as well. All right, they're just putting away jet blocks. Putting away jet blocks. This is gonna take a little bit. Let's also get rid of that. Thankfully, there really isn't that many blocks lying around. This will be the perfect excuse for you to learn Lua. Absolutely. Although, do you ever really need an excuse to learn a new programming language? Let's be honest. I mean, so YouTube chat says, last fort I had survived a dragon attack because it's just suddenly died on the surface. I once had a Titan show up, and this Titan was absolutely obliterating everything on the surface, and I was terrified. I was like, oh god. Also, the Titan was a giant one-eyed chicken, I should note. So this giant one-eyed chicken shows up, refuses to elaborate, and proceeds to just like squawk and block at everybody, most likely, I presume. And during this process of being terrifying, how do I put this? The chicken sort of overestimated, I guess, the weight of a branch and burnt down a tree. And a log fell out of the tree and landed on its head, and it went split and killed it. Actually, wait, no, sorry, that wasn't the chicken. The chicken died because somebody threw a book at it and it destroyed its brain. The one that died because a tree splatted it was a humanoid that had wings and it was made of fire. Sorry, I've had too many silly stories of creatures over the years. The chicken could just breathe fire, and I was confused the two. But yeah, anyway, so I had a humanoid who had wings and horns and was made of fire, which is very delicate, turns out, especially to falling objects. And it fell on its head and it died. Yeet. Gronzy, thank you very much for checking out a gift. How you doing, Hobo? It's good to see you, man. Especially when the book is made of platinum and thrown by an elven poet. Which is particularly funny. Oh, only farmers plant. Everybody, only farmers harvest. There we go. I'm gonna try and deal with this siege in some other way. Oh, totally. I mean, imagine getting hit in the head with a dictionary. Like a hardcover dictionary. Like that would probably remove your head. Collided with an obstacle. Definitely possible. Yeah. Also, because dragons can burn stuff down, they can cause little cave-ins. But chat room, thank you very much for the $10. Or sorry, $11.01 in bits and the 10 subscriptions. Appreciate you greatly. It means a lot. It really does. It's been kind of a quiet week for the old funding. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like getting hit in the head with some books would be like the equivalent of getting hit in the head with a coconut. And they have a higher body count annually than some species of sharks, so... McMastercard. I'm certain that half of the McMastercard catalog just printed out on normal printer paper, rolled up in a ball, could brain somebody. All right. Getting things built while I begin doing this. And also I'll just shrink this down. Of course, they're all harvesting plants. Come on, guys. None of you are farmers. Disc. No, they do not consider Forgotten Beasts. Or, yeah, they do consider Forgotten Beasts living creatures. You cannot sell them. Basically, elves are picky and there really isn't a way around it. Although, in the difficulty settings, you can set it so that they don't tell you to not chop down trees if you want. How do moods for the artifact works? They're... Okay. That dwarf's best skill that's related to a workshop, by that, their highest ranked skill that's related to a workshop is the one that they go for. And then the longer the fort's been around, the more objects and value they go for based on the fort's value. So this dwarf's a high master boyar, they'd want a boyar's shop. That's how it works. It's pretty simple. I don't know how else to elaborate on that. But I'm doing all right, Hobo. It's very sunny here today. It's nice. I had a nice cup of coffee before yesterday's stream, and I didn't do that today, and I'm kind of sad I didn't. By a nice cup of coffee, I mean I went to the coffee roaster up the street and bought a cappuccino before I started the stream and felt fancy. It was nice. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I've got a lab appointment. So I have to go get my blood checked. Which, you know, good times. So, you know, one thing at a time. Mood of Dwarf doesn't affect anything. It's just a random number chance per season to get a mood. I'm pretty sure that's literally how it works. Although dwarves that haven't had a mood before can't have a mood. Or dwarves that haven't had a mood before can have moods, and dwarves that have had moods before can't have a second one. That's words. A strange mood at that, Nadane. Yes, they do, a duck. Trees are trees. Unlike dwarves and players, elves don't discriminate. They say tree right in the name. They're considered logs. Trees are trees. Yeah, also fell moods can happen. There are different types of moods too. The ones that make the white text appear will give them a legendary skill in whatever skill it is. The purple text doesn't do anything. It just gives them an item. Whee. And then the red text, I think, gives them the skill. I think. Very bad mood, and also previous past traumas, similar to ghosts. Like, different ghost personalities are dependent on what they had to go through in the past. Fell movement to achieve deforestation of fortress surroundings. I once, I mean, the last fell mood I had actually was in Gortusk, and I completely forgot to put it in the video. I just like missed it in the editing, and it was like right at the end of the VOD, and I completely forgot to include it. I had it in my notes too, I just spaced on it. I think that would require a lot of coding. I think that's something to ask Tarn, and then get the exact same answer that a trillion other people have gotten when asking it, which was that would be a lot of code. The king of pudding. The classic Tarn answer is everything is theoretically on the table, but it's all highly dependent on how long it'll take. Trust me, this game has been around since, in some way, shape, or form, since 2003. If you have an idea that you think is unique for this video game that you think hasn't been asked, it's been asked about a 555,621,241,600 I'm in now in an infinite loop of numbers because this number doesn't... A lot of times. At least twice. Maybe 3 times. I guess my question is, why do you want crossbreeding? For me, I have zero interest in crossbreeding between characters. Like, it just... No, because, like... It just makes the ethics really fucking weird and makes, like, the game's politics really complicated. But I wouldn't mind cross-marriage. That'd be cool. Let them get married and not care about starting a family. But make it, like, an uncommon thing, so you don't see it very often. I feel like that would be neat. I mean, right now, the only way to form alliance is because somebody literally released the fires of hell and damnation. So, you know, I feel like, I feel like they generally have bigger problems when they suddenly realize that they need an alliance. Also, well, no, you need barrels. No bins. No wheelbarrows. Actually, why don't I just delete this stockpile? And not quite yet. I mean, that would be kind of cool. It would make them more violent in adventure mode for sure. Because then they'd all be family, right? Because people in adventure mode don't often attack you if you just show up and kill somebody, but if you show up and kill their wife, they do attack you. They go berserk usually. So I think that would be kind of interesting, actually. Like necromancers marrying like 50 necromancer creatures, why not? That's cool. I don't see any issue with that. But like crossbreeding does get weird quickly. It's kind of like it's like the fantasy equivalent of marrying your cousin. It's like you get weird outcomes, and this is the reason Tarn is like it would be very complicated, is because like you'd have to account for, okay, somebody that's 10% dwarf and 5% human. What does their sprite look like? Well, not all of them are sapient. There's definitely necromancer experiments that are. pseudonym Spike. I had a necromancer experiment that was outpost liaison in a fort once, which Stone probably remembers. It was on my birthday stream. It literally, like, hovered in the very center of the map, at the top of the map, at the highest elevation, because it could fly for like 3 seasons at a time. It was creepy. Yeah, I don't know. I think limitations make systems interesting in a lot of cases. So I don't know. I appreciate limitations, I suppose. Okay, well, I need to move that tavern down here. So let's move the tavern down here. I could do that. Should I do that? I feel like that would be kind of cheating, though. Gronzi. If chat overwhelmingly asks me to do that, I'll do it. I was going to try and cage trap it, which is what I'm in the process of doing. Using this and then these cage traps this way. Although it seems to have gone and killed another warthog. Well, at least it's moving. Now it's further away from the siege, if anything. I kind of prefer to keep it loose, because probably what's going to end up happening is I'm not going to be able to catch it. And then the siege is just going to leave eventually, because they're not undead. They are alive. Because they seem to be using human tactics, which means they probably won't attack me. We're into what? Midwinter? They arrived in fall? So they should leave spring? Or summer? And then we're going to have it, like, or that creature will then chase whatever migrant wave I have, most likely. The experiments are not undead, no, which means they will leave. You just like the story part? You weren't thinking of the code? Yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of Tarn's responses are, it's complicated. Like, was that the old Facebook relationship status nonsense where it's just like, it's complicated? Anyway, that's like Tarn's response to a lot of like crossbreeding things and cross marriage and weird faction relationship stuff in Dwarf Fort. You know what would be neat, actually? Dwarf Fortress has a mechanic called Bonded. Dwarves can become bonded with their pets or animals that they're training or have tamed. I do think it would be interesting if dwarves could get bonded to a person who isn't their species. Like if like a Gorlak and a dwarf became really good friends, they could get bonded. No, I mean, it wouldn't be pets. It would be bonded. It's a different tag. That would be neat, because that could be kind of like an equivalent thing. It's also a relationship status in FetLife. Ah, I'm not going to ask why you know that. Of course it is. Yeah, just best bros, you know, just bros hanging out, doing normal bro stuff, as bros do. Anyway. With pickaxes, yeah, naturally. Picking all that mudstone out of that giant mining pit. What are we talking about, chat? Right, yes, video games. I'm gonna put this lever here and connect it to a drawbridge. Yeah. I think chat needs to go to horny jail. I don't know why. Although, that being said, I do feel like a part of people wanting everybody to have babies with everybody and get married to everybody is just people in video games being horny about shit. People are horny all the goddamn time, and they want it in their video games. Some people are scared to admit it, but they do. And it's like, it's okay, if you want that, just go look at the sprite image for the Walrus Man. Just gaze upon those veiny pectorals, and be happy that, you know, they gave their artists full carte blanche to draw whatever the fuck they want with those images, you know? You prefer the Cyclops? What, just the giant man boobs half the time? It's like, put on a fucking shirt! It's in the trailer. It was in the first Adventure Mode trailer, the Walrus Man, I think. All of the comments for that Adventure Mode trailer was like, why did they make the Walrus Man so veiny? What the fuck? And then Neo Rice is Good, who did the portrait sprites, popped up in the comments and said, they gave me full permission to draw whatever I wanted, and I took that responsibility to the most logical place possible, or something to that equivalent. It's basically, I was allowed to draw whatever I wanted, so I drew what I wanted. Which is funny, because that works out sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't, when they, you know, draw a snail man without legs. The snail man's supposed to have legs. 2 of them. And also, when that trailer came out, there was a post at the top of the Dwarf Fortress subreddit for like a solid 3 days that had like almost 1,000 upvotes. That was literally just a screenshot of the Walrus Man. And it's like, why did they have to make him look like this? They didn't have to make him look like this, but they made him look like this. What have you done? And it's very funny. Oh, it has a foot, but he's been defooted. Like the Minotaur maze? Yeah, just like the Minotaur maze, YouTube chat, definitely. Horny jail. This is the most on-topic stream I've ever had. And see, eventually this fort will get going and we'll actually have stuff happening, but this is why I don't want to do a generational fort, because a generational fort would just be 6 months of this. It would become a podcast, which is practically what my streams are anyway, except less happening. This is interesting for a generational fort. No migrants fort, basically. It's nice to have cosplay goals, even if you don't cosplay. Isn't that just called having, like, personal health goals? Like workout goals, you know? Meanwhile, Moose getting more and more jacked by the moment. Having seen moose in real life, they are just that jacked. That's a very realistic image of a moose. How do you cancel a migration wave? You don't cancel a migration wave. You do this, you go to settings, you go to game, and you go to population cap. Set that to 0. And then nobody shows up in migrant waves. No, you literally just go to that and do that. I'm sorry for your loss, Rhinosaurus. Unknown deaths that nobody witnessed are not logged anywhere, YouTube chat. Thomas McManus, I think is your name. Yeah, so if nobody witnessed it, then it's not logged anywhere. Then they just show up as disappeared. Or unknown deaths, basically. It could have died of an infection, as far as the dragon goes. It could have... I mean, it's immune to fire, so it wouldn't have died due to heat. It could have gotten hit by a bolt. Does that poor tuber's name end with an A-N-U-S? M-A-C-M-A-N-U-S. That is their username. Also, I'll have you know, we don't make fun of people's rank in society or personal wealth. So don't you go calling them poor, please. Just because they don't have a hat next to their name doesn't mean they're poor. Ideally, they're perfectly comfortably middle class, like most people should have the right to be. I don't know where I'm going with this. This is a bad bit. I'm gonna stop. Look at the moose. I think, honestly, that were-iguana is genuinely terrifying. I don't think I've ever seen the were-turtle. The were-porcupine is hysterical looking. The were-koala is just a normal koala with red eyes. It's just a sleep-deprived koala. Were-elephants, though, those are horrifying. Same with the rhinoceros. The were-mole's kind of cute. I've seen a were-fox outside of every single anime convention I've ever been to. And also most PAXs. There's usually dozens of them. It's weird. How do I transform a shrine in a temple? I don't understand the question. Are you trying to turn somebody into a were-creature? I've seen my fair share of where Typical Snoot TV is angry. Yeah. I have seen that avatar before. Where Moose is trying his best. Where Moose is just a cranky Canadian. Like literally, it's just a Canadian who hasn't had his daily dose of maple syrup. I've seen those before. They run up the back alleys at night, howling. It's terrifying. We have to call in the Mounties, to come and telling me that they're sorry for maybe upsetting him, bud, and then giving him his cup of Timmy's. It's very important. Otherwise, you can't get through the day anyway. I don't even know what I'm talking about these days. I should move to Toronto at this rate. That's the way I'm fucking talking. Coffee's important. It's true. Word up. You know, fun fact, I live within 3 blocks of not 1, not 2, but 6 different Tim Hortonses. 2 of them are in one building. One of them is in a gas station across the street from that building on the same block. Canadians stand the Timmy Ho-Hos. What can I say? Speaking of whatever the fuck I just said, we're going to mine through this door wall here, and then I'm going to turn on the burrow again. It would be mighty fucking strange if I didn't live in Canada, but also lived within walking distances of 6 Tim Hortons. That's like being in America and not being in proximity of like 35 American flags at any given time. I'm sorry there, eh? I didn't realize that my Canadianness didn't show. But yes, I'm Canadian. I mean, Canadians are just bad at driving. So I don't think that's got anything to do with the Tim Hortons. That being said, the closest I ever thought I was going to die was being in the drive-thru at a Starbucks in the US, so I don't know. That or maybe trying to cross the street in front of Caesar's Palace. That was also pretty fucking terrifying. Why are you... Okay. Chat, I'm going to speed this process up. Because I need to know. Will you fight? Yes, they will. That answers that question. All right, I will help you out because you solved my question. Old Deus, thank you very much for that brand new YouTube membership. Are you just gonna live here now? Is that what you do? Oh, now you're shooting. And they killed it. My friend just sent me not one, not two, but 6 texts simultaneously. What the hell? All right, then. Blind explains the Canadian werewolves. Yeah. Well, anyway, the critter died. The last one, fighter kicks the demon of Jade Paints crossbowman in the head with his left paw, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. The riding fighter, Axeman, kicked the Jade Pants. Okay, so he did kill it, but he must have just bled out. Oh, wait, no, never mind. He just got a title, which unselected it, so he didn't die. So the riding fighter, Axeman, is still alive. The siege is done. And now he's got a name. He's now Whipgraves the Nourishing Keys, having killed not one but 5 notable creatures and ended the siege for me. Well, thank you. Now things are going to be very exciting when migrants arrive. Oh, never mind. Instead, the dead walk. Hide while you still can. I was hoping I'd get a migrant wave. Instead, I just got a necromancer. So I've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? They've got what? 1, 2, 3. Three? 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. That should be enough. The question is, where is the you? Okay, so they're all up here. Which means we're probably about to have a bunch of undead necromancer creatures on the surface because they're right there. Well, this is terrible. This is awful. All of this is bad. Thankfully, we're all still underground, so we're still hiding. You can, in fact, have 2 sieges simultaneously. You just, it's just if there's a siege happening, traders and migrants will not arrive. You can also get sieged and ambushed, which is hilarious when you have a giant human siege there, and then the goblins show up, and then you get ambushed, and everybody's fighting 3 ways. I've absolutely seen that happen. Okay, well, that's 1. Dodges the bolt. That's 2 down. Charges north towards the next zombie. Rips it to pieces, probably, I presume. Is currently, in fact, stabbing the human crossbowman corpse in the right lower leg with his thin, pale metal spear, fracturing the bone. All right. Well, you made sure that it was dead. Put in the extra effort. So our friend here, the creature, has lost the ability to stand as well as all of its clothing and items because it was the riding fighter axeman strikes at the human spearman death ghoul, but the shot was blocked with an iron shield, and the human axeman death ghoul stabs the riding fighter axeman in the upper arm with an iron halberd, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. It then stabbed the riding fighter axeman in the left lower leg with his copper spear, fracturing it, and then cloven asunder its upper leg, and also knocked off his the rest of the leg. So our friend here is now dead. Rest in peace to the skunk. And the siege, I'm not sure what it's doing at this exact moment, is now regrouping. Okay, so how many of them is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, maybe we can catch them in my cages, hopefully. We'll see. Step away for 2 minutes. Yep. I mean, did you really miss much of value? Let's be honest. Hold on. I'm just going to jump down to where the dwarves are real quick. And just queue up construction for a tavern because they probably need it. I realize it's not the fanciest material, but I am going to make the floors out of logs. Because I have a trillion of them. We've chopped them down, so I might as well do something nice with them. All right, so let's see. Where are they at then? Oh, right. No, not you. They're probably just wondering why their friends over here at the very convenient tower is not responding to their phone calls, most likely. Also, Old Deus says, I knew you were Canadian from the second I heard you talk. I am 500 kilometers from the nearest Timmy's. Closest thing I got is Newfoundland's Bargain Gyms and Robin's Donuts. That's... You know, honestly, based on my dislike of Timmy's, I would say being 500 kilometers away from the nearest Timmy's is too close. So I'm not going to lie. This is one of those instances where I actually think it's easier to spot things in ASCII. Because, like, look at this. These are the baddies, right? And they're just kind of chilling there, which is fine. This is them in ASCII. I find that way easier to see and follow where the baddies are and what they are. Like, way easier. Well, they don't seem that interested in attacking me horribly, so... But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of them. I've got more than 6 traps. Yeah, because I haven't, like, seen any of their friends die in front of them yet. So currently, yeah, they are actually doing all right. Adventure mode is an open world RPG, and Fortress mode is a kind of a city builder, sort of. The masks are dope. I love hate masks because the dwarves can't make the masks. If the dwarves could make masks, then I would like it a lot more. What's the advantage of a happy dwarf? They respond to things quicker. They complete tasks faster. They get along with other dwarves better. Basically. They cause less fights. They cause less problems. They're less prone to getting injured. That. But yeah, the reason they're pretty good mood-wise is because they've got no reason to be upset yet. Like, nothing terrible's really happened to them. Who Stinky Boy was. Stinky Boy was an angel that happened to be related to a dwarven god that was made of grime and filth, associated with death and other things, and just so happened to also be a skunk composed of poop. Low-key jealous of the wide open area? You can generate them yourself. Just increase your cavern openness in Advanced World Gen. And also, yeah, and also writing. So associated with death, depravity, and writing, which is why I was referred to as a writer, which there's something about that that's really funny. But also not related to my dwarven religion. Certainly a shower would have killed him. Pudding. The actual what? Dwarf Fortress is the actual what? It's funny, like, if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, like, this what I'm saying won't sound completely insane, but it'll still be like a, huh, that's interesting. Oh, certainly, yeah, because we had no combat skills. So we had to cage trap it to get it out of the box. It was in one of these boxes of gems. It was right here. We had to dig it out. I really need to hotkey some levels. Okay, so creatures in this game can be made out of different components. That creature just so happened to be made out of components that were referred to as grime and filth. Grime and filth is kind of the stand-in for bile. So creatures that are created by an evil god, that are angelic in nature, are often made of things like vomit, or bile, or bodily fluids, or grime and filth, or just other creepy things. In this case, that one was made of grime and filth. And so when it arrived, or when we found it, and I read its description, it is composed of grime and filth, and it's just easier to refer to that as poop. That's why. Because it's one of the possible things that it could be made out of. Like yesterday, I got attacked by a giant blob composed of grime and filth, and it was, undulating rhythmically and expelling toxic gas as well. The one thing I truly miss, though, is this game used to just refer to donkeys as an ass, which was hysterical when you'd get attacked by a giant donkey, but the game would be like, an enormous ass composed of something. I once got attacked by an enormous skinless ass, which is maybe the loudest belly laugh I've ever had while playing a video game. Just maybe ever. And I get it. It's like adolescent as hell and goofy as beyond all reason. But it's funny. So, like, I can't hate it. Oh, that would be exceptionally easy. Just rename donkey back to ass. Just change the word donkey in, like, the game files to ass again. Like, super easy to mod in. And you know what? I would install that mod. But it was especially funny, too, when you'd go to, like, here and you go to the other section, and for, like, Forgotten Beast, where it says uninvited guest, it was just, like, ass, uninvited guest. Like, hold on, let me, I've got a very old piece of Dwarf Fortress fan art to find you guys. Now, I have no idea who drew this, but I can figure it out in a second. Okay, so this was originally posted by Eurus Da Vinci in September 17th, 2012 at 7:53:14 p.m. And it is this. Oh, well, could I get a... Oh, this is... Never mind. This is the original full-size image. Which, did that just download? You know, some beasts are better left forgotten. Now you don't get this. Obviously, that is a giant fire-breathing ass with a skinless... It is a giant fire-breathing ass with either no eyes or no eyes, because those might be eyes, but they're very small, and a shell. So, you know, this is what you get from ASCII, because to everybody who doesn't realize that an ass is actually a word for donkey, you get a whole portion of the community that is just completely oblivious and unaware to the fact that they're actually getting attacked by a giant donkey and not a butt. That's why ASCII can be kind of amazing, because it lets your imagination run fucking hog wild. Also, that image was originally from here, posted by Darker Dark, Baywatcher. I couldn't resist dusting off the old pad to draw this one. June 9th, 2011 was when this was drawn. Too much Taco Bell. I mean, it's just a giant sitting on the front door, really. Too much Taco Bell? Hell yeah, brother. I mean... Or KFC. A fine vintage. Yeah, I mean, this is old school internet, mate. This is back when people liked the internet. Or liked most of the internet, I guess. You like the crown? It probably... I don't know why it has the crown on it. It may have equipped it. I know sometimes they can equip items. You mean a rooster? Or you mean one that shows up just called a cock? Forgotten beasts are not gendered. So... I'm trying to think, is there any, like, dick-sounding Forgotten Beast names? I don't think so. If that's what you're asking. I know there's, like... I think you can have a cockatoo, but it's a bird. No, I don't think that's a cape. I mean, here, I'll link the thread so so that you can examine it in full detail, but I'm pretty sure it's not a cape. I'm pretty sure... Okay, so by the way, to get this in the original thread, it's right here, and you have to click the spoiler tag, but I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a shell. It might be a cape. I've always thought it's supposed to be a shell, but... Also, I wonder how many times that thread has been seen. That thread has been read 3,898 times. Wait, no, sorry, never mind. That thread has been read 630,848 times. And it's the Forgotten Beast art contest is what it came from. Genuinely glorious. It didn't fly off when you burst out laughing at that image, Bastet? Impossible. Whatever happened to Stall? That really fun Stall's Armory pack adding a bunch of RP flavor? I'm not familiar with Stall's Armory. So you Thomas in YouTube chat asks, do creatures ever drop weird stuff? I swear one of them dropped an obsidian slab. So mega beasts can. So like bronze colossi, giants, ettins, cyclops, those can show up with items. Why are you in my river? Human corpse. You're dumber than dwarves. That's saying something. He's fighting with carp. I mean, you know what? I'm no longer judging you. Fight away, bud. Why are they all humans? But anyway, surface creatures can. If they happen to catch one or find an item during World Gen or outside of your fortress and claim it as theirs, they'll usually show up with it in their inventory. What happens to yesterday's fort? Exclamation point last fort is the command you're looking for, but the TLDR version is I rage quit because it got annoying. But Dragon, we became a capital, the king and queen showed up, and shit tons of people died. Okay, so right here, I'm gonna make a furniture stockpile. For tables and chairs, maybe statues. Tables. Thrones. Statues. Yeah, chests as well. Are you telling me... Oh, right, yeah, you call them boxes in this menu. Thanks, Dwarf. never change. I mean, it doesn't matter now that I've done that part. And then this will get a little roof on it. And this is going to be a workshop. I'll make another one next to it. Now you do. It's the only way you can learn how it exists is if somebody tells you that it exists, right? We also have a command which is !goal, which will tell you the simple story of, well, what I'm trying to do with this fort. Also, speaking of what I'm trying to do with this fort, how's your toe? Still, man, his toe is still fucked up. It's been like almost a year, probably. It's getting close to a year. And how about Loverboy? Still in love with your napalm, eh? Well, you did experience trauma, probably because he saw that big scary monster. He'll be fine. What wasn't set right? The toe? Oh, I mean, it was probably already, it had probably been injured for a while. Those are one of those injuries where you need to, you need to get to them quickly. And if you don't get to them quickly, it, like, fucks them up for life. So it's certainly possible they didn't get to it quick enough. If anything, I would say that's kind of likely. Let's just say gems. Let's start cutting some gems. And napalm's giving it a spin. I'm also going to go down here, and I'm going to make something I haven't made yet. Maybe 3. This is going to be a boulder stockpile. And I'm just going to get to this quickly. It's going to be a minecart stop. And then this is going to be the end of it. For all boulders. Everything except for metal ores. Same with this one, I think. And then I'm going to put a stockpile minecart here, which is going to load everything except for metal ores. And we're going to remove these. And you're going to link to this. And now I just need to make you a minecart. Is the siege still happening? Yep, that's why the icon's still there. The thing is, it's a human siege, and human sieges are funny. They actually siege because it's a human necromancer. So instead of like doing the goblin thing, which is with a spear and trying to stab you to death, they stand at a distance and go, they'll starve to death eventually. But unfortunately, they don't understand that dwarves are pretty self-sufficient, happily underground. So aside from my entire fortress basically being guaranteed to be cave adapted for life now, we're largely fine with the siege just persisting. What do? This is a what's known as a quantum stockpile. Once I have the minecart there, which is there now, I can then assign it, and then any boulders that are put into this stockpile are then dumped into this stockpile without me having to do anything. So they'll slowly fill up this stockpile using wheelbarrows and then dump them into this stockpile, and it'll be nice and efficient. And you can have 1 bin. And you get none. You can have 3. And let's just make some bins. So basically right now what I could do is I could try and find some stuff to make weapons and train my dwarves as much as bloody possible and then try and fight. Or I can do what I'm doing, which is just sit here and wait for them to leave and then hope traitors show up in between, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards right now. Helps with performance a lot. I believe it. I mean, I don't recall having that experience, but and then we're gonna encrust furniture with cut gems as well. So I'm basically just encrusting furniture with gems and among other things. Let's also see where this ends up. Bins also have a similar effect on frame rate, though, because there's less items being processed, right? Because that's the issue. I'm not even on the experimental branch. I don't know anything about Lua, nor do I know anything about modding, so me being on the Lua branch wouldn't really do anything. Murder Machine. But it's out, and if you know things about Lua, please go look at it and then tell me. I haven't heard anything from anybody, although admittedly I haven't looked at the KitFox modding Discord much. But I haven't seen anybody post anything in my Discord yet, although, again, I also haven't looked today. Yeah, nobody's posted anything in my Discord, so I don't know. Elfie, can I show these? I don't know if you're in chat still, but Elfie sent me a image on Discord that I'm like, I want to share this, but the branch is very crashy right now. Okay, I haven't heard that, but that's good to know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a good person to ask about mod support stuff because I don't code stuff. This is the symbol of our fortress, I presume. Work in progress. You know, we got giant rhinos punting goblins. We got a giant flamey angry mountain. We've got a dwarf raising a screaming carp. We've got a dwarf cooking a carp. I like that mountain a lot. Like a lot. That mountain is great. Did you yoink my minecart to go do something else with it? Because I had a minecart there. Did you run off with it? Tisk. They must have. Grumpy Mountain is awesome. Mm-hmm. You hate when your minecarts get pilfered? I love it when they just randomly get encrusted with gems. It's like, where did my 5 minecarts go? And then you look, it's just, they're all in your gem, like, encruster shop. It's like, God damn it, man. You had one job. Stop it. Stop it. Also, Pudding has given birth to a boy. Wellist also encrusting stuff with gems. And feels adoration after giving birth to a boy. And also wants to practice some martial arts still. All right, well, this right here is going to be my tavern. The earthen harvests. You know, it's funny. You kind of used to be able to have a finer degree of control over what you were encrusting. And people used to complain that it was too hard to just encrust everything. Same with cutting gems. The way cutting gems used to work was a lot a lot more precise, but a lot more tedious. You had to select the type of gem and the type of gem you wanted to encrust, and you had to select the type of gem you wanted to cut and how many. You couldn't just say cut gems. And I remember complaining about it. And now we have like this, it's like the opposite where it's too loose. And yeah, I know, I kind of agree. Forbid it after they encrust it once. Give and take stockpiles are honestly the best way to do it. I mean, I'm doing that right now by just having 2 stockpiles close by, but I could just set this as a take stockpile. And this is as a take stockpile. So they would only cut gems that are in this stockpile, and they would only encrust items that are in this stockpile with gems from this stockpile. Yeah, I mean, it's an overcorrection, but I'm sure it's not fixable. I'm sure it's fixable. That's kind of how I generally do it. The zombies, the unstoppable death ghouls have found an immovable object, the honey badger. Well, they moved around a little bit. I wonder if I open this up if they'll charge me yet. Or if they'll charge my animals. Oh, you might. Well, look at that. Look at that. You know, they really should just be running through this. I mean, hell, Arthur's right here. Oh. Oh, we caught one. Never mind, they are coming at me. Okay, well, that's another one. I'll lock this again. Then you turn around. Oh shit, that was enough to end the siege. So it's gonna be hard to tell if they've all left or not. Oh, nope, they're definitely leaving. Hey! Hallelujah. I think we're doing all right, Zavi. Yourself? Whew. We can now laugh at how much these dwarves vomit when they go outside now. But I defeated the siege. It's the second siege already. This is going to be a busy fort, I feel. All right, dwarves, you're free. You're free to go where you will. Now we can get Stinky Boy's spear. Well, I'm gonna melt down the spear. It's like he's right there, but I'm just going to set all of this to be melted down. And all of this to be melted down. And claim all of this. I'll just leave the bodies on the surface for right now. Don't really have anything else I can do them. I like how you're describing a, like, Magic the Gathering tournament as an emergency. I'm very amused by this. But alrighty. Hopefully it went well. Also, speaking of, this sucker over here is still draining. And the reason I did it is so that I can get to that platinum. And down here, oh my god, I actually haven't looked down here. Tetrahedrite, 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 tetrahedrite. So also, I should just state this. The only correct way to mine anything out of this tetrahedrite in this very steep hole is to build super sketchy scaffolding down and around the outside, right? Also, there's platinum there. And platinum there. Ooh, god. Big fan. Well, regardless, I hope you had a good Magic the Gathering emergency get-together event party thing. My... Yeah, I am. I guess they just have too many jobs. Too many jobs, not enough dwarves. Most certainly. Question is, are they puking? No. You're back from dinner. What'd you miss? The siege finally left. They got attacked by a honey badger and it made them charge me. And then they got stuck in my cage traps. The unstoppable force encountered an immovable lot. Oh no, they are in fact annoyed after being in the sunshine again. Well, that's going to be an ongoing constant. Anyway, yeah, as I said earlier, the unstoppable force encountered an immovable object, which in fact was the dwarves encountering, or not the dwarves, the human zombie siegers and intelligent undead encountered a honey badger. And the honey badger won, so, you know. Make sure that they have a constant sun. You wouldn't want a day-night cycle because you might not realize this, but this is the calendar up here. A day in Dwarf Fortress at 60 FPS is about 30 seconds. So it would kind of look like a strobe light. The way you stop them from not hating the sun is by not locking them underground for extended periods of time. It can also be cured if they go outside for an extended period of time. It's one of those balancing acts that Dwarf Fortress asks of the player and doesn't explain particularly well, which I think is, part of its charm. Like, Dwarf Fortress's obtuseness is, I honestly think, part of why it's weird and fun. But it is a hard to wrap your head around mechanic if you're not expecting it or looking for it or know what you're looking for. Making a little forge down here. But you need them to see the sun so that they keep their vitamin D counts up and don't start to vomit when they see the sun. What I'm building here? Well, I'm just going to make a little forge because I need a place to start melting stuff down anyway. And I kind of figured this would be a cool spot for a forge. I could upgrade it to a magma forge in the future too if I wanted to. I'd only need to go down to layer, what? Probably minus 100 or something. Let's get some more fancy tables and chairs up in here. They can't take that spear. It's forbidden, but that would have been fun to find. Actually, hold on. I can go here and just type in hail. Yeah, that, because we also got a metal helm, a shield, and then the spear. So I get 3 items I can melt down. What are you going to make them into? Depends on how many bars I get. I'll probably get 1. Probably just a weapon, maybe a spear. Put it on a pedestal and wait until somebody who deserves it arrives. Probably one of the dwarves from my old fort. We've already had some arrive, so we'll get more eventually. Clouds came back, so I can open the doors up again. Not without looking at the game's raws, but they're not really procedurally generated. It's just the names that are. The metals themselves are the equivalent of adamantine. Plus, they're the equivalent of adamantine plus the artifact strike bonus, which is basically just like a accuracy bonus. You will start with 7, yeah. So that's currently 7 dwarves that are part of the faction living in that faction's owned sites. Every faction, even if they have 1 population, probably have more dwarves that are willing to join that faction if they get their shit together and start up a fortress. It most likely means that the vast majority of the possible populations for that faction are just lost or far away or not available or don't know how to get back home or, you know, something along those lines. Because there's always a lot of refugee populations that just, you know, don't have anywhere to go. And they're just waiting for a faction to spin up. But it does mean you're more likely to randomly acquire nobles. So what is everybody doing currently? It's mostly just storing item in stockpile. What items are we mostly storing in stockpiles right now? Gems, probably? I may actually have to restrict hauling. Until I get more migrants. They'll still haul for tasks, but Gronzi, you have a good night. Chat investments are open if anybody cares. So just always treat as adamantine? Yeah, pretty much. The godlike metals, it's only the names that are procedurally generated, right? Let's try and make things a little bit more efficient down here. I forgot exactly what's different. Sharpness and weight is what adamantine gets, I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure they're sharp. It's sharper than most other metals and lighter than most other metals, making it really good for sharp cutty weapons. It's also got a much higher value stat. What color is pale metal? I don't know. What color do you think it is? It's a pale one. Probably metal color. Unfortunately, no, you can't. You can request them to only cut a specific type of gem, but there's no option under encrusting to specify what they encrust. You can specify the image that they encrust, or tell them to put hanging rings of something on something, or menace with spikes, but you can't tell them what type of item to encrust. Honestly, like I feel like they're probably all similar colors, because it's the property of the metal, right? It's sort of like Swiss cheese is the same color as mozzarella, but the difference is one have holes, right? So I guess like flowing metal would be flowing. It'd be like rippling, but still be metal. That's how I imagine it. Like Mercury? Ooh, yeah. Or like that one Terminator. I like how they consider their bedrooms fantastic when it's literally just a hole in the ground with floor, stairs, and a bed. Maybe that's how I should make all the bedrooms in this fort. Maybe it's a texture or pattern, like how we got Damascus steel and its funny, funky patterns. Oh, possibly, yeah. Or like the grains in wood. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine the godlike metals as more patterned than anything. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I'll unpause when the ads are done. If you're not seeing ads currently, then good for you. Oh, also, if anybody's wondering, we have in fact cleared the daily minimum today. It was actually pretty easy because this month is a shorter month. I get a lot of resubs today. Because anybody who would resub on the 30th or the 31st gets crammed into the 27th and 28th of this month. So I almost hit the minimum today just in resubs. So that's cool. I don't need to bitch or moan. I can just say thanks. We would have hit it without that probably too. Also, I have to say thanks to the YouTube folks for almost 200 of you watching today. Appreciate you guys. You know, just gotta chuckle for a second here. I open up the Dwarf Fortress directory because I do this sometimes, and I just see that. They're streaming Dwarf Fortress, eh? It's a funny looking Dwarf Fort. What going on over there? Definitely some art, but this is like, that's not what I expected to see when I refreshed the Dwarf Fortress directory. It's just it would be like me having just a full screen ass shooting fire out of it. As my thumbnail. Oh, probably. It's certainly a VTuber, yeah. Most definitely, yes. Salsas. I just think it's funny. So, out of context, thumbnails are funny to me. Because Twitch thumbnails are like always the worst. It's like that one day that my thumbnail was just like a close-up zoom in on my nose for a good hour. I should get a were-elephant VTuber model? I have a question. What makes you think that I would self-identify as a were-elephant? Or want to play a were-elephant character? I mean, obviously I would be a were-ass. Come on. Enough people call me an ass on the daily in my YouTube comments that I might as well just, like, become one. Also, nah. I've got, like... You know, I've told this story before, but years ago, before the concept of VTubing even existed, a were-mole... I actually, you know, that's not a bad call. Although moles can kind of see, they just can't see in the sun, though. Not all moles are blind. But, so I've told this story before, but years ago, there was this guy who I was friends with who streamed. And he was an ice streamer, right? He actually got Twitch partner, like, kind of quick, like, for the time. He managed to get Twitch partner in, like, a year and a half or something. And then, like, completely stopped streaming what he gained some relevance on, which was Binding of Isaac, and went and played a bunch of other games, mostly first-person shooters, and his stream kind of faded into oblivion. And then he just kind of vanished. But some of you might remember a piece of software called FaceRig. And FaceRig had a bunch of default models with it. It was like really shitty early era. I think it's probably still on Steam. Essentially what would become known, I guess, as VTubing software. And this was like, I think it first popped up on the internet in like 2012. And it was the idea was like, oh, I'm gonna be a snowman on my webcam to make mom laugh on the Skype call, was what it was for. And this must have been like, well, it was whenever Binding of Isaac Rebirth came out. What year was that? $2014? So at some point in 2014, this friend of mine was streaming and actually getting quite a bit of success at the time, playing as a cat. And he did it kind of in a really funny way, sort of, I guess, where he had two halves of his stream. The first, like, quarter of his streams would be him. And then he'd get up and go on break. And then about 90 seconds later, the cat would show up, which was supposed to be his cat. He did actually have a pet cat and would have the cat on stream every now and again. And this cat would show up and take over. And he used a voice changer to make his voice kind of weird, funky, Alvin and the Chipmunksy, and would play Binding of Isaac as a cat. And I was like, I remember watching this and going, I hate this, but like, hey, it's working for you. You got 200 people watching, so I guess this is cool, I suppose. And he reached out to me once because I was friends with him on Steam at the time. I still am, I think. And he sent me a DM and he goes, hey, dude, I got an idea. I'm like, what? And he goes, you be a dog. Like, I beg your fucking pardon. He goes, no, like it's got a dog option. I'll be the cat and you'll be the dog. I'll raid into you. We'll make a gimmick out of this. No, this was right when all of those random pandas and stuff showed up on Twitch, because there's still red panda streams to this day. I know a few people who still do it using FaceRig even. I mean, that's what Blues STV used to use. He used a recolored version of their default red panda for a while. Anyway, I'm not a furry, so I basically was like, I think that would make my chat insufferable. And at the time, I was making absolutely no money doing this. This was like a weird hobby, and I was like, I get irritated enough with my chat already working nights and having to read the stupid shit they post in my chat. I don't want to read more of that, and this would just make my chat completely intolerable, was my take. So I said no. And like I said, it just kind of carried on, and like eventually he just faded off into obscurity. I still sometimes wonder about that. Like, if I'd done that, would I still have a career? Or would I too have faded into obscurity? I was like, at the time, VTubing didn't exist. At the time, it had a different term. We called it character streaming. So if you were a character streamer, it simply meant that you were a creator, a streamer, who played a character. I still like that term more, actually. It makes more sense to my dumbass old brain. But like, a character streamer was somebody who, like, a Future Man Gaming was a character streamer, where he was the guy from the future to play all video games, right? I mean, fuck, Dr. Disrespect, technically, I guess, could count as a late-stage character streamer. And that's all that they were, from my perspective. And that's still kind of what they are. And it's funny, because I think of VTubers and I kind of get mad. Because at the end of the day, you're just a person playing a character. And this genuinely irritates me to this day. It's like, you're just a person playing a character. You're trying to remove the human element from a performance art form, and I kind of hate that. And calling yourself a VTuber, to me, is just like discounting the fact that, well, you are a creative human being playing a character. There's a reason, like, we call voice actors. So what is behind the VTuber? But anyway, aside from being in a horribly exploitative side of the industry and also incredibly terrifying for many reasons, I had an opportunity to be early into that game and said no, and I'm happy I didn't. No, I totally get not wanting to show your face, but what I don't like... Okay, so now we're gonna get into things that Blind doesn't like, so be kind to me for a second here. I really fucking hate the culture that it builds. The fandom around it is kind of gross on a good day. And reading about things like portions of those communities referring to people who stream with their face on their stream, like me, as meat streamers, or flesh tubers just makes me want to disappear off the internet and no longer exist in this industry. It's like it's dehumanizing and gross, and I fucking hate it. Blind hates weebs. I dated a weeb for 8 years and lived with her for 6, and stepped on safety pins while she was making her cosplays. I loved a weeb, man. I'm just broken. It's personal. Anyway, but no, seriously. Not really. I like professionalism, I guess. And this industry has never been even remotely professional, so I don't know why I'm like expecting more of people, but I don't know how to read that sentence. Selby, what? I mean, it doesn't really matter to me what it is. Like, something that I've just kind of accepted over the years. This is gonna get really real for a second here. How do I put this? Self-driven creative industries like this attract people that have problems. I'm a person who has problems. I'm bipolar. I don't get along with people very well. I don't have many friends. Never have. My best friend's a dick. Fuck that guy. But I hang out with him and we go to metal concerts and then punch each other. It's a great time. I have a lot of personal, mental, and social issues. I always have. I like being alone and avoiding people and being a weird recluse. And I know a lot of people in the industry like me. And the longer that I've been in the industry, the more I've encountered people that are like me. And I think that those kinds of people are unstable and can often hurt themselves in really shitty ways. And there's been high-profile cases of that in the past with people like Wreckful. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. If you don't, I'm not going to get into it. And so to me, I think something that's very important about streaming, whether you show your face or not, whether you're honest about, or what's the word? Not honest, that's not the right word. Whether you're open about what is behind the camera or not, I think it's important to remember that streamers are people, and there's a big portion of the industry that doesn't show their face that aren't like me, because I've met a lot of them. Like I've been to conventions where these communities intermingle, and it's very money first, money focused, business first. And that scares me, because an industry that I've spent the better part of 11 years in, to some extent, was always very similar people. And now there's this portion that's new, that's different, it's way younger, that is focused on making as much fucking money as possible in as short a period of time, and that tends to attract the worst kind of people on both the client's end and the creator's end. And that scares me, which is why I don't like the dehumanizing of the creator behind the costume, if that makes any sense. That's the best way I can word that, I think. What was I doing? It's making blocks, yeah. How much jet do I even have? 156, let's just do 140 maybe? Oh, certainly not. But at the very least with... Like, it's not a matter of greed. No, okay, allow me to elaborate a little bit. There's a lot of VTubers that are not independent actors. They're signed to networks. The people running the networks are the money people in question. Yes, there are also streamers who show their face who are super greedy and exploitative assholes. But it's the weird conglomerate above that builds an entire that builds networks of people that aren't people. And because they're not branded as people, they're not really treated like people. That's the concern that I have. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. I mean, at the end of the day, Ratmost, and to anybody who VTubes, do the creative thing that you like doing. The part of it that I don't like is the branding VTubing. That's the part that I don't like, because it allows for the dehumanization of the creator behind the creature or the costume. But certainly. But what does 99% of the audience see? Pseudonym Spike. So I don't know. I think to me it's just kind of exposing yourself to a lot of potential problems. But you only watch indie VTubers basically? Okay, cool. I mean, that's good. Support indie. Support the small things. He's still parasocial. Please don't parasocial me. I don't have a parachute. Parachutes are expensive. Actually, maybe do parachute me. If you're gonna throw me out of a brain and we're being social, you're welcome to parachute me. I don't know where I'm going with this. These orders of words don't make sense. I mean, I don't hate anybody for being creative. Go be creative. That's cool. Like, if you want to write a backstory and create a character, that's fine. But don't forget to remind people that you're a human. That's all, really. That being said, I will maintain that one of the funniest things I've ever seen on a stream ever was around the time the first Doom came out, and that one really early VTuber was playing Doom 2016, and Mick Gordon was in her chat and was like, well, what the fuck is that? And she's like, I'm an anime, but a streamer. And his response was, okay, Lamau. And that was genuinely one of the funniest clips I've ever seen on a stream ever. Genuinely. Well, first off, I'm not a potato, so I find calling me a tuber in general to be offensive. I'm a creative entertainer. Call it what it is. Accurate, Ratmost. What's up, Unchowder? How's things? I'm more of a carrot. Aw, thank you. It's just reminding me of that one Magic School Bus episode. Thanks so much for the raid, Unchowder. How's things? We're having a very deep discussion about VTubing and corporations. And I'm stuck underground underneath this thing, which has a locked door, but I keep getting attacked by zombies and necromancers because we're right underneath the necromancer tower, and it's been almost 2 years, and I'm really hoping I get a migrant wave in the fall, and I hope that my faction comes and trades with me. But maybe we won't. I don't know. We'll find out. But welcome, Raiders. How was stream? What were you guys up to? I mean, the only thing that AI is a prelude to is bankrupting a lot of really big corporations, but I digress. Yes, Sentient Potato is in fact a tuber. The only tuber in this chat, truly. Also, Robert Harris in YouTube chat says, I went to sleep and woke up and you're still on. I've only been on for 8.5 hours. Ready to put in the ground in a couple months? I mean, if they start moving, you might not want to put them in the ground. You don't know what'll grow out of those. Let's go back to just trying to get everything hauled. More of a me bean than a YouTuber? What kind of bean, though? That's the important question. You know, honestly, I'd rather be considered an indie webber, but honestly, it's nobody wants to read a goddamn blog these days, so it's kind of difficult. I wish I was that cool. But truthfully, I know I'm not. And how much wood actually goes into a log cabin? I remember going on this like toured walk of this gigantic patch of old growth forests when I was younger. And during the tour, they pointed at this giant tree and they're just like, "How many houses is that?" And like all the kids like said different numbers. I can't remember what I said. And he's like, "About half of one." And it like melted my brain a little bit at the time and still kind of does. These days you're kind of a garbanzo. I'm like, I don't know the name of them, but the like white kidney beans. Because I'm pale enough for that. If I were to have to be a bean, probably that. What's up, Unearth? What's up? How's things, YouTube? You'd read my blog if I wrote about design and stuff? What the fuck do I know about design? I'm not gonna write about things I don't know anything about. I feel like navy beans should be blue, but that's just my own stupid brain talking. Also, Ratmost, if you ever wrote YU VTube, I never saw the response, so let me know if I need to scroll up. Oh, your camera shy? Yeah, that's fair. Back in the day, we just turned the camera off. And also, I will say this. Did you know that I streamed with no camera for the first year? When it comes to being camera shy, you kind of get used to it. It's just like I couldn't stand my own voice for the first year. Eventually, I kind of got used to it. Ah. You hate your voice when you stream? You get used to it after years. I mean, I listen to my voice every second I talk into this microphone. I can hear it in my ears. Gotta monitor your own audio, dude. Birds of a feather flock together, but it's definitely an avenue where someone can find a community and support network, though. I really like you for two reasons. First, you have your personal values and you don't sell out on them. I used to because I was desperate, but yeah, on them for money, and you're a genuine guy. Second, from what you've said, you've had a lot of the same personal demons in life that you've had. And the familiarity and experience is another draw. Sorry to look so long that took so long to get posted. You had a phone call. It's all good. You talk to people face to face and it all comes back rushing back. I don't know, like maybe I'm just old, but all of that nervous stuff has kind of gone away, especially as of late. Maybe it's the drugs. But I don't know, like I used to have a lot of those problems, right? Where like I didn't like the way I looked, so I would never look at OBS while I was streaming, or I didn't like the way my voice sounded, so I'd turn the volume down, then my audio would get bad for 2.5 streams and I wouldn't notice. Until I checked the VOD 3 days later and I was like, ah, fuck. Eventually, it kind of goes away, right? I mean, then there's like, you know, this weird fear of saying things that people aren't going to like. And unless it sounds like racist, I don't really care about a lot of the stuff that I say, generally. as long as it like is clear that it's for entertainment purposes. I think that for a lot of people, not being you, if you're not comfortable with you, or if you're shy, or if you don't feel like you, and you want to present as something else, or if you have those internal fears, I think that playing a character is an easy way to skip that process. Which obviously works for some people. I'm pretty sure I'm not muted. What? So definitely just unchowder then. Pinto bean. Hold on, let me Google pinto bean. I might be thinking pinto bean. Yes, I was thinking pinto bean. If I had to be a bean, it would be a pinto bean. You can hear my stream, my voice in your dreams. You know, honestly, at least it's my voice in your dreams instead of you experiencing my dreams. Because if you were experiencing my dreams, you would do exactly what I do, which is get fucking catatonic on weed before you go to bed every night so you don't have to experience them again. I don't have dreams. I have nightmares. Horrific ones. It's fun. I'll just plunk these down. I'm going to stop getting picky about building floors first. Wood furnace. Sure. Furnace. Smelter. Yes. Cool. No, I don't think I have. Sad no. I've seen Virtual's videos from time to time, but not in a minute. I haven't played much Trackmania, which is probably why. You muted the tab. Ah, I hit that hotkey sometimes too. What do the dwarves dream of? Cheese. Clearly. Probably want something that's in their preferences, I would bet. And if they're having a nightmare, it's whatever's in their preferences. So I would imagine that this dwarf would dream of sylvite, brass, ruby, cacao wood, cougar eel, leather specifically, doors, giant gray parrots for being social, obviously, and that song or dance or whatever it be, and or meals of giant fox, squid, and river spirits, and if they're having a nightmare, they're getting chased by a giant toad. Yeah, they're just jamming out with the doors. That's definitely what they're doing. Do I still play Cheese Runner? I 100%ed it, so there's not really any reason to play it anymore. So no, not really. Not since I 100%ed it anyway. Or you were saying you're not actually blind, but legally blind, so you are not baiting people with a little specific game that was making you dizzy in its color selection. I mean, that just sounds like a Tuesday to me. Actually, that just sounds like the last time that I actually participated in the Steam Next Fest stuff. Which, by the way, endlessly confuses me. Speaking of streamers, I don't understand why so many people cover the Next Fest games. Like, I get it. Demos are kind of fun, but there's so many fucking games out right now. Go play something that's finished. I don't get. We get dozens of keys in our inboxes daily. Like, go play 5 of those. Only if they're also not I would only want some way to record my dreams and watch them later if they were not also being recorded and backed up to some corporation's cloud server. And I feel like the only people that would make the technology to be able to do that would probably also be backing it up to somebody's cloud server. And fuck that, capital F. They're already being recorded. Oh no! Also, speaking of recording, I need to record the fact that I need to make booze for these dwarves. Because they thirsty. Only capital that, the capitalized whole word. I mean, you do you, boo. My pinky finger gets tired quickly, so I don't like to hold down the entirety of a word when I'm typing. You mean drink and industry, Clockwork Dragon? These dwarves haven't had a break in a while, so they kind of need one. That's a sentence to read. So this is a question from Sprite Man in YouTube chat. Do monster slayers get pissed at your dwarves when you leave them in the caverns to rot? Before or after they die? Like, leaving them to rot as in they've already died and their body is rotting? Or leave them there to rot as in you just let them in and then lock the door and said, see ya, suckers? Because I don't know, you answer that question. This is a new fortress, and we got sieged almost immediately and missed the first 2 migrant waves in siege. Or we missed the first or the second guaranteed migrant wave and the trade caravan. So I have a population cap of like 350. We're just kneecapped right now due to poor timing. You haven't had a monster slayer become a ghost? I think things only become ghosts if they're part of your faction. They're quite happy to launch themselves into the caverns to get mulched by a toad or something. I mean, if you let them in. But no, I mean, what makes monster slayers unhappy is if they don't have a place to sleep, and if they've asked to stay in the fortress for the purpose of slaying monsters, you have to manually assign them to a bedroom or make a bedroom or dormitory that is attached to your tavern, or they do not have permission to sleep in any of your beds. So they do get kind of annoyed with that. That, I think, is one of the quickest and easiest ways to annoy a lot of your dwarves. But I'm just here, you know, melting down metal objects from those siegers. Another thing I'm going to do is go down to here, start digging out this stuff. So something that's nifty about this cavern lair, it is full of native platinum. Like, full of native platinum. And I mean it. And I'm super okay with this. I'm gonna get in here and colonize all of that platinum, damn it. You had an armadillo woman join your fort and then protest your dwarves. Protect, not protest. Protect your dwarves from like 30 omen so the dwarves could get to the burrows in time. She fought hard too. Did she die in the process or did she make it? So I hope you gave her a hell of a bedroom if she did it and survived. I'm not gonna, like, get ahead of ourselves here, but if I find myself with enough platinum, maybe. Oh, her shell got ripped off. That's sad. Poor thing. It's like that dwarf that charged in first and almost lost it all. Is new water, like, is this an aquifer there? Or is it just... It seems to just be spots that water's touching. Can also drain this one, but there's no reason to. This is such a large cavern. Holy crap. Oh, the fortress attracted no migrants this season. Well, hopefully next season. Watch another siege show up right when next season starts, too. A royal level tomb, though? There you go. At least we got some copper bars here. Just gonna place a stockpile here for armor, but nothing usable. Well, no, fuck it. We'll just say armor. Just throw armor in that stockpile. We'll melt it down. You had a bronze colossus go ham on a trade caravan and kill 10 of your dwarves with a pigtail shoe. I wonder why they do that. They always tend to just grab the strangest random miscellaneous objects and use them as weapons. How good of a crutch walker are you these days? Legendary crutch walker, now we're talking. Now we're talking there. Got some iron, got some copper. The other thing I need to do is make a metal ore stockpile. Except this, it's gonna get 2 wheelbarrows in it, which will hopefully speed that process up and not slow it down. Got a dwarf harvesting plants. I'll just watch you run back and forth. It's been a while since I've had a forgotten beast of any type show up, actually. Or not a forgotten beast, a bronze colossus in any fortress show up. It's been a while. Although I've discovered that that bronze colossi fall really quickly to marks dwarves. Like really quickly. Even silver bolts will do it. The problem is when you get into melee range, because they're just so ridiculously overstrong fighters by default. And they're pretty hard to pierce and they don't get tired. So in like almost any number of combat situations against one another, like the dwarves are just screwed almost by default. Chad, have you had anything particularly memorable happen in a fort recently? I'm curious. I do honestly think that that last fort ended in a very memorable fashion, even though it wasn't pleasant to play. Like, I like the fact that that fort ended with, like, us becoming a capital and a dragon showing up in all kinds of dumb nonsense, but... That's also one of the reasons why I don't generally turn up the number of threats like that, because I kind of like... I like my eyes kind of popping out of my head a little bit when I see a bronze colossus, you know? Like, it's a, whoa! It's like you're suddenly excited about something. It's a fun change of pace. Whereas, like, I feel like a lot of games, the big threats become pretty regular, and then you're like, yeah, okay, it's just one of these. So, I could turn up their spawn rates and stuff, but I feel like that would ruin it a little bit. Oh, that's always fun. Yeah, I love weaponizing that stuff. Bird. Love weaponizing that stuff. Also, these, don't put leather armor. I only want the metal armor. There's a goose leather helm. Well, off to a good start, I guess. Can they join your fort? Not in the vanilla game, no. The only way to get random animal people to join your fort is by them happening upon your fortress as part of a musical performance group. That is the only way that they can join your fort. Unless you use DF hack, then you can use this command, make own, and then they will join your fort. But do keep in mind, so basically you select them like this and then you type in that command with DF hack up. The issue with doing that is there's a non-zero chance that they are not the same size as your dwarves, and you will have to specify specific clothing sizes for them. Also, Pilot Guy, 89. Thank you very much for the 59th month. Appreciate you, dude. I hope you've been doing well. Hope things have been aight. Oopsies, that's flooring, not wall. Well, I could just redo it with walls. Was when you were traveling, you got an ambush warning, and suddenly dozens of wild animals are falling from the trees around you. Oh, wow. That's kind of something. Devankel, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you much. And to you, who just said, just post some beerses. Round of beers, thanks. Been doing job hunting mostly lately? Trying to get out of state or out of country? I know you were mentioning that, but I can never tell how serious people are being with stuff like that. Either is fine, but state most likely. Yeah, fair. Well, best of luck. I mean, job hunting's always a chore. Thinking kitchens will go up here. Cardinal guys are just for training then? Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but is what it is. Well, best of luck. Hopefully you find something good. Obviously same industry, but it's kind of expected. I actually wonder how many metal objects they're going to have to melt down before they get to the godlike metal stuff. We are into late summer, though. So if we don't get attacked in fall, we should be able to trade then. Because if you're broke as fuck or rich as fuck because of the websites you're visiting, explain. Kind of scary to have legendary level goblins because they broke the legs and the arms of the Colossus, so they just hit it repeatedly, never breaking the body. Oh, that's kind of terrifying. No, okay, makes sense. I would be confused too if I was the bot looking at your search terms. Private jet companies and job boards. That's funny. It's like, is this guy trying to rent a jet? Also, he's unemployed. Well, best of luck, dude. I wonder if Orange would have any leads for you. I mean, he does drive limos, similar-ish to private jets, but it's just funny. So I guess the Google's actually no, honestly, Google's algorithm should just look at half of the people who own the software and the servers and the people that designed it, and then look at their kids' search terms and just match it to whatever they're searching, because that's probably pretty accurate, right? Unemployed, flies with private jets daily, you know, billionaire kid life. Time flies, it's 10 p.m. Yeah, time does in fact file itself away. It is 8:48 here. I like how all of those different Forgotten Beast Silk threads are all differentiated in here, and you'll never know which one is which. But this... I'm actually just going to make this an extension of this stockpile. Oh shit, we've also got native gold. Man, we are living large here. Truly. The things I would do to just have like 5 more dwarves. Dear Mountain Home, please fucking trade with me. I goddamn beg you. I need you to trade with me. If you don't trade with me, I will be sad. Yours truly, annoying needy streamer who's playing Dwarf Fortress and needs more dwarves. I mean, we're very rich here. Like, come join my fortress. We've got unpurified metal and lots of it. And also, I can't wait to go to the unpurified metal show this weekend. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's one of many at this point, Afroman. You know, unironically, one of the reasons I thought that Tarn might respond to my DMs originally when I first started doing those was how do I put this? Was I was lightly hopeful that because he hadn't done a DF talk in a really long time with Captain-tastic and Rainseeker, that he would be interested in talking to some other idiot on the internet, and so I just asked nicely. Wouldn't unpurified metal just be rock? I smelt it. We got lots of ore. We got ands and thes as well. Tons of it. I mean, look, see, there's more ore. Even more ore. There's enough ore that I'm pretty sure this joke will stick the landing. What the heck is that? Oh, it's one of these. Tarn is a chill dude. Good vibes. Yeah. Not the most recent one. Watch the one from before or the one before that has Tarn and Zach. There's one that also has Tarn, Zach, and Putnam. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Tower of Clobbering is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts, dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and your slow and obviously meaningless demise. But yeah, I recommend taking a look at my Bay 12 Games Talk playlist or my dev interviews playlist because I've had all of them on. I've even talked with Alexandra, the community manager over at Kid Fox. Although it is, yeah, and now I'm suddenly worried we're gonna get attacked right behind them. Human swordsman is visiting? Where'd you come from? I don't think I have any public buildings. You look at these dwarves pulling their llamas. Yeah, but they don't generally arrive unless you have some reason for them to arrive, which is usually a public space of sorts, which I don't have. What trains strength? Hauling boulders. It's true. Also, this one is mean and non-specific, but if you want everybody in your fortress to be completely fucking jacked, make a shit ton of lead rings and bracelets. This is from you. This is for YouTube chat, but shit ton of lead rings and bracelets. But the problem is then you can't unequip them. They kind of do the Goku thing where they just walk around really slowly. I remember there was one time I had a dwarf in Long Death and they were moving extremely slow and I was concerned they got hurt. I was like, oh no, what happened to you? And I clicked on them and they had 25 lead crowns on and like 30 lead rings and like a dozen bracelets. I was like, oh. And eventually they picked back up and moved full speed. You have tons of monster hunters without your taverns and temples being public? Huh. Then explain why 99% of the time that literally never happens to me. That's bizarre, but also interesting. Thanks for the tidbit. Well, I got some cruddy armor. I can sell them. I also have these large, bulky, pale fabric shoes that I can sell them. Because I can't use them and I can't break them down or do anything with them. Same with these gloves. That water buffalo helm. And those. Let's also just go cut gems. Maybe. All right, yeah, we got that one adventuring earring. Let's chuck that in there. Let's also just type in the word large. Large sock. Large boots. Thems. Chuck use. Large pants. And man, jet covers look so cool. And then I need to assign a broker because I don't currently have one. Although apparently Raikalu, as well as Pudding, both have some skills. So let's check Raikalu into the task. Yeah, well, we haven't had the opportunity to make platinum trinkets just yet. We'll get there. Although I kind of don't want to make them platinum trinkets. I kind of want the platinum to go to my dwarves. I feel like they've earned it. Not without modding your game, Sprite Man. You can get slayed blocks. This fortress has slayed mechanisms in it. You can get slayed blocks by deconstructing vaults. But you have to settle on a vault first, so good luck. You really, really have no idea why I don't get them? Yeah, neither do I. Well, the thing is, like, I restrict all my zones when I make them. The second I make them. Drink like a king. Damn right. Would platinum be good for weight training? Oh, totally. I mean, it's heavy. Anything heavy. If dwarves have to carry it around, they'll gain strength. Like, the main reason your military dwarves gain strength, even if they're not training, is if they're running around in armor, they're just passively gaining strength. I mean, Vampire Visitor in the first year would be really, really easy to spot because there's only be like 20 dwarves in the fort, so there's only so many to go through. Vampire Visitors, when you have 350 dwarves, is a problem because finding them is difficult. That this is true, Hash. Although I would say a Slade is even better, but I really hope they brought some decent things. Question, Sword Death in YouTube chat. Wasn't that bug something that required literally hacking the game? I mean, like, there's absolutely ways to get slayed, but it requires using tools that are not in the vanilla game. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. But I know you used to be able to designate digging in the underworld before you breached it, and that would allow you to dig it, but that's been fixed. Not slate, Slade. Here, I'll show you some Slade. Nope, that's graphite. Pretty sure we have Slade. There, see? Slade. See the weight of that Slade? 4,000 Dwarf units. Whereas this jet one is 26. Oh no, you can. There's multiple ways to get slayed with DF hack, but it brings new meanings to the word slay queen. Slayed queen. Dolphin meets with the outpost liaison and says, "I'm liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I've been scarred horribly from the last fortress. What requests do you have of our merchants?" What requests do I have of your merchants? I didn't get any animals. What pets do you have available? Ask for some llamas. Bring me llamas, please. Maybe some sheep. They want cheese and splints. After you bring me the llamas. A goose? No, I'm sure we'll get plenty of those. Alvin and the Chipmunk style? I think you and me have different imaginations of what their voice sounds like. Although they definitely came from my previous fortress because they're carrying a book that was in my last fortress and also wearing a crown from my previous fortress. If I check their recent memories, they're also horrified after being haunted by the dead and experienced trauma, so they definitely came from my last fortress. Big nose and all. Can you make bone splints? Your llamas turn your pasture into sand? Well, you need a bigger pasture then. Because they trample it and eat it, and both eating and trampling causes it to get damaged. Also, looks like we do in fact have a... What do you think, chat? Do we allow this Mr. Bingus here, human esquire, to live here Yes or no? I'm thinking no. Because what right do they have to my glorious, strange tower full of scary, terrifying things? Why would I want a human to join? It's a human. I doubt it smells nice. They're running around in, like, copper armor. They probably smell like pennies. Ugh. Disgusting. Pennies. Come back with short friends that fit my size of clothing. Indignant. Checks out. Besides, they asked my horse. Obviously, they weren't going to get very far with that. Stuff on the top shelf. Actually, it's less likely that he could reach stuff on the top shelf, and more likely he would just develop back problems because he would have to bend over all the time to actually reach anything. Let alone, like, get up to a shelf. To see how long he will live. But then I have to dispose of his body when he dies. How does that help me? Yeah, exactly. He's just going to have a really sore forehead. Slav squat walking through the halls. Okay, so he's just playing Stalker IRL. Got it. Humans are just leeching your resources. Honestly, if it was a goblin, a dwarf, or an elf, I would say yes, because they wear dwarven-sized clothes. I just don't feel like micromanaging clothes. Because once they've lived in the fort for a year, I kind of feel bad saying no. If it was a, a Gorlak, I would absolutely say yes, and then I would micromanage it. The quads on that guy. The real challenge for the humans living in the Dwarven Fort is walking around in the Dwarven Fort. Okay, yeah, no, that's the one that I'm thinking. That is the one that I'm thinking of then, Sword Death. Yeah, interesting. I mean, if it still works, it still works. I personally don't go after Slade, because, I don't know, I feel... It's very rare that I get that far, and if I've made it that far, I don't usually need it. If that makes any sense. Okay, so we're already up to mid-autumn. So I'm just going to trade what we got. Because it ain't much, but hey, it's something. I got to trade for something. That's an expensive as hell flask. They brought a duck. I've got 69 bucks. I'll buy this empty barrel. Because all the stuff that I'm trading is really far away and I'm a little dumb and didn't really think about that. They didn't grab the close stuff first. They grabbed the furthest away stuff first. I mean, I already told him no, he's not allowed to live here, so it doesn't matter what you want me to name him. So, no silly human for my fortress today. I traded some used shoes for some clay. Every single world is different with the spacing between the caverns, depending on your settings. So should you be worried about getting to the others? I have no idea how far apart they will be. But 35 isn't that deep. I also like that Arthur over here is just sitting here socializing with himself. Seems like normal Dwarf activity. This is one of the problems with giant maps. As it takes way too long to do anything. Boom, boom. You're socializing with yourself naturally. Also, apparently you got into an argument with Snail. And that's nothing to be bitter about. How does Snail feel about this? Snail finished up some work and that was is bitter after getting into an argument. Oh. So he's bitter and is Arthur bitter? Didn't feel anything. Which means you've got a better handle on your own personality than the guy in charge, so do with that information what you will. I'll buy that giant cave spider silk rope. That is fair, Stormwolf. I've always wanted to see a dwarf get into an argument with themselves. Although the closest I've ever seen to that was when somebody from chat was trying to see if he could get a minecart going so fast and launch a dwarf out of the minecart so fast that they would leave the map. And the reality is no, but if you fire a dwarf at the edge of the map fast enough, the combat log will say that they collided with themselves because it tries to teleport them to the other end of the map. So when a dwarf is moving at warp 10, that happens eventually. Also, your kiddo's doing all right, I think. You say, "Gah," is what they say. Not much input from baby, but I wouldn't expect much more than that, to be honest. Sig text on the forum was someone would say how they launched 3 dwarves into the air with a drawbridge and 2 came down. They probably collided in midair. Reminds me of that old fort that somebody made, where in order to get into the fort, you had to stand in a meeting zone, which was just a drawbridge that would occasionally go twing and fire them over the walls. And usually they just kind of go splat in the middle of the fort. Sometimes they'd make it, though. And those were the ones that were able to live. The others, well, they didn't make it usually. Also, I have a feeling, I may be wrong here, I'd be willing to bet the merchants are going to leave out of the caverns. I should build a cavern road, even though it won't do anything. I should build one. See where they leave, and then build a cavern road there. You know, I feel like the Dwarven space program would both be more successful and less successful than the Kerbal space program. I like that it actually takes time for them to load up the items and you can see them loading up in real time. It's nifty. Felt pleasure near a fine trap? What trap? Oh, must have been the cage trap on the way in. Naturally. No, but they can exit via the caverns. So no, they cannot enter via the caverns, but they can leave through the caverns. Well, half right, rat most. Likes cage traps? I mean, hey, whatever Rith is into, Rith is into. See you later, Nomal. Blunt gems, eh? I like some blunt gems on a Friday too. Speaking of native platinum, seems like Napalm is getting some strength training here. Your surface drawbridges are still needed then? Oh yeah, absolutely. You can lock them inside, and if they have access to the caverns, they'll leave through the caverns though. So you don't need to let them out the front door. You can let them out the caverns. Oh, no, absolutely. Sprite Man in YouTube chat's correct. If they get hurt, take any damage, or anything gets stolen from them in the caverns, then they'll blame you for it. Because obviously you didn't do a good enough job securing their exit. Also, can I get a hallelujah? Praise Armok. I was starting to get worried. Hey, look! It's Freeways. And his wife and kid. And a skilled weaponsmith. And a novice swords dwarf. And Freeways is seriously injured, so we're back in this. We're back in this problem. Thankfully, we also just got a doctor who seems pretty decent. Okay, who else we has? How injured is you? Oh, his teeth are gone? Okay, well, at least you're still in one piece, so that's good. And we got a hammer dwarf. Getting there. I've been praying to Burr. Uh-huh. I, too, have been praying my coffee Burr's work in the morning. Why do you ask? And it's not a tiny for migrant wave either. Did you just stand up and walk? Wait, what? Did you just get over your wounds? Well, that's kind of confusing. Alright. We got a focused butcher. Maybe he literally was in the hospital when I retired the fort. Regardless, Freeways, would you actually be a good military dwarf? He feels best when everyone gets along without any strive for contention, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, has an active sense of humor, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can handle stress, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to think before acting, and he likes to take it easy. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and occasionally overindulges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about being outdoors. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally thinks that working hard is an abject idiocy. Finds a pursuit of skill master of pudding and doesn't care if one way or another of others, and doesn't feel strongly or one way or another about the law. Is winded. Ooh. Well, maybe I shouldn't put you in the military, but I kind of want to. How many kills do you have? 1 goblin. Wow. You do better than that, man. I don't even think it was a flesh wound. I think it was just a wound. All right, well, we need to make some bedrooms now. Kind of screwed that up. Hauling jobs are going to suddenly get a lot easier. I could just start doing the old little channel down one thing. Making little trapdoor bedrooms. What's up, Aratil? But I kind of do like, I kind of like the idea of just doing little huts everywhere, so let's just do like some little wooden shanty town, you know? Kind of the classic blind IRL treatment. But we'll make it less of a shantytown by giving them higher quality furniture. It's kind of hard to see, actually. Should be fine. Oh, no, I mean, jobs and bedrooms will kind of be interspersed, Dravis. I mean, right now the bedrooms are really far away because it's kind of a temporary fortress because I wasn't exactly sure where I was going to set up, but we're going to be unmaking those bedrooms all soon. And I also need to make the founders' bedrooms, which I'm thinking are going to go above the tavern. I'm thinking the founders will get a nicer set of a nicer set of bedrooms. These will just be for randos. Because I kind of want to represent the importance of dwarves in this fort based on where they sleep, which I like doing. The founders are the starting 7, of course. Like they arrive. All right, guys, grab some logs, get to building your bedrooms. But yeah, not a bad idea for sure, Davis. You wonder if the alchemy system idea is going to come back. Tarn mentioned that there could be a lot done with the original idea. I don't know. I mean, everything I think right now is very exciting, right? Like, regardless of how much you like Dwarf Fortress, right now is an exciting time for Dwarf Fortress. I mean, people are going to show up and say positive things and say negative things, because such is the way of things. But I do think that right now is a very exciting time for Dwarf Fortress, just in general, purely based on the fact that it has been a long time since anything that wasn't Premium Edition or Adventure Mode was developed. And by that fact alone, a lot of things are suddenly back on the table and possible again, right? And I think that's exciting and a lot of fun. So there's a lot to look forward to and there's a lot to be excited about. I know at least one person who would really like the alchemy system to come back in its old, unfinished, half-busted state just so that they could use it as a modding vector again. Because that's all it was previously, really, was a modding vector. It was just an unfinished feature that didn't do anything that people used for modding. Are you so Sword Death in YouTube chat says they've been having a continuous flow of animals into the map in an agitated state without breaks, and I figured it would have decayed by now. Are you fishing, chopping down trees, or constructing anything on the surface, or crafting on the surface? Because all of those things will cause that to happen. For doing a block of bedrooms every few levels. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress, I hate to break it to you, you're weird. That being said, are you weird for playing Dwarf Fortress the way you play Dwarf Fortress? No, too late, you're already weird. So yes? Yes, is the answer. It's the best I can do, Dravis. How you doing, Tolos? Good evening. How is you, sir? The most common angry animal is turkeys? Well, I have another question for you then, Sword Death. Are you killing animals on the surface? And yes, agitated animals are animals. Because that also irritates it. I kind of... This is an Untamed Wilds biome, and I'm basically doing nothing on the surface. Kind of intentionally. Because I don't want to irritate anything. And if I slaughter anything, it's going to be underground. You can rebalance the intensity, I think is the word to use probably, of the wildlife agitation in the difficulty settings if you so desire. I'm going to rebuild that hospital for a hot second over here. What? Did I unchief Medical Dwarf? The Chief Medical Dwarf? I guess I did. All right. Well, anyway, I got I've got a decent diagnoser now. Where's Pudding at? I'm gonna unbuild this right after it's done, but just in case there happens to be a dwarf in need of hospital. Have spare emergency backup weapons strapped to the back. Is this normal? No. Did you do custom uniform settings? It sounds like you did custom uniform settings. I can't remember the last time I saw them carrying around 2 weapons, except for when I intentionally assigned it, so... There used to be some weird nonsense with them equipping things that weren't assigned, but that's been fixed long time ago. Like, long time ago. As in, like, the better part of 10 years ago. How's the dwarf's toe? I still walk around with a crutch, but fine aside from that. But probably a custom uniform conflict that's causing that to happen. With shields on their backs? It absolutely sounds like you've done custom uniforms and screwed something up. Did you tell them to equip multiple uniforms? Rebuilt uniforms and problem went away? Yeah, that's... I would... I don't have the menu available because I don't have a squad right now. I would go open up the military screen and then click refresh uniforms and see what that does. See if that changes anything. You're seeing this as default? This content is no longer available. So whatever link you linked didn't work in the link. Darius. You know, it's really funny that people want cavalry in Dwarf Fortress to me. YouTube's talking about cavalry. Because if you've ever ridden around on a flying animal in adventure mode and then it gets spooked and bucks you off and you fall 30 Z levels and go splat, you'll suddenly realize, you know, maybe I don't actually want this. Maybe I think I want this, but maybe I don't actually want this. Oh no, somebody brought a kitten. It's okay, I can butcher that that monkey now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 beds. Let's make 10. Was in the Kid Fox Discord? Someone must have deleted it. In order for they could add cavalry, but they would very much have to change how cavalry works in the game currently. Dwarf, please. Go do the mining. Somebody, please. Go let that poor soul out. I mean, like, please. There we go. How many times do I have to ask you to do the same goddamn thing? Yes, but one weapon in the kit I did a custom bit is mostly around replacing instead of over or top. I was wondering if there's something to do with them getting attached to the weapon. I mean, I've never seen that, but, you know, like, here's the thing, right? Just because I've never seen something doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Just means I've never seen it. I guess that's kind of the problem with Dwarf Fortress, but also the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is I could very well never see something and it's absolutely possible and happens all the goddamn time. I wouldn't know. Tower Cap, first level mushroom, it's one of these. One of these guys. Tolas, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Vukruk. Also just gonna remake this because I'm suddenly wondering if this track stop's even working. Really feels like it isn't. Oh, nope, it is. Never mind. You guys don't need to deconstruct it. It is working. Just didn't have enough dwarves to do the jobs, probably. There we go. We got make bed jobs going. I'm carrying around several weapons each. I mean, it's probably not a problem. I'm just more fascinated about what's causing it to happen than anything. The only reason I would say it would be a problem is if they start dropping their weapons when you tell them to fight something. But, or equipping the wrong weapon. Like, you don't really want a dwarf running around with 2 shields unless they're really good at miscellaneous object attacks. Which, surprise, most of them ain't. I love the fact that more than half of these dwarves are married. This is great. It's making assigning these bedrooms super easy and giving me really efficient bedroom layouts. We've got meat on the menu now because we've slaughtered some Grey Langurs. And we're slowly getting platinum, among other things. As well as bismuth. I have some fancy taverns, if nothing else. Very fancy tables right there as well, which is also nice. And you can have these 2. You can have that one. You can have child, and baby doesn't need their own bedroom yet. That's silly. We're also making these. We're getting more jet. So I think starting 7 need to live up here somewhere. Maybe 1 layer above this. Monkey soap incoming. Maybe not soap just yet, but monkey product of some shape or form, for sure. That's not the button I wanted. You know, actually, why don't I give the starting 7 those 1 layer down bedrooms? Because wouldn't it be honorable and ideal to be further down than everybody else, because these are dwarves we're talking about, right? Like I could filter this out a little bit here, around the edges, round it off a bit, and then do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe that one's in a bad spot. 6 and 7. These could be the starting 7 dwarves' bedrooms. And they could have, like, you know, a nice large bedroom. Something like this. And if they get upset, well, they can cry to Armok about it in the whatever the post-life existence is. Because I'm trying my best, damn it. I'll smooth the walls for right now and just pave the floors, but we'll eventually pretty up the floors too. We're not snake people, Drevens. Actually, Drevens, have you ever, if you're not in an ad right now, which you might be, have you ever seen the dialogue from a snake person in adventure mode? Because they do add an absurd number of S's at the beginning of end of every sentence, and it's kind of funny. Golem. Well, I mean, we don't have the Ring of Power. Fortunately or unfortunately? Should be able to unpause stuff now. Let's get that digging going. This is going to be such a pretty fort. We've got rock salt everywhere. We've got jet everywhere. And also, we're just, like, swimming in gold and platinum. It's going to be one hell of a fort when it's done. I'm also going to start making this easier on myself. You can go away. This stockpile can go away. This stockpile can go away. Now, the reason I'm doing this is so that when I deconstruct the stairs down into these bedrooms, they don't get stuck. Because those are going to need to get deconstructed too. So just in case someone happens to still be sleeping in their current bedroom, you know, they don't get lost or stuck outside of it. So you wouldn't want that. That would be unfortunate. Hobbit is copywritten, Halfling isn't. Oh, really? Yeah, so they'd have to add a Halfling. I mean, you know, often when people ask about adding other races, Tarn just kind of loosely gestures at mods and says that his plan for the future is to procedurally generate things. Who knows? I think Tarn is open to adding a lot of things, but I think Tarn also really likes procedural generation and is more interested in the monsters that the necromancers are making than he is interested in adding new hard-coded races. I think that's more the reality. Currently, dwarf redemptions are disabled because I had them disabled because I only had 11 dwarves in the fort, and they were all named. Now I have 20, and I'm not going to be on too much longer, so they are currently disabled, yes. Good, accurate point. I could have, I could enable them, but I don't know. I just kind of forgotten, to be honest. But now that you pointed out, yes, they are in fact disabled. I mean, the necromancer creatures are procedural races. Like, the idea behind myths and magic is that everything becomes procedural. Although I'm not a good person to explain this stuff. I would just go listen to Tarn's talks on it. He's talked before at universities and things about, and at the roguelike celebration about what he plans to do with myths and, with myths and magic. He started talking about this stuff in like 2010. Simply put, nothing will be hard-coded. Everything will be some level of procedural. But since you called me out on it, General Cooper, you probably would have been the first person to get it. What dwarf would you like? I'll give you a freebie. I think I scored just about the whole color palette with your current Embark. Green colors are the only ones that you're really short on. You even got time to start importing it. Can always import other colors. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a shame as well, because I think some of the stuff that Tarn's talking about for Myths and Magic is going to be less exciting when it finally releases than it was when he first started talking about it. But that being said, I think that, you know, it's proven possible. I mean, games like No Man's Sky kind of do it, and Dwarf Fortress doesn't need the graphics for it. Can you have Mr. Freeways? Freeways is already named after another person. So taking a person who is already named and being like, yoink, is very rude. I will not permit you to do that. So somebody who isn't Freeways. Yeah, no, that was the main take, right? Yeah, somebody that has a quotes name in the middle is already named, and they can't be renamed. But like you could have any of these, like this guy, that kid, this dwarf, this dwarf, this dwarf, this dwarf, you know, oopsies. But if they have a name in quotes, they've already somebody's already claimed that dwarf. What's up, Monkey Mini? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I made this game make sense to you. Happy to help, dude. So, Cooper, how did you get out of the airplane with the money? And where did you end up? Wrong Cooper, probably. You must pray to Vesh. Ash burns the fatal crypts of bone. I'm uneasy. He almost never feels discouraged, a strengthening after experiencing trauma in 365. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and tends to think before acting. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to consider what others think of him and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He's slow to anger and blows his breath out when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Has abandoned any attempt at self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive. Finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. And he likes lignite, aluminum, and rose quartz, and angel shark leather, and six-sided prisms, and pyx goblets, and turkeys for their schnood. And the words of the fancy meditations, and when possible prefers to consume rice beer, and can't stand lizards. Has a long beard, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. And his wife's name is Zuglar. And he's a former member of the Faith of Ashes, which was a religion. And that's a bug they should probably fix. They shouldn't leave their religion when they leave a fort, unless they leave the faction as well, I think. And you're previously a member of my... I liked how they named their guild the Guild of Mortality in the last fort. That was such a good name. And yeah, you were previously part of my last fort, which is why you've got some scars in your life. I mean, you were frightened after being haunted by the dead. You experienced trauma and you became less depressed and learned to value peace. What else do you have? Character development, mostly. Empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. Yeah, you seem to be a pretty good dwarf. Welcome to the fort. We got platinum right there. Look at that. Nifty. We got gold, platinum, platinum, gold. Fortress do grow. You're in Thailand with all the money you're swapping for gold. Yeah. All right. Ever do tiny fort, like 50 or less? That kind of just loops back around to the problem. Well, I mean, if I were to do a tiny fort, no, not really. Outside of long death, if I were to do a tiny fort, I would also adjust the enemy invasion parameters and probably do a map size shift. So like, you only have like 50 dwarves, but you get the same like threat rate. Because right, if you just do that on default, you would basically never get sieges. There's platinum right there, and I haven't mined it. Jesus. No, not really. I think Dwarf Fortress is more interesting with bigger forts, to be honest. But if I were to do it, that's how I would do it. I would rebalance the enemies so that they're still a threat. Yeah, I mean, like, it's more of a CPU size issue. And can you focus on main characters? Wait, hold on. Isn't what normal? Hold up. Isn't it normal for the hype to die down after a said gamer feature in-game releases? If you're talking about like the Myths and Magic thing, Tarn started talking about Myths and Magic in like 2009, and it's not really out yet. At least not the features he's talked about. Like the very base level of development for it has started. But the reason I'm saying people will be less excited now than they would have been had he released it or something like it in, like, say, 2013, because there's been enough games that do stuff like that now that it seems less exciting. That's all. I'm not saying that it's bad or not normal. I'm just kind of stating a fact, I guess. I don't know. But it hasn't released yet. And you know that as well as I do. So I'm not sure what you're saying, unless I'm missing something. So name them, at most. Or do what some people do, which is name them very specific numbers or something. Dwarf number 1AB, Esquire. Edition 2. But, you know, the way Dwarf Fortress made money back in the day was promising features for the future. Right? That was how Dwarf Fortress made money back in the day. You'd promise features for the future and then receive crowdfunding support. It's just how things worked. So yeah, I don't know what really you were referring to there. Cannon fodder. But I digress. I kind of just want to make them platinum furniture. Yeah, no, it certainly takes a while. I mean, I remember there was a DF talk in 2008 and then another one in 2009 where Tarn talked about guild halls, and we got those in 2019. Or was it 2020? I don't know. The years have run together a bit, but... Well, actually, that's not totally true. We had a sort of guild hall type feature, and then it got removed a long time ago. I'm glad that they don't carry family names because it feels like a unique culture for the dwarves. I would be okay with family names existing in, say, human culture in Dwarf Fortress, but to me it doesn't make much sense for them to carry family names in Dwarven culture because it's Dwarven culture, not human culture. So you with your human culture brain want them to carry human culture like humans, but they're not humans. Shutterbug. You want family crypts and homes? Yeah, that might be it. I would honestly use Legends Viewer for that. I'd split the timeline and check. I do wish it was just easier to assign those, though, but I think you can do that without undermining the creativity of Dwarven culture. Because, I don't know, I find their weirdness to be a little bit, like the weirdness in their names and whatnot, to be a little bit endearing. Like, I know there was one Future of the Fortress a couple of years ago where Tarn said it would be cool to bring back crypts or mass graves style of zoning for tombs. Essentially, like, in the 2D era, you used to be able to just, it was just like a click drag, kind of like a stockpile, and that was where all the bodies went, and that's where they buried everybody. But it would be cool to have a burial option like that, but like being able, like a dormitory, but being able to assign it to a dwarf and like their kids, like a family, similar to the way they assign them all to a bedroom like that, or like couples. I think that would be neat, but I feel like the game could just do that without having to change drastically how Dwarven culture functions. I never noticed that. Do they really do that, Hash? That's wild if that's true. The war dogs are just watching it. Why aren't they attacking it? Am I missing something? Because I haven't realized it's a threat yet. Animals sometimes do that, where they just kind of like space out at the existence of something that's about to murder them, not realizing that it's a threat or that they need to worry about it or that like it's something that is going to fucking kill them. I've certainly seen that before too. I'm not totally sure what causes it. Probably some sort of issue with characters not realizing something is, you know, trying to kill them. I'm gonna make a copper forge because I think that'll look kind of nice. Let's make platinum. Cabinets. I'm gonna make 7. Just gonna place a jeweler literally right here. This is why there's so many millers. Well, I mean, okay. Oh, I see. You're talking about real life humans. I thought you were talking about Dwarf Fortress Dwarf Fortress characters. Sorry, never mind. I was like trying to like parse out in my brain why somebody would be named like Anger Face, which I've seen. It's like, is Dad mad? Like, do I live monitor my audio? We were talking about this earlier when I was rambling about VTubing. Yes, I listen to my own audio every second of every stream. Why? Thankfully, it doesn't have a delay these days. Back in the day, it used to have a slight delay. That was complicated to deal with. What was the movie about giant bugs that evolved an exoskeleton that looked like humans in a trench coat and were stalking the humans in the New York subways? My brain goes to V, but that was about lizard aliens. I don't know. And also wasn't a movie, I don't think. Doesn't that speech jammer me? No. Because there isn't a delay. Speech jammer has a delay. Everybody's saying Mimic, so that sounds like it's probably Mimic. I definitely haven't seen that movie. No, there are not mimics. Well, not really. I mean, there's boogeymen, but those aren't mimics. Boogeymen are just shapeshifters. They don't become like a table or something. This is gonna take a while, but oh shit, we got 2 pale metal bars. Look at that. So now we can queue up 2 pale metal spears. And also the dwarf who happens to be doing this is an expert weaponsmith, so it's not a bad option for this either. Yes, correct. Mercury. We got pretty lucky and got into a fight with a character early on who happened to be a god-ish character who was wielding smeltable divine metal. Trillion cut red tourmalines. Nice. Was hiding as a chandelier. That DM and I are no longer friends. I think I'm too tired to register the humor in that. Mimic is early-ish Del Toro. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that checks out. On the item is an image of a throne in Tourmaline by Creed. Throne in Tourmaline by Creed sounds like a horrible song if it's anything like Creed's other songs, but, you know, here we are. Okay, so you encrust furniture with cut gems. In fact, probably times 2 even. So we got another one right there. Got moss opals. These dwarves are going to very quickly get furniture envy, I think. And the bottom one down there gets forbidden. You encrust furniture with cut gems. And you're right here making platinum cabinet. Sure. Although I actually kind of want to unassign you from this. And say, yo, legendary weaponsmith, you do this job. Please. I really don't want anybody but legendary weaponsmith making these spears, so. Did you miss the spear? I mean, there's not much to miss, but we're about to make it. Or we're about to make one. Oh, we made one. We're going to make a second one in a moment, too. Also, in regards to the pale metal, look how, notice that they just look like adamantine. It's because they may have something in common. What's up, Chris Cold? You have a good night, too. Also, for whatever it's worth, I've also seen them not be that color, but it's not that far off usually. 2,750, holy shit. Them's expensive. Let's get another one of these done. Crossed furniture with cut gems. Unforbid this. Place another cabinet. Bandfire opals. I think they are based on the sphere of the god, because I've definitely seen ones that are just steel color. But they do take the colors from other metal types. But we were talking about what color they would be theoretically, so I guess that's that. I'm thinking every single one of these starting 7 dwarves is also going to get a statue of themselves in their bedroom. Maybe a statue of gold? Too schwanky? What do you think, chat? Not quite dark purple, but bismuth is kind of that. What's the civil local government statue look like? Our statue is silly as all hell. I don't know if there's a way to see it without making it, but Elfie did this great rendition. It's clearly a bunch of giant rhinoceroses kicking the crap out of by a bunch of goblins, a flaming, glaring, angry mountain, a dwarf raising a dead, screaming carp, another dwarf cooking a carp, and everybody's bowing to the giant mountains and praying to it. I mean, I did name this fortress Headpunch, so it's a bit of a head punch, if you know what I'm saying. I need one for each bed. I mean, I want one on my wall. Ones that succeed can join the ruling class. What, just like as peasants? Like send unarmed peasants to go steal stuff? That seems like a very effective way of killing your peasants. What are you? Oh, there you go. Okay. Excellent. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're probably canceling now, because I bet you. No. Did I make 7? What happened to the other 2? Maybe they're just sitting there and they had jobs associated with them? The song always strikes me as a little bit too intense for when it usually plays. Like, to me, this seems like the one problem I have with the Adventure Mode soundtrack in Fortress Mode is a lot of the songs for Adventure Mode are absolute upbeat bangers that sound like the sort of thing to be playing during a all-out fucking brawl, but we're not in one of those half the time when they play. I'm just going to assign bedrooms while I'm waiting for the ads to finish. You. Music is foreshadowing. Sure, fair enough. I would say overly bombastic, but, you know, hey. Sweet. Do I like the tavern song? Sure. But it doesn't sound like a fighting song. It sounds like a happy party song. Oh, it is great, Orange. Question, how many bones do both of the bone doctor, how many bones do both of the bone doctors have? I don't know how many bones a dwarf has. But don't humans have like 206 bones? I feel like there's a punchline to this question. Like, why'd the bone doctor cross the road, you know? Sorry, Creed. Gotta remove your bed now. I haven't built a cavern fortress like this since Apple Bottom. Dinner time? Well, Ratmost and Elfie, you guys have good dinners. Also, tavern song. I think you mean drink and industry, my friend. As it should be properly referred to as. I mean, that's not how I would have ended that sentence, enemy, because you said how many bones has a bone doctor boned if a bone doctor could bone bones is how I would say that, which maybe is a problem. I am a child. Sometimes. Bruce is so excited for dinner, he's yapping at fire. Ah! I mean, if there was a fire in front of me, I too would be yapping at it. but with buckets of water, most likely. Or a fire extinguisher. So, shoutouts to Bruce for trying to defend your home. And, you know, make people ready for dinner. I mean, Bruce is also a rat on stilts, so I don't really blame him for yapping at anything. You must get these dwarves some better meal varieties soon. I was trying to think of a creative way to refer to a chihuahua without being directly mean to said chihuahuas, so that was the best I could come up with. So we're fucked then. The Forgotten Beast, Geshek, has come. An enormous scaly lobster. It has a bloated body, and its rose scales are large and overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. So we're dead? Before it's over? Well, shit. It's been fun, folks. Why did I have to have dust? Nothing, because the fort's about to end. Why is it deadly dust? Why is it always gonna be deadly dust? Alright, so what are my options here? The only option I can see is everybody go stand right here. Better move, dwarves. Hope the creature's moving slowly. See, now we got the right music on. No, that's cheating. Zaman dear. This is why you shouldn't use DFhack. It makes cheating too easy and makes avoiding stupid mistakes even easier, which I refuse to do. Sorry, I'm much sand page. If anything, this is an opportunity for the dwarves to escape. Whew! Frame rate go bye-bye. It did fly into the air, though. Maybe it come down, go splat? Nope. It did get injured. For a second there, I read that as in it killed the same human twice, but no. Okay. So who do we have up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna lock the door down here and follow the beast. Moving up. It's chasing a child. Run, kiddo! Get away! Where are your parents? Where are your parents? Run, kiddo! You can do this. Okay. Creepy beast. Go up. Go up. Up'ems. Nope, not down'ems. Up'ems. Well. I didn't like that dwarf anyway. Rest in peace, you poor bastard. A death you didn't even deserve. Grim way to go, too. Run past it. I wish you can do it. Oh no, Dizzy. Oh, that sucks. Go up. Go up. Or don't. That's a pretty brutal deadly dust, too. Just running in circles. I guess kiddo down here is dead, unless you go up the stairs. Go up the stairs. Or don't. Ooh, that is grim. Oh, it could die from fall damage. Like, yeah, of course the bits could whack it while it's flying. Okay. That's the lever for that door, for that drawer. Or, oh no, that was the lever for something else. Where did I put this lever? Okay. So what I need to do is I need to wait for the beast to leave. Why are you turning around? Quit it. Oh, damn it. Well, kiddo, please punch it. Or don't. You know. The beast is just... Oh. The beast has equipped a moose leather glove and is beating it to death. I really want... Okay. I'm going to presume that there's still somebody down in the fort. The game is paused. And I'm going to go down into the caverns. I'm going to go to that lever. I'm going to set it to be pulled. I'm going to add this to the burrow. And unpause the game for a second and see who queues it up. Havoc did, who's still in the vicinity. Go pull the lever. 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 Go pull it. Go pull it. Go pull it. And then he immediately falls asleep. That's fine. Where's the beast? You know, this child will die here. But they didn't die in vain. Not only that, I'm going to seal it in here. It is repeatedly beating this child to death using a moose leather glove. And I am going to go over here and lock the door. Pretty spooky duel, if you ask me. Well, that child is a goddamn hero. What's sad is they may actually just starve to death. The two dwarves that died have been found dead. And the fortress must go on. All right, chat, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I'm gonna call it, I think. That's a pretty awesome way to end it. What do you think? Oh yeah, no, this is a scorching biome. We do not need to worry. I mean, first we got to deal with the big problem that is the Forgotten Beast itself. But I'm sure I can deal with it. Something that you found amazing and you feel that you need to share it with the class. You spotted a tiny little mod that adds a chance that creatures who profane a temple to actually be 3 kobolds in it. For creatures who profane a temple to actually be 3 kobolds in a trench coat, and from what I understand, the curse forces them to remain stacked in trench coat forever. By creatures, do you mean like dwarves? I wouldn't want my dwarves to be 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Maybe if like a horse knocked something over. But I've never seen that happen, so. YouTube chat. Well, technically, I've only been streaming on YouTube for 9 hours and 22 minutes, but yes, it has been that long. YouTube folks, if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Tuesday. I will not be live tomorrow. The reason I will not be live tomorrow, as much as I would like to be, is I have a doctor's appointment at noon. Well, not technically doctor's. I have a lab appointment at noon. Got to go do my A1C. So I'm going to take this whole weekend to work on videos for the YouTube channel. I've got a new project in the works. The month is going to end, so that means I have to pay my mortgage. But also means that we're going to, have a Future of the Fortress come out. So I got a bunch of stuff I got to edit over the weekend. Before I do shut you guys down, though, I have to say a big thank you, to everybody who tuned in. Because, it's good to have everyone. And I wouldn't get to do this job if it wasn't for you folks who tuned in and watched the stream. So thank you. Twitch chat, we are going to go raid somebody. But, so stick around if you would like to go meet somebody new or somebody old or something in between. Thanks for hanging out today, YouTube. There's tons of you here today, and